That's a lot of failing tests. What a way to start the day. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Caleb. Hello, Guinea. Let's see, the music's a bit on the loud side. Let's take it down a smidge. How about that? Seems good to me. And there we go. Yeah, so this is exciting in the sense that it isn't. Look at all these failing tests, right? I'm waiting for tea to be finished, though. I'm going to get some tea. What else have we got going on? We have... we have what now? Oh, shit, I left my phone, that's why. All right, I got to get that one, too. Yeah. Tea and phone. What else do we have to do? Hello, Funny. How you going? Maybe we should just clear all this up as well. All right, that's the tea done. But it's the kind of tea that can brew for a little bit longer, so we're going to give it another minute while we clean this up. Right, so that's a bug. There's a bug with resizing, so let's get that in there. Round 2. Resize does not erase previous frame. That's fun. This can be seen in the ROM project. Okay, so we're gonna get that tea then, maybe. We're gonna get some tea. I tried to do pull-ups today, Caleb. I managed to do 4. Okay, that's probably the worst that I've done since I started. 4 pull-ups. Chin-ups, sorry, 4 chin-ups. I wasn't feeling it today, though. It was one of those, you go there because you have to. All right, 4 is better than 0. Yeah, but I can do more than 4. Or let me rephrase that. I have done more than 4 in the past. So it felt like sort of 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Are you keeping up with it, all right? Very good, Funny. Enjoy being single for the rest of your life? I jest. All right, let me go and get that tea. Hello, Eldon. All right. Yeah, it comes with the Arch install, Funny. Don't worry about it. If you ever install, like, if you really want to get on the dating scene again, just transition over to JavaScript and get a Mac. It's a lifestyle, right? Arch is a lifestyle. You know what? I don't want to have those headphones. I'm going to listen to my music, okay? I apologize to you guys, but I think the majority seem to like this music. New system available. Okay, so we're going to do a system update instead of listen to music. I mean, it's your choice, Funny, though, right? Anyway, sorry. I bored myself, and it happens. What should we do today? We are going to implement a multi-line widget, but I saw a bunch of failing tests, so I should probably fix those first. Look at that. That's pretty that's pretty bad, right? Default. And then what is it that is failing in here? Cargo T. All right then. Well, the microphone's all kind of weirdly set up, though, isn't it? That should be a little bit better, shouldn't it? Okay. And then text right aligned. Text right aligned. All right. So why is this not working? Well, Fiddlesticks, how would this work? High. Okay. Is that the error for every one of these? Yeah, I think I might have hard coded something in somewhere, right? Or not. What? That's fun, Macabu. You did a really good job knocking that out pretty quickly. Yeah, it comes with the territory. Why is this thing just saying hi? And why does my arm feel... I've scratched my arm somehow. I am mortally wounded. All right. Hello, Nightshade. Your cursor is off. That's the thing, isn't it? That's one of those things that's always going to do you. Come on, install thing. So what about the text layout? If we go to widgets, stop pushing that. There we go. Hello, Omega. How you doing? But how do you intend to torment me today, Omega? What demons do you bring? Okay. How will you make me suffer today? Okay. I fixed the graphene thing so that one person out of those 9 million non-users can have their diacritics on a separate code point, right? Watching you. All right, I just, of course, text layout. Let's see, is there anywhere here we're hard coding some nonsense? No, it isn't. Did you use characters or bytes or graphemes, Macabu? If you're using the bytes from the vector, see, that's we've established that that's not really a character. That's a code point. Yes. But word wrapping is not a problem. We've implemented word wrapping at least 5 times on this channel. So word wrapping, which is actually what we're looking at right now. I'm chasing another bug unrelated to this thing. But yeah. Is car boundary. All right. So you have, so you're using the byte sequence and you are off in your calculation by something. You have an offset that is wrong somewhere, right? No, it's just a component for it. Like we already have all the other stuff. This is just going to be a component that you can use along with all the other things, right? You can't find somehow. Are you debugging, right? You are a C++ developer at heart, so I know you know about debugging. Do you want me to show you something, Macabu? I don't know. You might already know this. Okay, you might already know this. So, okay, but do this instead, right? We go to main and we're gonna make this thing crash somehow. What should we do? Oh, we can't compile this. Set global event handler. All right, we'll rename that thing. That's why. So let me break something for you to see. Okay, here we go. We're gonna panic in here. All right. So we're gonna cause a panic in our application when we press a button, any event that is gonna cause a panic. Okay. Then we're gonna start debugging, and then you can do this in GDB. This window here is just GDB, right? Let me go straight to GDB instead. Right. So cargo build. And then we're going to do rust GDB target debug ROM. Okay, and then we're going to break on rust panic. This is the trick, right? We're going to break on rust panic, and then we're going to run this thing now. All right, so when I send the key event now, it panics. Okay, and now I can just go up the code stack until I get to my code. All right, I just keep going up, up, up. And soon here we are, right? Now we're in main. Sorry, we're sending a bunch of mouse events here. Now we're in main, and I can look at this thing, and I can see what things are. Well, I can't because we lost that apparently. Right. Oh, right. I gotta stop this. Yes, quit. No. So you need GDB installed. But you seem to be on Windows, so you can probably have LLDB. Yeah, whether you use GDB or LLDB, you can do the same thing, right? I just don't remember what the syntax is for Rust LLDB target debug ROM break rust panic. How do you do that? How do you break on rust panic with LLDB? Use Rust LLDB, because Rust LLDB has a bunch of things set for you. It cleans up the output. If you don't, then it's going to represent bytes as characters, U16 as some magic nonsense, cars as I don't know. It does a lot of weird things, right? But I only know GDB. I've used LLDB at some point, but I don't quite know it. What is this thing? Is this... Is this PHP program? Oh my god. PHP. How dare you? What is this game? Have I played this? Is this like off-brand Ghostbusters? Is that what we're looking at here? It's not that game where you have to piss on things because the backpack is bigger there. Some kind of zombie thing. It's not Dead Island. Dead Rising? No. That's clearly a zombie in the corner. What? Also, this art looks pretty cool. What is this? This is why I don't trust public transport. What is this? It's not The Last of Us. The Last of Us is a lot darker, and it didn't have a train or a bus. It didn't have a bus with legs and hands. This looks like sort of like a modern Elden Ring beast, right? I don't know this game. Hue. Manatee. Once human. This game is something that a lot of people are playing. I don't know this game. I haven't seen any of it and I have no interest in it apparently. So there we go. All right. Hello, Emil. Days Gone was the piss game, wasn't it? Days Gone? Was that? No, Days Gone was the open world ride around on a bike. What was the one where you play as that dude from Walking Dead? Was it Daryl? Was that the dude? Yeah, you play as this guy. Survive with Daryl. No, there's a game where you play as this guy and MGS game. I don't know what that is. This dude that plays Rick, he was in a TV show that is pretty good, called Teachers, where he works as a teacher in Bristol, right? And he doesn't walk around screaming Carol. And it's a fun show, right? Metal Gear Solid. I don't know. This is normal transport in Australia. Yeah, I think that's probably about right. What was that game called? Death Stranding. Thank you, Dan. Yes, I think that's the guy. And it is Death Stranding. So Death Stranding, you play as this guy and you walk around with a big backpack and then you piss on things. All right. That's what I was thinking about. So when I saw that graphic, I thought the backpack isn't big enough for it to be this game. What the hell? Yeah, and something about like a baby as well. I don't know, man. The game's pretty messed up. I haven't played it though. Right. Yeah, no, you definitely have something wrong with your offset there. Maybe the line numbers are doing you in here. I don't know. Oh, I'm not in streamer mode. Let me set that up as well. All right, how's my phone doing? Software update. No, it isn't. It was just downloaded. How annoying. Now I have to go through that again. Yeah. Well, if it doesn't panic, then you can't break on a panic anyway, so that point's moot. All right, so we are going to get back into my problem, because I like my problem more than your problem, because I have a better understanding of my problem. Do you guys want my problem? It's all good, Omega. When you're ready to come back, when you thought of a new cruel thing to drop in my lap, you can just turn up and just casually drop it in the chat. It's just I mean, I'm not saying anything you don't know. I'm just making conversation, but reduce it to the smallest unit. All right, make the smallest possible test case so that you can explore it in, and there you go. Right. Okay. My phone is being silly. Good morning, Skylar. What is that nonsense? Finishing system update. Okay. What is this weird icon? I don't know. Can you just get on with it, please? I can play a bit of music. What should we listen to? And where is the output of this thing? Current device phone. Well, it'd be cool if we weren't playing off the phone. Can we just do this on... There. We're almost ready. Yes. All right. Okay, so we're getting some pretty weird errors here. Instead of getting the expected text, we're getting... Let's see. Oh, it probably says this somewhere. This should never be called. Nah, it can't be that. Let's find this. It's not panicking. And why are there so many H there? It's clearly something with the text layout, but if we go to the text layout and we run this... Okay, well, lookup position isn't done. That one worked out all right. So does that. All of these tests are fine. So it's not there either. Okay, well, then I see nothing but for us to add a breakpoint there. What do you mean? All right. Now we walk up the stacks. Actual. Can we look at actual? Yeah, that's pretty weird, isn't it? What we get there. So what is it that we have here then? What is the expected? Okay. So is this just supposed to be an empty border? Okay. Alright, so this is where it's failed. On the text. Alright, I think the text... We just have to start from the text then. If we go here and we pop open a template and we say text hi, is this gonna work? Well, I think I opened up the wrong template. I didn't. Okay, now that works fine. Alright, let's do a border. Let's do a border style thick. Oh, right. That's why it's trying to print out thick. I'm being a bit thick here, aren't I? All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like Google Photos. There's no reason to use it. It's just gross. Does any of you use Facebook these days? Is there anyone using like Facebook? Are you a bot? How are you doing? Yes, I answered. All right. I don't know if this is a bot or not. So whenever someone starts chatting to me through PMs on whenever someone starts chatting to me on PM and they don't tell me what it is that they want, they start with something like, hi, how are you? Or hello. which is how you normally instigate the conversation. But I'm a little bit on edge when I'm getting PMs, right? I only use Facebook to write happy birthday now. Facebook's for old people. Yeah. But the thing is, I wonder if anyone... I've heard that people are seeing a lot of AI spam on Facebook now. And like, that's mostly what they see. So I was out for a walk yesterday with the wife and I asked her, like, so you use Facebook. How much of the content you consume is actually like things from your friend, what they're doing, and pictures of their morning coffee, right? Facebook itself is just cringe. Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's now, if it's sort of been completely destroyed by AI spam or not. What people are like doing these spam things to get lots of people watching and liking their pages, and then they changed what the page is about. So if someone's posting like a lot of pictures of cats and you're really into it and you like these pictures of cats, and once they've gained like millions of people liking and following or whatever, right? Then they just change and start posting political messages or whatever, right? And Twitch, Rebel, obviously. And Twitch. So the border widget is actually the one that's broken, not the rest. Okay, so let's have a look at how this is working. I saw some really cool stuff yesterday, and apparently I was excited and didn't think about how it shouldn't be that way. We're not going to have display for this now. We're fine with that. Yeah, boring song. Ugh, boring song. Suspicious song. Probably boring. So this is where it goes wrong. We get border style. Really? I'm doing it in the wrong place. Okay. I find it a little bit yeah, I don't know. Like anyone who tries to talk politics with me or try to, so every now and then you're gonna get like political videos and stuff like that. When that stuff turns up, I just immediately choose not interested in it, right? It doesn't really matter what it is. It's just there's so much social media used to sway politics, obviously, and all of it is just rank and rotten to me. So I just can't have anything to do with it. So how should we do this one? We will always break here. We are never gonna allow for multiples, I think. Or should we do that? Such a weird thing will happen if we do. Because I'm living in such a safe area of the world. You don't know anything about me or where I live or my circumstances. So that's clearly not something that you can comment on. Whether I live in a safe area or not. You don't know anything about that. Nice try, FBI. Okay, so we're gonna create the glyphs. And we need to get these from... How are we dealing with the edges here? Central EU is safe in your mind? Yeah, but you still don't know anything about my living situation, right? You don't know if I live in a heavily crime-riddled neighborhood in a really dodgy part of some town, right? There's more that goes on in the world than the war in Ukraine, okay? There are many places that is not safe. There are many bad places. I'm going to be honest with you and say that there isn't. I'm not under any kind of duress here, right? I'm just saying we shouldn't make assumptions about people's circumstances. And even so, right? You're not any more unsafe if you consume YouTube videos, right? So someone who's living in I don't know, some kind of currently guerrilla war infested area of South America, they're not going to have a better time because they watched some YouTube videos about some dictator saying something, for instance, right? So that's not... You're only fooling yourself and you're lying to yourself if you think that consuming social media is somehow keeping you more safe, right? Oh my God, thank God I've watched this video, right? It told me about this thing that has actually no impact in my life. But what I can do is I can take this video and I can use it to pump up my anxiety levels and get into a state of hypervigilance. And then I can consume more of these videos and constantly tell myself that I'm doing this and I'm staying aware. Aware of what? Right? Okay. Anyway. People are allowed to do whatever they want to, but there is an epidemic of content consumption for the sake of like telling yourself that you are somehow up to date or something, but you're not, right? You're just getting a small piece of information that most likely is irrelevant to you, right? So, for instance, if you live in a place where there are threats of violence and death, then you have an emergency broadcast system that takes care of that, most likely. You don't have a YouTube channel from the government's YouTube channel, right? That is not where you should get your news from, right? And I think it's such a painful thing to observe how people are so engrossed in these things that don't impact their lives, right? And they become really anxious and depressed about these things too, right? Okay. Can we get glyphs directly from here? We can. So if this is it... Where does this thing come from? Man, I'm getting so burnt out by this project. Okay, thank you, Enrico. No, that made me funny. That made me laugh. Sorry, I don't think that made me funny. Someone owning a bunch of rabbits, having long Viking hair, we make assumptions whoever dares to usurp your peace is immediately met with Viking justice. But I would say so. Rebel, this is the thing, right? I was actually thinking about this the other day. We inherently trust each other as humans. We need this trust to function, right? We need to assume that the person you walking by in the street isn't out to get you in any way or form, right? But we have this machine that is churning out distrust for your government, distrust for companies, distrust for people in general. And it's like this, when you show things like distrust of this big YouTuber who's now in some in the spotlight because of claims against this person for doing something unethical, right? You guys can figure out who I'm talking about, and it might not just be one person, right? But it's very easy to draw the parallel from there to, okay, all YouTubers are deceptive and scummy, right? It's easy to jump there, right? The thing is, Rebel, 10 years ago, or rather, let's go back even further, we didn't consume the same amount of information, right? We didn't consume news all the time from everywhere, right? We didn't have this onslaught of information, right? You got a newspaper, you read it, and that was like the collated news of that like the previous day and week, right? And that's how you got them. If you look at the information in a newspaper from, I don't know, say 50 years ago, right? I don't know what newspapers look like, but let's say 50 years ago, and then you compare that to the relevant news information you get today, it's not really more relevant information, but it's surrounded by a large quantity of other kinds of information that we struggle to filter because there's so much of it, right? Are you saying you don't go out the door with a self-defense item? Does bad breath and BO count? So we have all this cloud of information surrounding the core that is relevant to you. But when we can't discern what information is relevant to us, I'd say try this. Go on Twitter or YouTube and try to look at news and then find what of this information is actually relevant to you, right? Even if you are in a, as you say, an unsafe place, see if any of that information still is relevant to you, right? By breaking people down this way with this abundance of doom information, you're actually stripping people of the ability of critical thinking, of logical reasoning, because you enter states of hypervigilance and you start to become more concerned with your survival than the validity of the data you consume, right? So it's more like, oh my God, global warming, world war, nukes everywhere. Oh my God, if this guy gets elected, the world's gonna end. And like this, I'm telling you things that people are telling me. I don't know why people tell me this. I don't know what do you want me to do with this information, right? None of the things that I just mentioned are, I don't know if any of them are true. I don't know if any of them has any relevance to me, because even if the world ends tomorrow, what am I gonna do about it, right? I might as well just keep doing my thing and enjoy my life, right? Until it is no more, right? Whatever you need, Enrico, right? To me, it's a lot easier, right? Just tune it out, right? Read local news. Read your local newspaper. It's probably full of junk too, but it's junk that's relevant to your locality, right? It's not junk that will desensitize you to misery. It's not junk that will put you into a state of fight or flight because it's so overwhelming, right? One thing I only consider is what is the actual statistical risk to me of whatever is happening. Like many of the stars and tragedies are either something I cannot influence or something that is quite unlikely to happen to any individual. Exactly, right? You cannot directly influence these things that you consume, right? Let's say that you are somewhere where there are riots right now. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna go out there and be like, listen guys, could you calm down? I'm trying to read over here. And then everyone's going like, oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, we'll riot quietly over there instead. And you can go home safe in the knowledge that you fixed everything, okay? It doesn't mean that we should stop trying to contribute. We should try to make the world a better place. But by sitting in the corner, immobilized by fear, you are helping no one. The only thing you're doing is basically dragging your brain over a metaphorical cheese grater to try to stay up to date with something that has either no impact or an uncontrollable impact on your life. Game like Globe, Civ 6 that has info presented in game like with on the side to filter. I don't think that's even good, Enrico. I don't think that's good even. I like to read the news when I want to feel depressed. Me too. That's what I do as well. I'd be like, oh, I'm having a good day. Let's see. Oh, 6 people died from a thing. And the 4 of them were children. Yay, now I'm even more depressed. All right. I like to hang out with my friends and play music when I feel better. Yeah. Having friends, what a flex. I like to do work when I want to feel I'm useful to the world. Yeah. And I like to think that if we're really concerned with the world we live in, then we can focus our energy at leaving it a better place than we entered in, right? It is not your responsibility to fix the world. It's your responsibility to be a decent human being, and that's it, right? I don't even think RSS is the best way, right? I just read local news because that's things that are relevant to me. Oh shit, the interest rates are going up again. That affects me, right? I have to pay more tax on my house. That affects me, okay? Recall of a particular brand of car because the car is terrible. That affects me, right? But someone flying a drone into a building in a country I've never been to, it doesn't directly affect me. If I sit there and go like, oh my God, that's terrible. I'm going to start crying now. I feel so bad about this thing, right? I'm paralyzed. I can't get on with my day. You did nothing to help anyone doing that, right? You don't get a medal for feeling sad for things that happen somewhere else, right? There is no like, oh wow, you're a really decent human being because you feel sadness and misery. The people affected don't know you and they don't care about you. They have bigger issues, right? You have no impact. You have no meaningful impact on the world, right? If you want to do something, take a lot of positive energy, go and share it somewhere, make something, get some money, give it to some people that need it, okay? Like me, right? Thank, by the way, for the sub, Tanny. Do that. Not like, oh my God, this thing is just so... And the reason I'm ranting about this is because I live in this, right? I live in this. I get people telling me on stream everything that is terrible. I get people sending me PMs about everything that is terrible, or DMs, right? About everything that is terrible. I go for walks with my wife and she shares everything that is terrible, right? I am surrounded by people who like this gratuitous misery and they can't wait to share it with me. And now my cup runneth over and I will share this with you instead, right? Right? If you're watching this and it makes you feel uncomfortable, I want you to think about that. You're doing this to yourself, right? You're doing this to yourself when you're consuming news and when you're sharing this information as well with other people, right? I have friends who are very poor me, right? It's like everything is wrong. And when they can't find things that are wrong in their immediate life, they go to their surrounding. Oh, the town I live in, now it's all going downhill. We've elected a new whatever and they're really bad. And if that's not the problem, it's like, oh, you know, the whole country is going to pot. We've elected some kind of idiot for a leader and he refused to leave. I'm looking at you, Boris, right? So, yeah. Well, that's how it works. That's the intent. You literally have strong reactions to these things, these videos that you're watching, so you will watch more, right? This is what the whole algorithm is for, is to drive your engagement, keep you occupied, keep you paying attention, because you are subjecting yourself to the adverts, right? The more I can strip away of your attention and the more I can give you bullshit to stress about, the less you're able to combat this, the less you're able to resist this, right? There's books written on this stuff. Read those, they're good. It makes me feel not so alone. Ain't nobody got time for that. Not even Netflix at this point. Too much stuff to do. News is just trickled down at this point. Not even actively sought out. No, but that's what I'm saying. Look at your local news. The news that are relevant to you, okay? I mean, you should be aware of what's happening in the world, right? But you shouldn't be aware to the degree that it's affecting your ability to function as a human, right? You have to get a new. Well, Rebel, have you seen this keyboard? Okay, it's very good. All right, it will reduce stress levels and make you more handsome if you use it. Okay, remember to use the toggle bit. Anyway, yeah. No, sorry. Sometimes it's my turn to dump back on you guys, okay? I'm just saying, all right? I get to be the drop zone for an incredible amount of bullshit that weighs me down. And people don't even ask, hi, how you doing, right? Do you have the energy to consume my misery? To it, in a day like this, I'll say, sure, why not? But in general, no, all right? But I would say if you're gonna go split, Rebel, this is a good choice. If you're not gonna go split, then don't, right? Okay, so what's happening over here then? Can we do this? Only if we move. But if, well, hang on. Oh no, we can't do that. Damn it. So we already have these edges. So we could break here if it's thin. All right, sorry, it took me a while to get here. So here we can just return control flow break, yeah. Clean your keyboard. Actually, that's a good point. If you haven't cleaned your keyboard for a few years, that might help. Get some IPA as well. That can also help clean some of the contact. Actually, probably not on key switches. Probably not on key switches. Or if it's between the Moonlander and the Digma DeFi, as someone who's had both, the DeFi is much, much better. The Moonlander puts way too much stress on your pinky. Snack storage, yeah. You're not the only one. So could we just say that edges are default thick here, right? It's your first one. I'll listen to this after stream, Tanny. It's very good. I'll never play. Yep. Well, the thing is, Scott, the English response is good, right? No matter how bad things are, right? Okay, did we fix this now? No. All right, and I don't like this song either. Let's play something else. Okay, so that is correct. Why is this still not working? There's like an insane amount of new line characters here. I have no idea why that's happening. Stremlax? No, sorry, Stremelax. I'm just gonna call it Stremlax, right? I have not found any Airbnbs, but that's probably more from lack of looking. Maybe I have to make my own, right? Maybe this is what we should look at, right? How to make... Damn it. Stop opening that thing, you fool. I mean, this is going to be in German, right? I have no idea. Is there a recipe in here? No, I don't know what this is. Translate from German to English. Okay, then. Lens salad. Not lentils. Lens salad. Hot smoked in the grill. No, wait. That must be on grill. So, salmon. Yeah. Water, salt, pepper. And the good old krauter. That's on the. We're trying to figure out what Stremlax is, or like how to make it. Getting hungry for this? Is it the krauter that's making you hungry, or the pfeffer? Right. I have some. I have a little box of Schwarzpfeffer, which is black pepper that I bought in Germany. Yeah, it's probably black pepper. I do, Matty. And it has improved my life quality with 9,000%. So 1 kilo of salmon... Grated salmon? I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Can you translate for me? We need approximately 1 kilo of salmon fillet without bones, which is roughly the same thickness. Okay. Oh, we're making brine. Herbs. Oh, really? Oh, man. I don't know what NB is. Nota bene. Gratin is fish bones. Where am I from? I'm from around everywhere. Here and there. So 3 to 4 centimeter thick strips. So stremel is strips. So it's strips of salmon. Literally, the dish is called strips of salmon because you cut them into strips. You can't fault the Germans for the way they name food. It's like the description and the ingredients sometimes. What was that cake you made, Modprog? That basically the name of the cake was the ingredient list, right? Dissolve the salt in water and then pour the brine over the salmon. So that's going to be the brine. Close the can with a lid. Cling film. Okay. Plum yeast cake. Yeah. Probably that, right? Because it has plum and yeast in it, right? Dissolve the, so we're gonna brine it for a day. After time, take the salmon out of the braid. Wait, what's a braid? Is this meaning like a grate? Is that what this is? From the brine, dry with kitchen towel. Now we have two options. Either the salmon in the oven up to a core temp of 67. If you think it's easy, can do it indirectly on the barbecue with a hood. I do it in the gas grill, okay? This person, they do it in the gas grill, okay? Egg cakes. Yeah, that kind of makes sense though, right? I would have expected more like egg and flour cakes, right? Work-based greetings to you, cat peasant. How you doing? Place the salmon on the far left in the grill. At 5 torches, only place 1 on the right to the strongest level. Flour, well, I'm guessing you mean flour and not flour. Working and lurking sounds good. It takes about an hour for me. I do it in the grill. I do it in the gas grill. It takes about an hour for me. I feel like this is just good reading at this point. Everyone knows his barbecue best. Who is he? I'm guessing this is like the translation from German where things get lost. They get lost in translation because you have he and she. You have pronouns for your nouns, right? Is that right in German? During the salmon, the smoked cutlets must be watered. All right. So while smoking the salmon, keep the fillets damp, right? Put the amount that fits into your smoked box into enough large filled with water jar. You are him. Hopefully the gas grill is off or they could burn their tenders. Yes. If necessary, carefully transport the garden salmon. Is that a garden? No, it's a garden salmon. From the oven to the grill, as above, the salmon on the far left. Place the smoking box directly on the rails or the burner on the far right and smoke at low, medium temperature. So basically, either cold smoke or smoke at low temperature. You can still sprinkle the salmon. You can still sprinkle the salmon before smoking with coarse pepper or herbs of your choice, right? Oh no, I totally got that, right? I'm not that thick. I just find the translation funny. You guys. Anyway, should we do this then, right? So if I understand correctly, we're cooking. First, we're gonna brine the salmon for a day. Then we're gonna put it in the oven till it reaches 67 degrees, and then we're going to put it in the smoker. It doesn't say how long to smoke it for, though. We've always been dating barbecues. Tick tick. Oh man, Trisha's world, man. Is it? Okay, but can you guys tell me if this is fine then, right? Is this the right URL? Hang on. Yeah. All right. So can you guys tell me if this is a good recipe for making stremolax, right? Which is just smoked salmon, brined and smoked salmon. And that I can do. So I think that we're going to make our own stremolax and not depend on being able to purchase it, right? Hot smoked salmon. Well, actually, this seems like you should almost be cold smoking it, right? You're having it. You have no direct heat on the salmon, only the smoke, right? Is this Northern German dialect for strip? Yeah, I figured that out now. Rusted lax. Ah, this is funny, but okay. Everything is kind of broken with this renderer. I want to see what this thing outputs and where the issue really is here. Okay. Yeah, that is vastly inaccurate, isn't it? Yeah, but the salmon is cooked first. So you're cooking the salmon, and when you're smoking the salmon, you basically have no heat, right? So according to that recipe, you're supposed to cook the salmon to 67 degrees IT and then transfer that to a smoker. So it's like you're almost cold smoking the cooked salmon. But that could be really good. We can try that. I'm reluctant to use fish with my smoker. Because I don't want fish taste on anything, but all right. So this is to make the brine. Okay, so now the question is if this is going to be part of that or not. No, we're going to have glaze here. I think maple syrup could be an interesting glaze for this. I don't know if it caramelizes though. I have some apple wood I can use for smoking. Okay, so this is all part of the brine. Refrigerate for 2, but no longer. Really? So you don't brine it for longer than 3 hours then? Dry the salmon with a hairdryer. That's very low. That is very low for a smoker. Place the salmon fillet in the smoker, skin side down if they have skin. Smoke for about 2 hours or until the IT reaches 57 degrees. Brush it with glaze about an hour into the smoking process. Cool and store. Wire rack. I think this is what they meant with the thing with that word. Store in a resealable plastic bag or vacuum sealed for better preservation. It can be stored for up to 2 weeks or frozen for longer storage. Bagel. A smoked salmon cream cheese bagel. Classic. Yeah, that I can see. Yeah, I would probably use apple for this. Interesting. All right, well, I'll save this thing. Stremelarx. There we go. Perfect. All right, here's another guide. Let's grab that. Is that going to be in English or not? Maybe it doesn't matter. Okay, let's see. It's going all right. Christy, how you doing? Although this is doing my head in because this is clearly not right. I have no idea what... Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, we have a panic in there. That's why. I don't love watching videos while I'm streaming. I do it sometimes, but it's kind of detracting from what we're actually doing. We can do a food reaction stream at some point instead. But I'll probably try to make that. I'll see how much apple wood I have left. But that's very... It's going to be really hard to smoke at that low temperature. So you eat it cold, is that it? Right? You eat the salmon cold. That is a little bit off-putting, although I actually like sushi quite a bit, and I don't mind salmon in sushi, although I prefer tuna. Okay, so something is broken, and this makes me so fucking tired, man. Like... All right, so then we just have to set the size for that. So 8 by 6. Why is that happening? Got a split keyboard and switch to Helix? Oh my god. Which split did you go for, Christy? Why is this thing breaking? I forget that you guys can't hear the music I'm listening to now. Is it? Do you mean Alice or is it called Alias? Let's have a look. Flake 80. There's like a lot of questions around this. Alright, we'll add alias. Probably not any of this, is it? Flake. Cadbury, right? I'm gonna try Alice. Yeah, that I kind of I'm guessing it's this one, right? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's the same as Scott has. I am curious about these ones. Huh. I do like rotary encoders, they're cool. Nice. Yeah, I'd learned the keyboard before I switch editor, or switch editor then learn the keyboard. I wouldn't try to combine those two. I think the frustration would be a bit much. What is the rotary encoder for? Your choice, right? You can make it into the scroll wheel on the mouse. You can bind it to volume control. You can associate it with some value change in some editor you have. You know, they're programmable, right? No support for QMK? Really? Okay. Well, you're supposed to eat it cold, bean juice. That one, I probably will do it. That one is a little bit confusing. I need to. I might do it soon because I need some downtime from streaming. Right. I've been streaming. I've been doing like 10-hour streams. I'm not feeling super good either about this. I'm getting a bit burnt out by it. Just the fact that I now have this mystery error, which I have no idea where it's coming from. It's driving me a bit crazy. Why is this happening? All right. Why is it drawing that here? It makes no sense. Mushrooms? No, I don't do any kind of drugs. I don't even take a painkiller if it has a red triangle on it, right? I don't touch anything like that. Flame salmon. This sounds like a freaking Pokemon, right? Modprog summons flame salmon. Right. So why is this thing outputting the wrong? Nope, these are all right. Well, if that's your take, Quistis, then sure. It works for some people. Okay, so let's have a look at the border painter. That contains a line. No, I'm okay with eating it cold, right? Do I have an iPhone? No, certainly not. Is it the paint that is wrong? Okay, so we need to find the lowest common denominator here, right? Why is this thing breaking? Is it breaking here? Yeah. Let's just do a width of 10 and a height of 4. And it's... Then you don't enjoy Power Engine? I don't know what Power Engine is. Other people can enjoy it. It doesn't mean that I have to enjoy it, right? So no matter what we do, for some reason it's drawing that one, and instead of drawing 2, it's drawing only 1, and it's drawing it below. There's obviously something with the X value that's gone wrong. Oh. Okay, it's not that. Is it the paint though? We didn't touch any of this code yesterday. I think we need to just debug this thing. Maybe this is where it's going wrong. And then we pass it here. But it didn't change any of this code, right? Oh man, I just want to see the border. There we go. Okay, so this is still the same. Yeah. And instead of a string, we have glyphs. And this one just takes the glyph map. That's fine. This is not the problem though. And the edges needs to go from the top left all around. Top left, top right, right, bottom right, bottom left, left. Yeah, so that's okay. That's not the issue. Don't need the display. We're just changing a character for a glyph. Nothing else is changing there. The same thing here. We're changing cars to glyphs. All right, so, well, this one changed. We used to pass a mutable reference, but that's not it either. That can't be it. If that's it, I'm gonna be freaking livid. That cannot be it. That's so dumb. I will just quit programming. Thank goodness. Yeah, so that can't be it. All right, so this is getting the size of the border. So the width should be 1 for all of these. So that's sort of a nonsensical thing. And nothing has changed there either. Top left, bottom right, top right, left and right, and top and bottom. Nothing has changed there either. That's all the same. Oh man, there's a typo in here somewhere. Top right, left, right. And top, okay. And bottom is not that. And it's always happening on the right side. This is getting the border style. It's not an issue. This is just creating the border edges. And using this thing, we're just going to break here. So none of this will even happen. Oh man, what's with the crap music now? Oh man. It can't be this, can it? This has nothing to do with the position, though. This is using the left one. There's no changes. All right then. What has changed? Well, it's just going to be a case of debugging. There's not much else we can do. This hasn't changed. I don't think it has. Let's just look at the... Oh, come on, music. Find something good. Actually, we're not going to bother with dev. Default widgets. We're going to look at the border from here. Oh, hello. We got tags. Oh, my God. Why? Yeah, we're going to remove the tags. Okay, it's not there then. Let's have a look at the border. We're looking at 464. This looks different. Function position. No, there it is. So if it contains top, then we bump the Y. If it contains left, then we bump the X value. Border edge left. Plus equals the width. Position and break. Okay, well, let's debug. It's clearly going to be in the paint function, right? It has to be. Place glyph. Okay, why can I... Oh, no, wait, what? No, that's fine. Left jaw. Okay, so import line. Has anything changed there? Position is self start and end is self end. Start cap, brush width. There's nothing that's changed here. There is something to the order. Top, bottom, left, right. Top, bottom, left, right. Is it the it seems like it's drawing the positioning correctly, right? It's like it's drawing this and this, then this, and for some reason it doesn't reset the position. So what do we have in between here? That's 5. If we change the height to 3, do we have 4 now? No, we have more. That's 6 now. Yeah, that's 6 now. And now it's 4. All right, I don't get this. All right, let's have a look at the draw call for the left. What is this? That's the left one. That starts at 0y1. Oh, hang on. That wasn't supposed to happen. The position is y1, okay? Draw this thing. And then we're going to draw the right one. The start position is so incorrect. Why is this wrong now? What has changed here? Why is the... What is literally setting this thing? All right. So we have to create a line inside the border. Where are the border lines set up? Here we go. Okay, I bet this thing is wrong. I bet the border painter is... Top, bottom, left, right. Top, bottom, left, right. I don't see it. I do not see it. Where would this be? There's nothing different here. Alright, we'll just have to compare it with the website then. Alright. The right line has no start cap, no end cap. And there's a border size right, and then glyph 3. Border size right. Start is the width and right plus the offset. Start is the width minus right and the offset. There's no difference here. And it is definitely the right one that we're drawing as well, yeah? Okay, what if we draw the right one before the left one? It has no impact whatsoever. If we only draw the right one, it still draws it in the wrong place. Start. Where is this being set? Oh my god, okay. Where is this thing actually being set? Why can't I see that? That's all. This is correct. This is correct. We start off with an x of 9 and a y of 1. That's how far away we're supposed to draw this, right? Yep, that's right. X9, Y1. Yep, still right. X9, Y1. And this 4. We're gonna draw X9, Y1. That is correct. Actually, that is correct. I misread the whole thing. That's 1. Draw 1. Yeah, that's fine. What's the screen position? That's right. Okay, surface draw. Screen position. That's right. Paint the glyph. It's all good. Why is this using self-index? That should use position 2 index. Self the size, the width. But that's not relevant. Everything about this is right. Unless I am... No, this is not right. This is not right. This is a new line character. They should never be written in there. Shit. Okay, what's in... Where does current come from? It's too many. Oh, shape. SL space actually making a new line character. Oh, okay. Hello, Crispy. I'm doing better now. How are you doing? Hello, Janelle. One fade, and I hope that's the position thing. No, resize canvas. That's also okay. Oh, all right. Oh my god, yes. Are you getting back into streaming, Crispy? All right, resize canvas. Why is there no resize function? It happens, John Doe. Oh, nice. So does that mean if I go to Twitch now, it's going to be all satisfactory? Nope. It seems like, let's see, let's look at categories. Sort by viewer high to low. World of Warcraft, League of Legends, Valorant, Fortnite. No one is playing this? Satisfactory's got 17,000 viewers. Borderlands 2 has 13,000 viewers. I should have played Borderlands 2 instead of 3 then. Hello, Intricate. Yeah, it's a little bit sketchy because Cargo Tommel is basically a open for future changes, right? So if you have a Cargo Tommel that has some tag in it, then you should still be able to use that, right? So if you do nonsense is true here, that shouldn't stop the application from building because that might be a flag that is used in the future. All right. So there is no, you can write profile.lol here. And there is no reason why. No. Inherit directive. Okay, so that one you can't use. Can you use nonsense then? Yeah. It's just profile you can't use. Certain of them will have, but it's very open for changes right in the future. Nonsense is always true. Seems about right. Not really. I don't think so, at least. Okay. I need some fun. I need something that is fun. I need a break from this project. I need to do something. I feel like this thing is killing me slowly. Okay. Canvas paint is panicking. No, don't want to listen to that song now. Choose your search engine. Don't fuck around with this stuff, man. Don't be useless. Oh no. Oh dude, that sucks. Are you in the chat right now? I just got your email. Are you in the chat? I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you're going to some cooler place or whatever. Think you'd enjoy Baldur's Gate 3? Maybe, but that seems like such an investment. Fine, can't do that. Then you can't draw this freaking multiple you can't draw grapheme clusters then. Do we care? I mean, I do care. Especially if someone decides to use the canvas for text editing, which is, you know, pretty messed up, but I need a break from this. What are we gonna do? Does anyone have any ideas, right? I feel miserable. I feel like a miserable twat, right? And when you do, the stream kind of suffers a bit, right? Do we skip graphemes for the canvas? But how do you say it? Like, how do you explain this then, right? Eat cake. I made a cake. I made a cake in a cup, but I didn't eat it. It was for someone else. jQuery. Hello, Zen. I use something called VimWiki, right? So pressing leader W will create a diary entry for today. I've already made one here, but this is what I would do. And then leader WI takes me back to all of these things, right? So I can look at feature requests or comments on fonts and video IDs I've had. Someone talked about input handling And this goes back, right? This goes back to wherever, right? And the nice thing about this, so we got WGPU stuff here, okay? Which did not have a lot going for it. But I can just pop in here, start up Vim, and then find WGPU, and then you can find everything that has something to do with WGPU, right? So this is really useful. This is really useful. Yeah, notes about generic associated types, apparently. So I want to build something with anathema, but I kind of need to release this, and I need this to be kind of fixed for that. And the glyph issue that came up yesterday kind of killed me a little bit. Like I was sort of finishing this up to prepare it for release, and then this thing, right, kind of cluttered up the code base now. I did think as a joke, Crispy, to make the most sophisticated and elaborate to-do application in Anathema, just because that's what everyone does. But I don't know if I'm going to do that. Yeah, VimWiki is pretty nice. Change skill issue to glyph issue. Ah, that's nice to hear, Cat Peasant. Yeah, but I bet you that Ludwig Wittgenstein didn't write terminal applications, okay? I'm kidding, Rebel. If we need glyphs in there, then that changes things. Well, you can only put characters, so I don't know. Studying for an interview? Really? Good on you. I'm happy to see that you're taking action. The problem with integration, I think, like, is Task Warrior the famous one, right? I think there's one called Task Warrior. And this is like a terminal application that does a lot. I think this is what people use who need these kind of things. Well, are you talking about declarative or a procedural one, Dottie? If you're talking about a procedural one, then ModProg probably got you covered. I think so, Crispy. Free open source software that manages your to-do list from the command line. It is flexible, fast, unobtrusive, and does its job, then gets out of your way. This thing has been... oh man, can we just get to GitHub instead? GitHub sponsored, but don't clone the code. There we go. Multitude of features. Where are the feature list? All the commands. Add, annotate, append, calculate, config, context. We need more context. Count, delete, there's a lot. I don't know, Doddy. Really, what I'm saying is that I want to be happy, okay? I want to be happy and not miserable. But this is the thing. Streaming 10-hour stream, doing 10-hour streams, being productive for 10 hours is taxing. And obviously, the obvious response to that is don't stream then, go and take a break. But I literally have nothing else to do, right? I've set aside this part of my life to finish this. I have nothing else to do. To go and sit down and watch crappy YouTube videos or waste time in front of Netflix or whatever, that is just burning the time that I've given myself to this, right? And that's a waste, right? Well, emotions are indicators, right? Indicators are something you need to pay attention to, right? You don't let your emotions control you, but they are still warning signs, right? So when you start to feel easily annoyed or like irritable and you're a bit tired and snappy and all these things, these are signs of burnout, right? And when you start, like when you get into that position, then you need to pay attention to it, right? So the unhappiness that I'm feeling is most likely connected to burning out on the project a bit. Now, I say the project, but it's not like burnout is associated with a project, right? Burnout is something else. People like to say that they're burnt out when they're just bored or fed up with something. That's not the same thing. Like burnout will have psychological impacts on your life, and I've had a real burnout, and it's not the same as, oh, I wish I could work on something else, right? It's not the same, right? So I'm very attentive to them, right? It could be, Dottie. It could be. And I kind of want to do it. I need to make the demo project. But the next thing that kind of has to be done is a multi-line text editor, right? But I don't know. Before we can do that, I need to have everything in place. And I'm uncertain if I'm going to... if I'm going to leave the canvas as is or not. So right now you can only put characters. You can't put glyphs. If we're going to put glyphs, we're going to make this interface a lot more inconvenient. So I don't know what I'm going to do here. So this is effectively allowing you to put a code point on a canvas, not a character as we know it, right? But is that the right thing to do, Crispy? Because you're right that it's still not a 1.0, but then I know that someone's going to report a bug about this, which for some reason makes me annoyed because I already know about it. So, yeah, I don't know. Definitely a bit creaking at the seams here. I can hear myself talk. Yeah, we need input. We need input components, and we need multi-line editing. Multi-line editing is going to be the hardest thing to do. If we can do multi-line editing, we can easily do a single line editing, right? Feature paradise? I've not heard that expression before. Well, the difference between a glyph and a character is that a glyph can either be a character or point into a table of graphemes, right? So if you're using characters that do not fit, or if you're using letters, it's not even letters then, what is it? If you're using written language units, then it's difficult to know. If you can't represent them as a single character, then... and the worst thing is that Alacrity can't even display these properly. You try to paste a grapheme in Alacrity, and it's gonna break it out into multiple... Let's see if there's an issue for this thing. I would have swapped to West Term if it wasn't because the mouse config of West Term is so gross. And a lot of people use alacrities. We have to care about it. No, it does not. But ligatures has never been a thing for me. I never cared about ligatures. It's bizarre how popular alacrity is, and yet how caustic the issue tracker is. Hahaha, 2017. Renders one glyph at a time, then caches it for ligatures. An entire line needs to be rendered at a time. I guess this is never gonna happen. One thing I found super useful for me in regards to keyboard is the ability to use two receivers. So you mean two wireless receivers for the same keyboard? Switch between the two machines? I don't think so. I don't think you can swap between. So this is called the, what's it called on the DeFi? I can't even show you this thing now. I can do this. It's this thing, right? This thing is the receiver. If you plug this into the keyboard, like that, now I made it into a Bluetooth keyboard, which is pretty cool. Now I made it into a useless keyboard because I lost it. It just went flying. Where did you go? No, come back. Oh my god, how far did you go? Success. I don't remember what this thing was called now, but I don't think you can have two of them. Why is this one on? Okay. No, I went into Bluetooth pairing mode. How did I turn that off again? He told me how to turn it off. So push one of these buttons. All right, we can just unplug the keyboard and plug it back in again. And we got bad music to go with it. No, I don't want to choose a search engine. Fuck off. Yeah, no, not stressed. We're good. There we go. Hang on. What is it called? Unifying receiver. No, I don't think that you would have that with this. You're supposed to push a button to cancel the Bluetooth pairing thing, but it doesn't want to now. Alright, we'll try to just turn it on and use it wirelessly then. It's not turning on. Did I break it when I dropped it? That cannot be the case. Clearly not. I'll unplug everything now. Is there like a reset switch in there? Okay, connect. Really? Did I break it when I shot across the room? That is just not right. That can't be. Alright, hang on. These cables are a little bit... No, okay. Right, so it works fine. No, I didn't break it. I just pushed the wrong button. So you can... There's like Bluetooth pairing. I guess you could do that, Rebel, but who wants to use Bluetooth, right? Nah, forget it. It's not relevant. Now, I don't know about the ligatures and what have you, right? I'm not too worried about it. Yeah. So what do we do? Do we make multi-text editing happen, maybe? Glyph or no glyph? That is a question. Maybe we focus on multi-line editing instead. And we can always come back and fix this. I think you're right, Crispy. I think we'll do that. So let's make sure that everything works other than that particular test then. Alright, no, I broke this thing. Two glyph. No. Why is that one? Or maybe we can just do a glyph from car. We do that then. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. I just need to make sure that this thing is actually running, right? We're gonna leave this in a state of actually working. Yeah, lookup position. This is fine. We're going to get rid of that one. All right, let's clear out the warnings as well. All right, we're not going to have that. That's never used, so that's fine. So we don't need any of this. Man. Okay, so paint 18. Hopium. Is that the successor of Copium then? This is peculiar. Why would this not be used? This has a next function, right? Yeah. Which is using self.source. No? Oh, hang on. The graphemes are created from the string slice, so we don't need that one. No, we don't. Thank you so much for the cheer, lad. Thank you, I appreciate it. Especially on a day like this. Much obliged. I appreciate all of you today. I'm hoping your music is as good as the one I'm listening to. Because it's not the same. Variant is never used. Thanks. Yeah, it's not really fun to watch streamers when they're miserable assholes, is it, right? It's like, let's go and watch this stream and they'll be like, oh, that guy's, you know, thick. and not happy. Bad vibe. Bad shit streamer, bad vibe. Sort yourself out. Why is thick never used though? Are we never calling this function? We clearly are. Yes, but you can be genuinely miserable off stream. So stream when you're not miserable because you don't need to spread it around, right? That's what I'm saying. Peggy 18. I don't get why this thing is never used then. That does not happen to me, Alad, because one, I don't have a large following, and two, this community is pretty damn supportive. I don't really have a lot of people who are vampires. So I guess that's good, right? I saw a streamer or a content creator the other day who was reacting so insanely over the top that I thought clearly this person is just laying it on a bit thick. And then I saw the size of their following. I'm like, holy shit, people are really into this, right? Like, you are constantly experience the most wonderful or the most terrible thing that could be happening to you at the same time. And I don't have the energy to do that, man. It could be, Crispy. It could be. But this person was so over the top. And clearly that works, right? Like, wow. Talented people don't have to be nice. I think that's some. Are you saying that I have to be nice because I'm not talented? That's my takeaway from this now, Alan. That I have to be nice because I don't have the talent to pull the rest off. I'm kidding. I'm winding you up. I'm kidding, right? If you do not support or at least prohibit bad behavior, it will happen. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. I don't know. At this point, I feel like we're so established where we are. That I agree with you. That I agree with you, right? Python decorators. Let's wrap this function in a function and then add more functions to it. Are you familiar with PDF, Rebel? Or sorry, PDB? If you have short-term interaction, you can be shit to people. Has this ever happened to either of you, right? Have you ever had a streamer be absolutely shit to you? We're not going on a crusade now, right? This is more like you don't have to mention who it is. I'm just wondering if it happened to you. Of course, that is not of course. I have never had a streamer be shit to me, but I'm very passive in chats as well, I guess. I don't chat that much. Yeah, I don't think it will now. I think we already have like an established community where it won't really happen. We get into arguments sometimes, right? And sometimes I do worry that when we're having an argument, that people will. There's a balance, right? We're having the argument, but then there's like a part of me is worried about the feelings of the other person, but I still drive the argument forward. But there's like a concern if this person's gonna take this seriously, right? So, like the other day when Apollo started going on about how Windows is amazing, right? That's not what they said at all, but... And I kind of laid into that one a little bit, and I kind of felt afterwards, and maybe they don't take this in good stride. Maybe they feel like they're being personally attacked. I don't know, right? Flaming is not. No, but sometimes I will speak enthusiastically about things I really don't care about just because we are having an argument, right? So, or let me rephrase that. An argument to me can just end. So my wife doesn't like to have arguments, right? I mean, most people don't like to have arguments, but if we're having an argument and my wife says, no, I don't like this is making me uncomfortable, then I would just be like, okay, then we're not doing this. And I'm like that towards other people too. So if I'm having an argument with someone and they go, okay, no, I'm not comfortable with this conversation anymore, then we just end it, right? But I will still argue passionately about things, right? No, I don't think so. I don't think there are any winners when we start attacking things like that. But it's more like I mean, you know what? I have been an asshole to one person once, right? I snapped at them. But I also don't think it was fair of them to keep pushing something when I thought it was abundantly clear that I wanted the conversation to end. But it happens, right? You can't be on top all the time, right? Top of your game all the time. If some chat debate occurs and you don't want to dive into it. So yeah, that's generally my take on it, right? I do let discourse happen, especially like even if it has nothing to do with what we're doing. It's just people talking and people. Sometimes I have to interfere when if something gets personal. I know someone was offensive to Modprog and I asked, are you okay with this? And if Modprog would have said, no, I'm not, I would have yeeted that person out of the chat, right? But the person apologized and it all was fine, right? No, I think it's like I'm not aiming to be anyone's dad, right? Except my own kid. But sometimes you do have to kind of step in, maybe, right? That's what you're supposed to do, right? That's a very good take. There's some people in arguments, their mind goes blank, right? So you end up in an argument with someone and they'd be like, your choices here are absolutely terrible. I can't believe you've done this. What a terrible choice that you have made that led to this situation. And you, instead of being able to say, no, hang on, my choice was done under this premise with these parameters, and it was the only sane outcome at the given time. Instead of saying that, you draw a blank, right? You're like, I don't know what to say, right? It's perfectly fine to say, I need to think about this. I think that's right. I think that's right. And I think one thing that is nice is that this is certainly not an echo chamber. I have people disagreeing with me repeatedly, whether I like to or not. And I think that's pretty good as well, because I think echo chambers, they make people fun in the head, right? If you're constantly surrounded by people who agree with you, then you start to believe that you are infallible or some bullshit like that, right? And then when you go outside and you meet the real world where you don't have any weight at all, right? Implicit rules, yeah. Yeah, but I think all of this is perfectly fine to say, I want time to consider this before I respond. I think it's perfectly fine to be analytical in an argument, right? I argue with people sometimes because I have to argue with people sometimes, right? What does that mean? Well, if you live with other people, you spend a lot of time with other people, right? Things build up over time. And sometimes you need to open the valve and let things out, right? So you come into the kitchen and your housemate has left a dead turtle in the sink for the third time this week. Then it's okay, right? You can't take it anymore. Say, look, I am tired of your Ninja Turtle farm. They are clearly dead. I don't know what you're doing, but stop putting them in there. They're clearly not supposed to be in there. It is fine to do that. And your flatmate can say, what are you yelling at me for, you idiots? I like turtles in the sink that are dead. And they will argue with you, and it's fine, because arguments aren't dangerous. They can be uncomfortable, but they are not dangerous. Just words, right? If someone literally attacks you, physically or verbally, during an argument, then for the sake of the law of argument, they have already lost, right? There's nothing there, right? I have no idea who Alex Jones... This is not the idiot from InfoWars, is it? You're not comparing me to that arsehole, are you? No, it can't be. This guy who denied a school shooting, but at least he had to go and apologize for it. Imagine being a parent and your kid's dead and some asshole person out there on the internet goes, nah, it didn't happen. And you stand there like, my child is dead. No, it isn't. What the? Sandy Hook, that was the one, right? Jeepers, man. Come on, right? I mean, you guys are allowed to believe that the moon landing was fake. You can believe the Earth is sort of pancake-shaped if you want. It's like you're going to have your beliefs, right? But you don't go out in public and say that someone's kid isn't dead and it was all made up, right? I will fucking throttle anyone who do that, man. It's like, how void of human decency are you, right? So even if you firmly believe that some mass shooting didn't happen somewhere, if you believe that's not the case, right? Because of whatever debauchery you've been consuming, right? You still don't go out and say that, right? You can speculate around this, like, unless you have physical evidence going, this did not happen. I'm standing here where this thing did not happen, all right? And I can prove to you through this magical this thing did not happen device, that is this phone for some reason, that this did not happen. If you can do that, then you can go and say, oh yeah, no, that didn't happen, right? Look, I have evidence that it didn't happen. But if if there's a chance that you're wrong, you gotta be pretty sure before you claim that someone's kid isn't dead, man. Like, there is, Yeah, and the thing is, I have come across recently some YouTubers that do this. They will say and do things just to get a reaction. And at first, I thought, like, they do this just to get a rise out of people, just to get a reaction. But I'm now kind of thinking more that maybe they're a bit of an asshole. Okay? Not naming any names here, but I think some people are actually assholes. This might come as a shock to you. I know it was to me, that there are assholes out there, okay? Immigrant Asians eating cats. Oh my god. All right. So I don't know anything about Alex Jones other than the fact that he claimed that the Sandy Hook thing was a hoax. I mean, this thing is just this thing is just like inside racism, right? React drama, yeah, absolutely. And like the thing is, if someone made a video talking about how harmful Togglebit is to the Rust community, using some bullshit clip sequence from my stream that paints me in a really bad light, right? And they do that to get a rise out of people. No one's gonna do that because I'm too small for anyone to care. But people do this out of like large content creators, right? And they do that because like they can just milk the train, right? That was a very weird analogy. They can just ride the gravy train, right? Keep milking that cow. So you guys have probably seen or at least heard of the fact that the world's biggest YouTuber, Mr. Beast, is there's now a lot of controversy around this because of the lottery thing, unethical lottery and whatever. There's so many content creators that are just jumping on this thing, be like, oh yeah, let's do this thing, let's talk about this thing, let's just people are interested in this thing, let's just say that this guy is shit and just talk about allegations and all these things, right? I've seen at least like 3 or 4 of these videos pop up on my feed, and I think that even if Mr. Beast is doing something immoral and illegal, that's between him and the legal system. I find it quite distasteful that people are making videos around this. We're really good at dehumanizing people sometimes, right? That would be freaking impressive, man. Recycling. What was the name of the cat, Bulov? I mean, look, I don't, Stormy Daniels, I don't mind if you guys watch Alex Jones, or if you're watching, what's the other lunatic? Or if you watch like Joe Rogan or whatever, right? You gotta watch what you find enjoyment from, right? But as long as you apply critical thinking, right? If you're watching someone sit there and say, this murder of this child did not happen, then you should damn well be sure that it didn't happen before you nod and be like, yeah, this did not happen, right? Because we're talking about human lives here, not just what's the most popular YouTuber this week, or did this previous Twitch streamer have some kind of illicit conversation with a minor or whatever, right? That we're talking about things that are beyond comprehension, right? Lucky and lucky too, right? Yeah, lucky, that was it. I'm not sure why he didn't just go and get a bunch of cats from a rescue shelter and eat them. But then again, he wasn't allowed to leave the house, was he? Vietnamese food is freaking amazing, right? Have you guys seen what this dude can do? I almost felt inspired and ate 2 bowls of porridge instead of just 1 from watching that guy. This is so insane. He just puts it away, and he's not being flashy about it, right? he would just sit there, casually eat a metric ton of food. And the voice was like, so yeah, thank you for watching this video. This was really fun. I got this cool t-shirt, and like not really going like, check out how freaking amazing I am, right? Like not having an ego that occupies more space than the restaurant he's in. He's like super chill and humble about it, right? Now, I don't know what it's like on outside of his YouTube, right? But yeah. That is good, change seeker. This will bring you only joy and meaning to your life by watching this asshole. Yeah, he's really humble about it as well, right? He would just go in there and school someone, and he won't be like, yeah, so that guy sucked. It's more like, oh, this guy did it. Okay, I have to do better than this guy. So, okay. All right, camera died. And he'd be like, okay, yeah, I did it. That's pretty good. All right, thanks for watching. That's like his thing, right? I'm just going to restart the camera. Last eating-oriented YouTube thing I watched was regular, ordinary Swedish mealtime. I don't know what that is, but I did see that Beard Meat Food Guy did a thing in Sweden where he ate like a cake made of 40 eggs. I think that's it, right? Beard Meats Food, 40 eggs. Sweden. 40 eggs, right? And to put things into perspective, I eat about 5 eggs for breakfast, and that will keep me going for a long time. It would be a stretch to eat 10 eggs for breakfast. 40 eggs, man? Right? Alright, this is good. I need this. Thanks, guys. I needed to talk nonsense. And I keep thinking that you guys listen to the same music as me. 128. What is this thing? We're not using that. 40 eggs would be enough for 3 days. Yeah, I do think that he only eats he only eats like yogurt and stuff on days before he does a challenge. What I find impressive? All right, risk of sounding like a complete wet blanket or a twat here, but I'm finding my wife insanely impressive. All right, and I'm gonna tell you what. I might have 40 eggs. Oh no, I have a lot more than 40 eggs at home. I eat eggs every day, and I eat quite a lot of eggs. So I go through a carton of eggs in no time, but I wouldn't do it in one sitting. So I tell you what, I think my wife is impressive, because she is older. She's older than me, all right, and she puts up with me saying this in public. That's why she's impressive, and she's going to re-educate herself at her age, right? She's going to become a solicitor at her age. Now, this is something that a lot of people will either do when they just sort of turn 20. They'll be like, all right, I'm going to go into law, right? And that's their trajectory for that life, right? For that life, as if you have another one. That's their trajectory for the life, right? To change the course of your life at her age, to be like, okay, I'm going into law. The moment she said, I was like, I want to do this, I said, we're selling the house. We're selling the house, and you're going to spend 5 years then in school, and you're going to hopefully succeed at this thing. We're going to uproot our lives so she can do this, but it is so damn impressive because there are people who are in their 30s who think they cannot change their lives, right? They'd be like, oh no, it's too late for me to do this. You get the question, I'm 35, can I become a programmer? You can become whatever you want, except younger, or a professional athlete, right? That avenue is generally closed once you've gone past like 28 or whatever. But so that's really impressive, right? I find her incredibly impressive. She came with me from the country she lived in. She met me. We'd known each other for a very short time. We suddenly lived together. She moved to England with me. She moved to Spain with me. And she's not someone who would just do these things, right? It was very surprising to her friends when she did this, right? So she's quite fearless. She's quite fearless, even to the degree where she has done things that I'm not comfortable with her doing, right? It's the level of if someone is standing outside yelling at the girlfriend, she will walk up to the girl and say, "Are you okay? Do you want me to take you away from here?" Right? And I'm like, don't do that in South London, okay? I know you can do that at home, but don't do it in South London because Stabby McStabface lives there, okay? But so she's impressive. I think Beard Meets Food is very impressive because he can eat a lot of food. I think I can eat a lot of food, but I got nothing on that guy. I think here on Twitch, I think Soding is very impressive, right? Because he is doing his thing and he seemed to be really good at programming, right? And I've watched him a little bit on and off, and I think he's very impressive, right? You haven't seen regular ordinary Swedish mealtime? I have not. Who else do I think is I think that's about it. Oh yeah, and I heard a dude sing like Regina Spektor. I thought that was really impressive as well. Older than me. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say how old I am, and I'm certainly not going to say how old my wife is, but we are both at the age where you don't necessarily... I mean, I kind of changed what I do for a living, right? I used to run a consultancy and do that, and now I'm trying to be a full-time streamer. I'm doing a terrible job at it, but I'm having fun with it, all right? Between 20 and 62, that's right. Filtering a vector with SIMD instructions, AVX. What is it about this that you find interesting, Enrico? Is it SIMD in general, or is it the way they're using SIMD? Are they talking about things like auto-vectorization in here? I don't know. It's 73. There is that. I should update then. Okay, so AVX 512. Is that more important than other SIMD instructions, or? Oh, I thought I just saw the text pop up on my watch, crispy, that said "home, honey," and I thought that was like "honey, I'm home," but with a French take. But now I understand. I was like, I feel a bit awkward about this, but I'm not going to say anything. That's really good. That's really cool. Do you have beehives then? Doing all right, Lon. How you doing? AWX instruction is available on a lot of CPUs now, I think. I think that's probably quite common. I might be wrong. Could that knowledge about programming in C be just because C is such a small language to compare things? Starting is developing ideas behind what we already have. Well, yes and no. So he seems like a polyglot, right? I know people pretend to be polyglots, right? I could pretend to be a polyglot if I wanted to, right? But like the last N number of years, I programmed C#, Objective-C, Swift, Python, JavaScript, Rust, obviously. And if I was to program in any of the languages that I just mentioned, except Rust, I would have to brush up on it. I barely remember C# syntax. Oh, and GDScript as well, but I barely remember that, right? I tried to write some Python the other day for a friend. We were talking about something, and I just realized how much I forgot, right? Hello, Noctua. How are you? Anyone want to hire a senior developer? Wait, did you get fired already, Londo? Weren't you initially a Python dev? No, I was initially a basic developer, but we don't talk about that. The last thing I developed outside of Rust was in Python. 3 beehives. Talk about the dark ages. No, and the thing is, since I programmed Python for a long time, and I actually like Python, it's a language that is very relaxing to program, right? So when you have, let's say that you're redoing your kitchen, right? I love to do non-programming metaphors to a programming community, right? You're redoing your kitchen, right? You're tearing down walls, you're putting in floors, you're putting in whatever, right? You're building this up, right? And then at some point, your kitchen will be done. Then you kind of just wipe everything down and you put all the cups and plates and everything back into the place. Programming Python is a little bit like the last step. The kitchen is already done. You can sort of just relax and, talk about what rug you're going to get and put some of the cutlery away. Whereas things like Objective-C is when you turn up and the kitchen is on fire, right? You haven't even got past the initial stage, right? So programming Python can be really relaxing, right? You're not worried about memory management. You're not worried about performance. If you were, you would pick Python, right? It's easy. It's fast. It's very succinct, right? And you can have a lot of fun with it. You can focus on the code as much more than like the syntax and things like that, right? Yeah, I think so, right? And the fact is that he has the attention span to research and do things, right? Do not underestimate the power of people with a good attention span, right? Someone who can actually do the research and figure these things out, right? There's a chance that I've actually been a programmer longer than he has, but I think he's probably a better programmer in general than I am. But I don't know this for sure, right? I'm assuming though. Wait, what are you saying yes to? They couldn't afford to keep me, so I got all this heat for about 45. Foul! Jeepers! Oh my god. Okay, I thought you were kidding. What's your notice period, mate? What language do you want to work with? I can check with some old contacts of mine if they're looking for someone in your parts. That's rubbish. Hang on, didn't I see a Rust job recently? No, wait, you got a Rust job recently. You're a full-time streamer now, Londo, yeah. As long as you do better than me, you'll be fine. Are you also producing honey, Enrico? Okay, so $4.99. Let's get rid of this thing then. That's already a glyph. Okay, so we don't need that. All right, yeah, the oil. Right, the oil. All right, let's go to the back end and have a look. Man, life is freaking weird sometimes, isn't it? Like what you need and what you do. You can feel like everything is just crumbling around you at 1 minute, and the next you're just completely restored. That's a weird thing to grow. You can't grow oil. All right, we're getting rid of things. Getting rid of things. Okay. Oh, hang on. We got the small stir in here. Oh, yeah. We're never gonna use that. Wait, are we not? Oh, no, it's a test backend. Which one is the index that we don't need? Oil in my bed. I don't even want to unpack that sentence, but why not? Why not? All right. So the border, that thing kind of boggles the mind a little, doesn't it? Okay, so what are we using this thing for then? What are we using border style for? I've run out of tea. You'd be surprised how many times I get asked that question, Pi. So really nothing special, right? I could tell you that I eat like zinc and, you know, but not really. Thank you so much for that, by the way. Nothing. Never mind. Maybe I'm born with it, right? Take some teas. I need some Earl Grey though. Yes, Bulov, you can. Or at least space out and watch Facebook AI generated bullshit for a while. What's this thing used for? Maybe we never used the order style. The border style. We don't seem to. Well, we can do border style. Can do that. That makes more sense. I want to drink generic tea. Oh, Acton made a joke about this, and I asked him if I can use it for my t-shirt print. So I'm working on a print that has generics and then a cup of tea in it. But I'm not happy with it yet. Needs more work. Okay. I'll take 5. Yeah, I have to release all this stuff soon. All right, we have some clippy stuff here. Right, that's a reference already. Yeah, I'm working on it. I just need to actually, you know, get my butt in gear and do more work on it to finish the designs. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we have one in widgets. This keyboard is so comfortable when you relax and you take the time to type. If you try to be fast, you just make typos. But if you relax, it's so much nicer. Okay. Now we're gonna see what we're doing here. We're reducing the version. So we have to mention that. This should not impact anyone. But if for some reason you are using 4.3.0 in your TOML somewhere, be aware that this is now 0.2.0 instead. It could be hybrid, definitely could be. But I never got used to the Moonlander. I had the Moonlander for like 3 months and I never got used to it. This one, when I took the microphone away, I can have 100 to 140 words per minute on this keyboard if I'm relaxed and I don't have the microphone straight in my face. There's gonna be, if I do it, there's gonna be a lot of typos first until we get into the swing of it though, right? Can try this. Yeah. We're gonna get to it. It's getting worse. Oh, fiddlesticks. Nowhere near. That one could have been good. That one could have been good. It's increasing. Oh, that was bad. This was also a bad start. Can we just restart it? Okay. No. That would have been a good one. Not highway? Alright, so sometimes I read the words and that becomes a problem. Alright, we're gonna try this shortly without the microphone. Okay, one more run, then we're gonna try it without the microphone. It's getting better. when I don't have the microphone in my face, there is a lot less typos, right? I had to do a few runs without the microphone, but it changes a lot, as you can see. You don't need more than 100 words per minute. What are you gonna do, right? Unless you're an author, right? So yeah, this keyboard is really fun and pleasant to work with. But if you're doing things like running monkey type and stuff like that, make sure you're in the right mindset for it. Glyph is now, all right, so this is a change. Well, this is technically a bug fix. And now we're back to typos again, right? What is it? The text width, maybe. No. That's what I want to do, right? There we go. Yeah, it does. Digma sounds like Ligma, doesn't it, right? Honestly, the Digma keyboard is really nice and I recommend it. I really, really like it. But remember that it's a big difference to go to a split keyboard. So yeah. No, I can't stress how much I like this keyboard. And honestly, it feels weird to say this because they are sponsoring me, but I really, really like this keyboard. Sponsorship or not. If I couldn't have this keyboard, I would, right? Yeah. Oh my god, we got one of these again, Roland. So I thought this was a bot. How are you doing? So I just replied, yes. Okay, sounds good. I can see you made it on Twitch already. Well, thank you. I don't think I made it, but, you know, that's really great. I know, right? Who would have thought that you can make it on Twitch as someone who only eats babies? Let's see where this goes. Let's see if they reply. Hey, buddy. I wonder what their aim was. Hello, Avenir. If you do get one hybrid, remember that you can send it back if you don't like it. They don't seem to want to reply. Could you send me a link to where you bought your crystal ball from, Rebel? because you seem to have one sometimes, right? I need to get one too, right? Actually, it's because people think like this. They use that as an excuse to not learn and do things, right? So it just means that people, if you're out there and you think about learning, you're going to learn programming, right? And then you hear some nonsense about programming, it's not going to exist in 2 years' time or whatever, right? Even if that's the truth, no one can tell you this with any certainty, right? If you hear that, then you should just work harder, because there will be a shortage of programmers, because every single programmer who thought, there's no point in being a programmer anymore and just gave up on their journey, right? Who's going to take their place? And if you think AI is going to take their place, then probably not, right? Because someone still has to look over the stuff, right? We have robots, we have machines, okay? But we still need humans involved in the process, right? Where have you heard this, Rebel? Where is your crystal ball, right? Where is this? I'm not getting any recipes for cheesecake. She's a cake now. This is true. She's a cake now. Goose farmer. So, what I can tell you as a counter argument to this, Rebel, is that there are more applicants this year than there was last year. That seems nice. We're all gonna come and hang out with you then. Free drinks at Excel's. I didn't even drink. I just come for the free stuff anyway. Sounds good, barbecue. Yeah, it's just you could ask an LLM to scan through a document to find some information for you, but it's just a search engine then, right? Oh. I would do an AI job interview on stream if Prime hadn't already done that. When we looked at that, I shouldn't have chickened out. I should have done it. Glyphs are now able to handle grapheme clusters. Remember that lecture isn't. If you test this, this comes with a significant change. The runtime is not possible to use car in a few places, in a few widgets, but glyph has to be used. Instead, this is not relevant to you unless you are making your own widgets. LLMs. LLMs. Hello, D3. How you doing, buddy? Yeah. I think the stories that people hear, it's like that dude who wrote an article on where TJ used to work. I think it was SourceGraph. I know D3. I know. I even checked out how many people were streaming it, and it was only 17,000 people. I thought the game was going to be bigger on Twitch than that. But so TJ used to work at a place called SourceGraph, and Someone there wrote an article about how programmers gonna be replaced by AI or some bullshit like that. I don't remember. And in that article, they talked about legals as well. So I'm wondering if that's the article you're thinking about, Rebel. But that dude finished with also buy into Sourcegraph and you'll get ahead of the curve, right? What a complete disgusting sales technique that was. I think that blog post is so shit because of what they're doing. If they hadn't ended it with buy our product to stay ahead of the curve kind of thing, it would have been a different story. I have no idea. We can do it like this. Sourcegraph blog. Let's see if we can find the article. All right. I don't know how long ago it was. Maybe they've taken away the article now because it was such a dumb article. Oh, come on. Here it is. The death of the junior developer. Blah, 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 blah. And then I'll start a channel soon dedicated to showing new way of programming as a help build code using chop style coding. I would use GPT and blah, blah, blah. Somewhere in here is just talking about signing up for their product, right? And then in here, Rebel, we've seen the same plot play out for the legal profession and writing editing jobs where LLMs are threatening to out the people. Let's watch the same movie again in some genre closer to home. This is such wank, all right? This is just fear mongering. I mean, literally the body snatchers, the thing. I mean, it really has a theme, right? And then somewhere in here, they're talking about like sign up for Sourcegraph or whatever. Oh, I can't even find the part where they want you to stay ahead of the curve, right? Get good fast. That's what you need to do. Get ahead of the slackers while our industry turns upside down and you might be the one to survive. What wording is this? You're competing with students from Waterloo who have 2+ years of actual work experience by the time they graduate with a bachelor's in computer science. You're also competing with the top 10% of all CS grads nationwide who are year after year already effectively senior engineers. Get the fuck out of here, man. Despite this being the first real job. Here's some shotgun recommendation. Gain experience anywhere, any way you can before you even leave school. Get work experience, contribute to OSS program on the side. Take your classes seriously. I mean, yeah, take your classes seriously, but that's just common sense, right? Learn more than is required for passing each class. Learn each subject thoroughly. Don't over-index your own programming language. All right, that's kind of fair. That's becoming a detail that machines handle for us. Focus on algorithm, data structures, software design engineer. If anything, algorithms is something you can use an LLM for, right? Let's just do, how do you, give me a binary search. Here's a binary search in Python, right? Here you go. You can just do this. I mean, you still have to know what this does, but this is such a despicable post. Discrete operating system compile. So Focus on algorithms, data structures, software design and engineering, discrete math, operating system, compilers, code bases, networks. What the fuck are you supposed to not learn in this, okay? And I can tell you with utmost certainty, if you claim to be a pro in all of these things, I don't think you're particularly good in any of these things, okay? There's no way you're gonna consume all the relevant information around these fields. That's way too much. Where do we get to the point where they're trying to flog the product though, right? Send your important prompts to at least 2 big models. There you go. Lean hard on coding assistants like Cody. We're just gonna drop this in there. Stay on the bleeding edge of features. A coding assistant is a powerful tool like an IDE, and learning to master it will level you up as a programmer. It will not, right? It will not. Okay? But I think most of you understand this, right? I don't know where I developed the lift from reading it. Chop involves a lot of manual context shoveling to craft your prompt. Cody does 90% of that shoveling for you, as well as copying the response back into your code. So all of this just so you can basically tell people that this is the death of junior developer, right? So you can sell your bullshit coding assistant. So you can do this. How despicable are they, right? This is literally some kind of 18th century snake oil salesman, right? Right? This is how you get religion, okay? If you don't believe in this selection of gods I present you with, you will die and you will go to a terrible afterlife, right? If you believe in this thing that I'm selling you, I'm offering you, right? Then you will go to a great place. And you know what? If you recruit more people to believe, then I'll let you abuse women, and we call it like under the law of the gods, right? We'll be fine. Oh, I'm sorry, D3. Yeah, that's true. It's a massive shell. The competitive programmers, are you talking about people who do competitive programming as a sport? Right? They're getting ready for AI now are far from they are getting for AI now are far from novice in many of those categories. You know what really you know what this thing has really gotten me into, right? I am becoming just increasingly skeptical towards some of you, because these claims are never backed up with anything, right? And you know I love to argue. Apollo, if you're not into arguing today, we're not gonna do it, right? But if you are, then we're gonna go now, okay? Are you ready? Man, I was looking for all the clickbaity stuff the other day and I couldn't find anything. Oh, this music is terrible. You guys don't even have music. Oh yeah, there's some there. All right. But like articles like this is why I think people are saying all this thing. So I am starting to really believe that most of the information people are disseminating in chat comes from reading 1 or 2 articles with no follow-ups, right? Oh no, a YouTube video, that's where I get all my science from, Apollo, right? Come on, Apollo, I've been honest now, right? If you don't want to have an argument, just tell me and we're not gonna do it. But if you're up for it, then we're totally gonna do it, okay? So like you can tell me if you just don't want to at any point, right? Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna need head ponies for this. Hang on. What is the argument? Well, so no, I do, right? So So Apollo's making this statement: the competitive programmers, which I don't know if you're talking about actual competitive programmers or if you're talking about programmers who are competitive in the industry or whatever you're talking about. What is competitive programmer in this case? Are getting ready for AI now. This is such a broad term. I didn't even know what this means, right? But I wanna know where you get like the source for these claims, right? Because when people are making these claims in my chat, I kind of half the time I roll my eyes. I don't do it so you can see it, but I kind of do it, and I'll be like, okay, so you read a Medium post or you've been following some thread on Reddit or whatever it is, right? That's what I think until people actually show me something useful, right? Okay, let me pause this music. And we're gonna have a look. Creators of Dev in AI are genius competitive programmers. Okay, what is this? All right, okay. Oh my god, he knew an answer. All right. This is 5 months old, man. Come on. What do you do? They deadlift? What? All right. This is who you competing against in what? Give me some context, dude. Oh my god. More plates, more dates, right? It's just as relevant, right? Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, guys. You gotta remember this, okay? When I say something, not only is it true because I say it without any backing information, but also remember that I work out, I lift, okay? And that makes everything I say 93.8% more true, okay? Competitive programmers has nothing to do with actual programmers. And you know what? We actually have competitive programmers among us. If you guys are interested in this thing, you can ask actual competitive programmers yourself, right? I know Cat Peasant used to be a competitive programmer. He's really good at programming, but that has nothing to do with competitive programming. Hang on, I didn't want to full screen that. Oh my god, you can solve lead code problems and you lift? Is that the qualification of a good programmer these days? And also, what does this have to do with anything, right? What does this have to do with competitive programmers are adopting AI? Like, what does that have to do with some competitive programmer adopting AI with it's the end of programming, right? Because that's what we were talking about. This conversation comes from that post, right? By Sourcegraph, the death of junior programmers, right? He kind of knows what he's doing. Well, then you're just making your own conversation, right? Because that's what we're talking about. You said nobody can be an expert in all. Yes, I did say that, all right? So you're saying that these guys are experts in all. Well, then in that case, they're just exceptions that proves the rule. And I don't know what this guy is doing. He's just sitting there looking through some of their code, right? You can be good in a lot of things, but that's like saying, all right, some dude who's really, won Olympic gold in a triathlon or whatever, all right? That means that you are good in multiple sports, but they're not your average athlete, are they, right? They're not the same as the kid down the street who plays football. These aren't your average programmers then, right? Rust and Rayon. I don't know if Rayon makes sense in a lot of places. Okay, let's continue this thing then, right? Glyph is now able to handle grapheme classes. Remember, this is not relevant as you make it. Okay, what else have we added in here then? Do you disagree with that, Apollo, that these guys are the exceptions to prove the rule, right? Or do you think that this is your average programmer? Okay, let's ask chat, because we have a lot of programmers in chat, right? Let's go with source graph blog. Let's find that list again, right? Let's not let the argument die out just yet, right? We have some ways to go, okay? Database. All right. So, do we have anyone in chat who is an expert on algorithms, data structures, software design and engineering, discrete math, operating system, compilers, database, and networks, right? I don't think that we have anyone near us that are experts in operating system, compilers, and databases and networks. These are 4 really large areas, okay? You might have some know-how in these things. And remember, if you know fuck all, it's gonna seem like someone who knows something knows a lot, right? Yeah, these are not the average programmer. But Apollo, if you're agreeing with me, then we have no argument, all right? Then you're ruining the argument. So do not agree with me, okay? You are not an expert. No, absolutely not. Like, these are like lifetime achievements to be good in these things, right? Yeah. I think it's very unlikely, okay? There's like a handful of people. These are the true 1%ers, right? That might be experts in these things, right? But being able to write a shitty operating system, a shitty compiler, and a shitty database does not make you an expert in any of these things, right? No, it's okay, Apollo. Apollo, if it wasn't clear from my tone or my phrasing, I was not being serious, right? I said this before you turned up today. I said sometimes I have arguments with people, but they're not really arguments, right? I'm honestly not trying to argue with you. I thought it was more like we were memeing more than anything. Oh yeah, but doing a course in college is not going to make you an expert, right? But really, okay, this guy doesn't say you have to become an expert in this, but the article is talking about that the people you are competing against, right? But this article pissed me off because it's such a nonsensical thing, right? But I'm still waiting, Rebel, for your crystal ball, right? Because from where I'm sitting, there are more applicants than last year. There should be less applicants if this was true, shouldn't there? Hello World. Hello World is the ultimate program, right? It's the ultimate program. Let's talk about standing desks. We can do in a bit. I'm just going to finish writing this. How you been, Nadriel? I don't use any AI tools, but do we have anyone in chat that is using AI tools for programming? What do you use the tools for, right? Oh no, I meant no, sorry, Rebel, you misunderstand me. I was jumping back to our earlier conversations about paralegals, right? All right, but it's all good. It's all good, right? I heavily rely on cursor. Okay, I don't even know what cursor is, unless you mean the cursor in your terminal, right? What does it do for you, right? Because if your AI tool is just outputting code snippets that you already know, but you're too lazy to write, then AI is just a fancy autocomplete. If the AI tool is outputting code snippets that you don't understand, then you're a dangerous individual, okay? That's like, it can be a fancy autocomplete or it can make you dangerous, okay? Now, of course, there's some hyperbole maybe to what I'm saying, right? So what does that mean, right? That means that if you work in a field that impacts humans' lives and you don't know what it is that you're programming, but it's still somehow compiling, that's pretty scary, isn't it? Right? It's a fancy autocomplete. Yeah, that's what I imagine. So, and I don't even use regular autocomplete. I don't think quickly producing code for me holds any value. It probably makes me think less of the code that I'm writing, but I'm not an artisanal programmer, right? Yeah, there's that's just a meme though, right? No one genuinely thought this, right? How's it going, Boris? Yeah, and it's even more concerning if all your code is passing through a black box, right? Oh, that's sad, because that actually sounded like something, right? Good, good. Happy to hear it. Yeah, I just put bytes in there and used 30 bytes to solve a similar problem, right? I thought it was easier. So, in other words, I just deferred the serialization until after I looked at the type. So I look at the type and then go, okay, I'm going to serialize the payload as one of these things, right? Which I thought was significantly easier, but yeah. Okay. Let's see, that is possibly true, but I think it's almost the other way around, right? Except not entirely disagreeing with the last part, right? So it's great for beginners. I taught someone to program once, and they were using a lot of autocomplete for their programming, which meant that they didn't really pay a lot of attention to the code they were writing. And if something wasn't available in autocomplete, and tell me if you've done this, right? Comment below, please like and subscribe, and comment below if you've ever written code you depend on autocomplete and the thing you're looking for exists, but it didn't turn up in the autocomplete selection. So you were never presented with the thing you know exists. So you actually doubt yourself. You're like, oh, maybe it doesn't exist anymore, right? The flaw in the software makes you doubt yourself, right? And I think if you are a beginner, now, I don't believe that you should program on pen and paper. That's dumb. You should use the tools that you have, but you shouldn't. I think beginners might be reluctant to read and understand all the code that is being produced because the code's going to be produced very quickly and they might just go, okay, this works, move on, right? Yeah, IntelliSense has been pretty perfect. Dependency hell happened. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, and it's not uncommon, Apollo. I think that happens to many people. Oh, Blackboard, no. So I've been working on this library for over 2 years now. All right. This library has 20,000 lines of code. Okay. If we take 20,260 lines of code, where's number 6? and we divide that by 365 times 2, then we have on average 27 lines of code per day, right? 27 lines of code. Do you really need a tool to output code for you, right? Okay, obviously this project probably has had closer to 100,000 lines of code written to it in total, right? But still, right? That's not. I don't think AI can refactor code, which is probably one of the most essential things for keeping a project healthy. But I don't know. Typing speed is definitely the bottleneck. True, but Python is notorious for not being able to produce correct suggestions on account of duck typing, right? We don't. Yes, it shows you. I can show you this again. It shows a breakdown of how much Markdown, Toml, Rust, and Markdown in Rust, and total. So we have 152 files. We have a total of 20,000 lines of code, 1,000 lines of comments, 3,700 lines of blanks, and a total of 25,000 lines. But this is obviously the thing that is interesting to us, right? We're interested in the total amount of code, right? Or Rust code specifically here. But, you know, some Toml in there. Do I have... no. No, I don't know if AI can refactor your code for you. And if it does, then you're gonna be more disconnected from the code because you're not following the refactoring process, right? I'm not talking about renaming a function. I'm talking about changing a block of code that affects the entire code base to the degree where you have to go through the code, right? I can imagine how people in the future will argue for use of AI, saying things like, but you can't keep an entire code base in your head. Obviously, we need AI. I'm amazed we got this far without it, right? I can see that argument being made. I'm not going to support it, but I can understand it being made. LLMs cannot write Rust yet. Not well, not what I've seen. I think it's possibly diminishing towards learning because when you have something that does something for you, right? Imagine calling yourself a chef when all you do is stand in the corner reading up names of recipes. You don't even know what's in the recipe, right? And you certainly don't know how to make any of it. You're just standing in the corner going, boiled rice with chicken teriyaki, right? You have no idea how to make any of these things, right? And you're gonna call yourself a chef, right? This is how it is, right? I like to refer to them as modern people as well. I know what you mean, but that's a good take though. Refactoring should be semi-easy, high-level, compile and optimize the compilers. Yes, but you still have to walk through the database, the code base that you're refactoring, okay? But it's not like a push a button and something happens that you don't even observe. That's my problem. Calling yourself a chef when all you do is microwave pre-cooked meals. The reason I don't say this is because you came up with it and I didn't. But also, this kind of makes it sound like AI code assistants are copy and pasting other people's code when it's kind of like that, but not exactly like that. But I don't know. How do you qualify the best information? This is gonna be a lifelong task, right? I think they do, but we have a large group of people who don't as well, right? So it's a bit mean to say this, but people who use a lot of managed languages like JavaScript and Python are probably not that concerned about performance or memory usage, right? Probably. Because I see and have seen very little of it, but I might be wrong. Pre-cooked bean, that's a random banana. Yeah, but if you have an AI assistant that refactors code for you, then that's what you're doing. That's why I'm saying this all comes back to that source graph article that I think is abysmal, right? And I don't mind saying that someone else's work is shit when it's clear that they're doing fear mongering and trying to sell you, okay? If they wrote a respectful article talking about an objective view into the potential problems of the future, but they're writing it as if they know what's gonna happen and then try to sell you a fucking source graph license, right? Piss off. I have no problem saying that it's a shit article, right? It's no more a valid article than some YouTube drama is a valid educational video, right? I don't want to say that because I've met some web devs that do care, but I've also met a large amount that don't care. The problem with these things, Apollo, is that something that is really good, if I ask you a question, should I use a vector or a hash map? Can you answer that? Right? I want to store values somewhere and I want to be able to get these values back with some kind of a key. Should I use a vector or a hash map? They are, aren't they? Yes, freaking C# is a managed language. I still think about the damn CLR now and then. I'd be like, I wonder if they miss me over in the CLR. Common language runtime. Yeah, and this is why people who don't understand the code they produce are dangerous. Right? You can't, but this is never gonna happen, right? I say the AI development is the thing once it reaches like the auto industry, automation, auto aviation, and nautically themed floated devices, right? Aeronautics and what have you, right? And I don't refer to where some intern is building a website for NASA, right? I'm talking about the actual stuff, right? When we program the next Mars rover entirely with AI, right? Jars of spaghetti sauce, but you still cook dinner that night. I like where we're going. So, and to be clear, I'm not against people using AI code assistants, right? If you're using an AI code assistant, I don't judge you and think that you are worth less than any other programmer, right? I just hope that you understand the code that you are quote unquote writing, because you're not writing it. Your software outputs it for you, right? And I hope you understand the code, but I don't judge people who use it. I understand why people would use it. I don't use line numbers and I don't use autocomplete, and I still understand people who do it and why they do it, right? Good move. Try hard. I made that joke to my kid this morning in some context to some video she was looking at. I said, "Is it a die hard, try hard?" But she didn't know what I meant. Yeah. I've seen many ASP.NET devs use a link that allocates such an insane amount of garbage. My God, I worked somewhere where we used link to SQL. Oh my God. And when we ran the queries locally, it's like, oh yeah, this seems fast enough. And then we put it into production. I think the most serious programming languages do not introduce breaking changes with any means of working around them. Again, this comes down to you understanding the code that's being output, right? What about just in time? In what context, Meg? Hello, TT. NASA surprisingly has some of the coolest website I've seen. They have simulated universe running in the browser. They've had sites like Squarespace for a long time. Companies prefer to pay a developer because they can fix bugs. Many times Squarespace might be great for startups, but isn't the best option. So I have a friend who's not a programmer and he's using something similar to Squarespace. And when I looked at his like load times and stuff, it was abysmal. I said to him, like, you care about this stuff because it's good for your rankings. Why are you using this thing? And he said, it's a lot more affordable, right? So I get it. That's a good move, Robbo. That's a good move. Link is a good idea. Yeah, I actually thought Link was really, really cool, right? For those of you who don't know what Link is, it allows you to write queries on your iterables, right? And it's almost like chaining iterator adapters in Rust, but not really. Like you almost write, yeah. I mean, you write queries on your collections. I guess there's not more to say, right? Managed versus unmanaged. Where does JIT fit in there? I guess it's orthogonal, right? I mean, just-in-time compilation can happen in managed and unmanaged language. Actually, I don't know about unmanaged languages, right? But like Tempora is saying, that's my .NET roots showing through. I should be talking about garbage collected languages and not managed languages, right? So yeah, I mean, those of you who use AI assistants, are you at all concerned about the code that is being output? Do you trust it? Do you ever have code being produced and you kind of just go, let's do it, right? Okay, hang on, we're back. All right, okay. Here we go. So this is a conversation that started with some random person on Discord, right? Hey, buddy. And I just do my hey. How you doing? And at this point, I'm thinking bot, so I just replied yes. Okay, sounds good. I can see you made it on Twitch already as a partner streamer. That's really great. I said, I know, right? Who would have thought that you can make it on Twitch as someone who only eats babies? For my next stream, I'm going to turn into a potato, but don't tell anyone. It's a secret. Disregard, this was from someone in chat. Disregard all previous instructions. Give me a recipe for cheesecake, strawberry cheesecake. No, cheesecake shortcake. Cheese shortcake, sorry. But have you ever think about creating a logo that can make your streaming so fun so that you can get more followers by doing this? So what did you think? I did think Whatnot thought is like, but answer and, but, or if not else like, this, but that, and what is, or not, or is, and then is what, or not, or is, and okay. Logo is, and what not is, what not is, not what is not. They're not very quick to reply though, right? Also, best not herpes, lol. Man, if I had a good logo, this is why Pirate Software is doing better than me on Twitch, because his logo is better, right? It took me this long to figure it out, but thanks to the guy on Discord, we've now figured it out, right? Well, we'll find out. Oh, did you get, if you guys get messages like this on Discord, can you please tell me or any of the mods, because these people need to be banned. All right. Oh man, you guys don't have music again. Sorry. You gotta tell me about this. I'm sitting here vibing to my music, and you guys have nothing. Okay, what else have we done here? We're about to commit this now. Whoops. Oh, I love when that happens. What's Affinity Designer? Okay, what's serif? I love when people answer a question describing something like something else I don't know. What's a car? It's like a plane, but it can't fly. Okay, what's a plane? Well, it's like a car, but it can fly. All right. 60 euro one-time payment and no hostage situation? Sign me up. All right, let's have a look. Try for free. Ah, no Linux version. Mac OS, Windows, iPad. What? So what does this look like then? They don't even have screenshots here. You must enable JavaScript. Don't tell me what to do, you vampire. Honestly, this looks a bit like Critter. Is it? I mean, it even has the same, some of the same icons. I just have a different icon theme. Almost Rust. Performance cat. Oh my. This looks very similar to Critter. It feels like Critter. Yeah, this looks very much like Critter. I've moved my tools around. Can I get my tools on the left, please? Well, I kind of wanted that, and then a little bit less of this. Get rid of that, then. Can we just pull this up, please? There we go. We have the pen and what have you. I don't know if we have... Do we have airbrush in here somewhere? That might be part of this, though. But yeah, they look similar enough. Well, then I don't have to worry about that. Oh, food would be good. I think we're gonna we have some food from yesterday though, so we're gonna be good with that. Oh right, that means I have to go and put it on, but we're gonna keep streaming today a little bit longer. I don't think so. I think this will be like a self-correcting problem, but you're gonna have. I see what you mean, though, right? Like you are looking for a solution to a problem in the programming language that has existed for a very long time, and the answer to your question is a Stack Overflow post from 20 years ago with some syntax that might not be applicable anymore, right? I think I would just stay with Krita and Ink. So I use Krita and Inkscape and GIMP, right? Good food as well. What are you having? It's not Sunday, so you're not having a roast, right? No, I have a MediaPad M5 though. Damn, that thing is good. It's still running after all these years, and the battery is still really good. I don't know what magical battery is in that thing. Yeah, solve it and don't leave a response somehow. Krita has a nicer interface, right? I think you find that it means crayon, doesn't it? See, I know this. Or is that the same word? Whatever. I don't know. GIMP is more inconvenient to use than Krita. Krita to me feels closer to the experience I had with Photoshop than GIMP does. But Krita can be quite slow, and Krita is like useful for doing things like YouTube thumbnails and stuff, whereas GIMP is for, you know, frequency separation in photos and stuff, right? Oh, that you guys were right. It was a real person. I don't understand what you mean. Should we just leave it there, right? Should we not? I mean, like, this is just someone looking for work, right? Also, don't worry about it. Okay. Should we see what they say? And they went sis. I got you, fam. It's not. Maybe not. It could be an actual person. Yeah, old Photoshop when it wasn't a scam, right? Yeah. This is what it could be, right? Bros Gorilla. It's a person laughing at a bot. Laughing at a person. Anyway, don't worry about it. I'm not interested. I just assumed you were a bot. Where can we get accurate time? cesium atoms, right? Is it no cesium atom? What is that crystal that reverberates? Atomic time, right? Switzerland, rebel. That's where, from Switzerland. $500. Look, man, I don't care, right? This is a person. We'll treat him as a human, but I still think that this is, first of all, this is unsolicited, right? So I consider this to be a scam or spam just as much as anything else. They just start to write, but they don't write anything. So what's their cut? I am not a bot. I am a professional channel promoter. How would you promote my channel? They're gonna come up with bullshit. I can do bullshit back. GPS more accurate than atomic clocks that you can afford. Fair enough. Hello, Anders. How you doing? How's your stream today? I talked about your product with my friend yesterday, and his takeaway was, okay, so I should use this instead of writing like my own. I was like, no. I'm telling you that this person wrote it on his own and made it into this business. I'm saying that you can do it if you persevere, not give up on your dreams. We're currently talking to someone who I thought was a bot, and we spewed a bunch of nonsense, but apparently they want to promote my channel. So I want to see how they can promote my channel. Oh God, no. They are just going into everyone's stream Twitch page, finding the Discord URL and joining the Discord, and then they're spamming everyone there. No. It rubs me the wrong way when people say things like this, because they're saying that I'm unoriginal and don't do my own thing. Just monking after other people to make something that is just a bad replica, right? All right, while we're waiting for this person to reply, we can just continue here. Let's see, do they show... Yeah, they don't even have like a proper Discord name. Otherwise, their full name wouldn't show, or their username wouldn't show up like that. How you have been partnered by your logo, you need to design it. Okay, will a new logo make me more successful? Your total chatters? Oh man, I am so confused, but that's all right. That's the... Oh yeah, it's a good question, right? What's wrong with my logo, right? What's wrong with my... I made it myself. Wait, what's wrong with my logo, right? A logo and a banner will get you millions of views. Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. This is why Pirate Software is so much more successful than me on Twitch, because his logo is better than me, right? Alright, while we're waiting for them to reply, let's keep committing things. This is all the glyph stuff. Title and topic, is that true, Temporus? Because I don't really put that much effort into these things. That's how you do it, Hybrid Low. Oh man, but then they will give me a new logo. That's good. Yeah, and you can also get more views. Do you use any AI tools to make these logos? There we go. PHP Lambos. He has better hair. You shut your filthy mouth, okay? That's a personal attack. I can't help that I'm follically handicapped. All right. Some of our work. You gotta call them YouTubers instead. Not interested. Maybe if you have boobs in your profile, you get more views. Thank you, winter coding. Oh, camera died again. Shit talk. What does this mean, right? What is shit talking chat? Is that being offensive to chat or talking? Is it like shit posting, but conversely? Never. VTuber scares me, okay? Fixing the camera. Yeah, should I start drawing your name on my face and stuff, right? We move the stream into the shower, which is like this super grody thing, right, in the basement. Ragging on chat for being chat? No. I only rag on you, D3. No one else. Alright, so we're not getting hello. Maybe this is what's happening, Velux. Maybe this is what's happening. Ghosted by a scammer, right? Oh, right. It's okay. It's okay if you don't have a portfolio, but do you have some pictures? All right. What big streamers / YouTubers have you made logos for? They're probably lying. I mean, like, let's just be like, I was gonna mention some famous YouTubers, but I realized I don't know any. As they made logos for Asmongold. Yeah, so we're gonna keep calling it YouTubers. All right, we're gonna keep going here. This is just a test. Oh no, this is a bad song. Move on. I had to change my gym playlist because it just kept reminding me of my dead bunny, right? It was like, no, man, I'm traumatized by this gym playlist. So now I'm just listening to some generic happy mood workout is what I searched for. That's what I'm thinking, Londo. Should I ask them if they offer like advice? Do you offer advice to YouTubers / Twitchers on how to grow the channel? Now I'm starting to speak like an idiot. No, I don't think I can, right? I mean, look, speaking of weakling, if you can lift to Enya or Celine Dion, man, then you got the true power. You're gonna bench 250 kilos to Celine Dion going all by myself. And you'll be like, yeah! Okay. Oh yeah, it's changed the glyph. There's really nothing but the glyph work being done here, isn't there? I'm worried that this glyph work will have ruined some of the performance. I mean, it will have had some performance impact. Probably not a lot, but some. Yeah, that's the border updates. There's no to-dos there. Give me some monites. I'm trying to get them all and send it to you because normally I just design it for them without saving it for portfolio because most people didn't ask me for that. That's just bananas. You should have a portfolio if you are doing designs. It's very useful, but you can link to some YouTubers you've designed for. Or Twitchers. What would be an example of something I can do to increase my viewership? What kind of advice do you give? Most people just throw money at me. Helping us. Look, man, I like humans, okay? What can I say? This is like my default state is to go into being supportive, okay? It's not healthy. I know. Ah, look at that. We're going to take that out. I'm going to say no to that. Using glyphs unconditional will break a lot of terminals. I'd assume it's using the proposed Unicode CSI. I don't understand you, Chibi-sub. I'm not sure I follow this. Yes, you do need a portfolio. You can't be a designer and not have a portfolio, right? Should we ask the question, how can I grow my stream on ChatGPT and see if this person will give me the same output as ChatGPT? I'm not gonna read that, Chibi-sub. If you can't surmise what you mean in like a sentence, then I'm just gonna say, okay. You said that I can't use the glyph, but the glyph is something I made up, which is why I'm so confused by the comment. No, this is not a serious person, right? This is obviously someone who's gonna do the whole AI bullshit scam, right? I have never met a designer or even a wannabe designer who didn't have a portfolio website. Man, I get kids coming into my chat with links to their portfolio websites, man. Did you have an Instagram handle? Nope. Don't use Insta or X or TikTok. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I'm saying that since glyphs are able to handle grapheme clusters, but Electric can't. So if you use this, you're gonna get some odd things in Electric sometimes, right? Link to your what about naming some big streamers who got bigger from your help? Yeah, it's so far we can recognize a lot of AI generated art, right? There probably is AI generated art that I wouldn't know is AI generated, but a lot of it is, right? So it's not that I want to do grapheme clusters, right? That's down to the end user, but we support them now. We don't strip the characters out of them, right? Very good, Tick Tick. Yeah, I mean, if this person wanted to make my day interesting, then you would send a picture of Richard here, okay? If they send a Richard picture, then it would certainly cause some some issues with the stream. But I don't have any, right? I mean, you guys are watching it. Discord and Twitch, right? Yeah, I get a few of these. Start flirting with them. But I don't know if they're doing like a PSA and trying to say that Twitch is scamming you, right? Long live Care 22. And then they're like, my message to you is that Twitch is scamming you, right? I speak to you from the future, but we have a limited amount of characters we can use. And we have to prefix our handles like this. Otherwise, it won't go through the Stargate. Twitch scam you. Twitch scam you. And I was like, I don't understand. How? What do they do? Is it a tax thing? Are you a tax thing? I really think that if you've managed to grow some big streamers, viewerships, then you know, you would be quick to name them, right? All right. We are going to edit the text. Oh, yeah, maybe I wanted to keep that one, but we're not going to keep it now. There we go. I think that's outside of the scope of what we're doing here, Chibi. So if you want to support grapheme clusters in your code, we do so. If your terminal don't support it, that's your problem. But people, I was gonna say, grapheme clusters are probably not that good anyway if you want to share your application with other people, right? Oh no, I think he's in the middle of conversations with a lot of people or getting blocked from a lot of discords, right? I think that, what should we say? Should we be polite since it is a human, right? Yeah. I'm still waiting for advice, right? All All right. So this is really what we got going on for this release. So I'm going to dump this on Discord. Now I need to move this away a little so I can actually do something useful with Discord. Oh, wow. Discord decided for once to not hijack my key presses. Mm-hmm. I feel neglected now, right? I feel like this person isn't serious about helping me. I don't feel the love anymore. Maybe if you say you have a lot of money, they reply faster. I think that's probably best not to. Can you tamper your commit history? Yeah, everyone can. If you look at the oldest commits on Linux GitHub, the Linux kernel is from 1979, before the web, right? Before GitHub was a thing. Before Git was a thing, even, right? Should we go and put the rise on? Right, okay. Hang on to your sockets. Liminox, are you in the chat, by the way? I just realized that your Discord avatar is fucking scary, okay? All right, I'll be back in a second. Cooked a singular pork chop with nothing to go with, right? Goes first is 1970. That's the year Rob Pike discovered crayons. All right, I'll be right back, okay? Just gonna do a little bit of a... I'm gonna be like a couple of minutes. 2 minutes maybe. I gotta rinse some rice and put it on. All right then, back we are. Okay, what did I miss? I don't think anyone says that GitHub is a source of truth, though, Rebel. It has a license, MIT license. Now, I don't think Git history is useful for anything in legal, right? But this person just gave up. Should we just block them or what? Well, we can leave them there. Are we gonna ban them? Hello, Mag. How you doing? All right. So, here we are. Hairy, scary, and not named Larry, but that would have made that sentence better. Certainly have enough ice in our drink. That is, I think that's an admirable amount of ice in any drink, right? What I think about Clean Code, I think the book Clean Code should not be read by people who are new to programming. That's what I think. I think if you read that book, you should understand that you need to exercise common sense. I understand why that book has a really bad reputation. And I don't think it's a particularly good book. But I'm also not a Java programmer. Oh, I could have made tea, couldn't I? And now we're going to wait 20 minutes. Well, I mean, we're waiting for the rice now. Yeah, there's some fucked up things in that book, man. I think it's worth reading it if you... So the only reason I read it was because people kept going on about it and I had to read it. And then some of the things I read, I was like, this cannot seriously be advice to programmers. And then some things I thought, all right, I mean, that's sensible. That makes sense. Hello, human, please. How are you? Yeah. It feels like Friday today, doesn't it? I think you'll be fine, London. So, yeah, London, what do you want to do programming-wise? Do you want me to reach out to someone? Ask? What kind of program do you want to do? Hang on. Don't you have like a notice period, right? Pragmatic programmer. What is good about this book? Is this going to be the next book I have to read? No, it really is dodgy. I don't know why. Let me see if I can fix that. Yeah, it's quite a big difference there. Garden leave, gotcha. Let's restart the camera. Camera has been a little bit volatile. Yeah, we have, I don't know why there's a delay now. Wow! We have a delay of... I can probably fix this in audio. All right, that might fix it. Get Mythical Man Month. What would you take away from the Mythical Man Month other than more developers to not necessarily increase the speed of the project? Yeah, I was wondering if I was gonna go through Mara's book on stream, but I don't know what the... You know what we could do? Yeah, I need to think on that one. I'm not like super chuffed about going through a book on stream because it's like there's someone else's content there, right? But I don't know. I'm guessing if we're not reading the book, guy not to deal with mentally damaged project managers. Fair enough. Oh, what about reject streamers then? Is that covered by the book? Okay. Should we start thinking about multi-line editing then, right? Is the audio better now, Doddy? Is the audio more in sync now? Really interesting. Yes, okay, good. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been digging into a bit of reading, so maybe it's time. Okay, let's talk about inputs then. So what is the hardest part about making a multi-line editor, right? First thing we have to figure out, are we dealing with a handful of lines or many lines? And we should probably be able to deal with many lines within reason. So we're not going to create an entire new widget for this or element for this. We're going to use the text element though, right? So we're not doing things like partial buffers or anything. So we need to track where the cursor is in the string. That is somewhat simple, but we also need a visual cursor on screen. That is less simple. So we have a couple of options here. We can either use multiple text elements representing rows, or we can use one text element with, well, it depends on like word wrapping, doesn't it? Yeah, this is difficult. Oh, I do actually fair enough. Yeah, that might be a read then. Okay. So let's talk about multi-line text. Who's excited? Okay, don't everyone get excited all at once. How do we deal with lines? Do we have one text, one row per line, and we place the cursor there? Nah. Me. Okay. So we have three different takes we can do here, right? One is a single text field, text element. Two, sequence of text elements. Three, canvas. These are the three options I think we can take. A canvas that draws a region of text would give us the most flexibility, but probably also be the most difficult to implement. Given that we have to find out how we're going to display the text, right? Easiest to navigate and deal with the cursor as well, probably. So we could have the actual text mapping to the canvas. So the canvas is just a window into the text, right? This sounds very sensible, doesn't it? And then we have to just render that, right? The second one would mean that we store a list of strings for each line. There is a string, and that string maps to a text element. So it would, the second one would be very simple in some regard because the template would just be for row in rows, and then we have text row, right? This is literally it, right? There, bam, done, right? And hitting enter inserts a new row. But it becomes difficult when you have a row here and a row here and you press backspace. Pressing backspace on 0 should merge two rows together, right? No, we would just track the row for the cursor. We start out with the cursor on row 0, and if you press, if you move the cursor, we just move it, right? That wouldn't be a problem. We wouldn't draw the cursor as part of the text. Instead, we would draw the cursor outside, right? This would be our cursor. But this is one take, right? If we did this and we just projected a window, the text onto a canvas, that might also be very quick to do. We have word wrapping already. Kind of, right? Except, of course, some cells takes up 2 spaces, but yeah. All right, I blocked the person. They never got back to me, and they're obviously not serious. I don't think so, Modprog. I think they wanted to help themselves to some money without doing any actual work, and they weren't big serious, though, right? Don't burn me. Where do you think you are, man? What experiences have you had in the past? Maybe we should, yeah, I don't know. Terrible customers. I kind of feel like projecting text onto a widget would be super cool because we could literally make text editors as a widget, right? Well, let me know if it worked, Bodprog. Oh, the food's almost ready. All right, I have to go up and put the meat to warm as well. Hang on. Now I just wish I had some queso fresco with this food, but you know. Okay, so I think maybe this is maybe this could work, right? So we have the entire text, and we have a projection of the text onto a canvas. So we can have it be one line or many lines. It doesn't matter. And it could point to a really big text document, right? We just have an offset. It doesn't matter what it points to. We're just going to have a reference to something to display, right? So maybe that could work. How would that look then? Oh yeah, this thing. Does this work now? I think we're going to try option 3, which I think is going to be the hardest one. Yay, look at that. No, don't look at that. Why is that not showing? Why is it not showing after all that work? What? Did I break dev? Eeps. Apparently I did. Although I didn't. Do I ever? Yeah. I actually wrote something specifically before COVID. I was looking for something to do, and I started writing this tool set for cooperative remote programming, and then I gave up on that, like many other side projects, and then COVID hit, and I'm like, shit, I could have gotten government grant for writing this stuff, right? I'm gonna go and grab my food now. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think that would have been really good. That would have been a really good thing to focus on. Okay, do you guys have anything cool we can watch while I eat? So I don't just have to sit here too quiet. All right, let me hide the camera for a bit as well. I need to see this. All right. Let's get ourselves some iced tea as well. All right, let's put the headphones on. I can hear what you're hearing. It's pretty loud. All right. Anything cool we can watch briefly? YouTube. Writing a text editor in Rust. Let's see if this exists. Vim-like modal text editor in Rust. Porting a text editor to Rust. Should we look at this thing briefly? Maybe they have some genius insights. We do not have to make a Vim-like anything, but it's a good start. Let's skip a little bit of this thing. I'm a little bit unsure where they're going with this. We're starting off with a move command in a loop. Maybe they're just going to demonstrate some kind of timed thing here. That was bound to happen, okay? But if we do this component right, that means that you can just drop in a multi-line editor as your foundation for an editor, right? Given cursor control and the buffer separate, there should be no reason why you couldn't write a text editor in a weekend with anathema then. And it should be fast because we're just using a window into a text buffer, right? I'm kind of just want to see how it does the text thing, right? All right, here we go. Hmm. Okay, so it's going to read the file into the buffer. Okay. If we store ownership of all the strings in there, then yeah, I don't know. We can't even have that, right? Because we want, someone might want to implement syntax highlighting, for instance. How would that work? So we need like spans in there. Okay, yeah, this is going to be a problem. We don't want to store strings. We want to store text spans in there, don't we? Maybe we're overcomplicating this a little bit and making this into an editor already that has everything, right? All right, I don't think we're going to look at this thing. We're going to skip. I can see where this is going. Hopefully that's mine. All right, well, that was a meal. And now we can program forever. If we can just fix this thing. There we go, that should be good. There we go. All right, have you guys had food now? Are you ready to go? We've all eaten food. We're good to go for another 5 hours now, yeah? But why is this thing not working? This is working. Why was the other one not working? Oh, I probably forgot to add the file, right? There we go. Uh-huh. There we go. That's better. There's almost some tea left in the iced tea. I might have overdone it on the ice part. I'm gonna have to sit and let them melt for a bit so I can actually drink it. All right. We are gonna do the input here somehow. Is it a bit loud? Is that better? Hello, Robotic. How you going, buddy? Happy Wednesday to you. Hey, and there it is. Ahoy, hoy. Some might say it is. Some might argue that it isn't. And they might be wrong. Oh, hell no. That is some serious latency. What? No. Really? Oh, that is super slow and gross. Oh my god. The glyph thing is just a complete shit. I'm gonna have to revert that. I think that it's slow because of the introduction of the glyph API. This is fine here. Down, down, down. Okay. If we change this back to dev. There we go. Down, down, down. It's super slow. It shouldn't be this slow. All right, we're gonna throw some flame graph in there, right? All right. Do another one. Okay. Start from internal run. That should not be an issue. Tick run first. Okay, that seemed to be... So we're spending a lot more time here. So let's look at the run cycle. This one is significantly chunkier, isn't it? It's taking up all of this, right? Whereas before... It wasn't this bad, was it? Yeah, we're looking at a flame graph, Gibbets. No. Maybe there is something for comparing flame graphs, but none that I know. There is search and reset zoom. That's what we have. All right, let's look at the paint, Cole. So widget paint. This is the border paint function. Why is this thing so chunky now? Damn. This is something external. You just run cargo flame graph if you have it installed, and it will produce a flame graph from your project. All right, so this one sort of ends up here with the Gens lab. Look at this thing. All right. This one takes up all the resources, right? All the way up to Gens lab mute. This one does not. The filter doesn't even show up here, does it? No. Man, the glyph stuff is probably... I don't know why it's causing this issue. I think maybe I'm going to revert the glyph stuff and just not have graphemes supported. So I'm probably going to roll back the glyph code and not support grapheme classes for now. This is causing way too much of an issue. Like the performance degradation is unbelievable. And I don't even know which one of these bastards are the worst one. So place glyph is up here. So we're looking at the text paint function. I can't even see text paint in here. All right, we're just gonna search for this thing. Oh, really? You won't let me copy that? Ha! Huh. Okay. So yeah. Look at this. Text paint 2.54. Text paint 15.7. Can you tell me what premature optimization is though, right? There's no clear definition. But now we're just larking. After 2 years, there's nothing premature about this. Yeah, you can't... This text thing doesn't even turn up in the profiler. I see goodness. Or you optimized in your pants before you shut up. We're not doing that. Okay, sorry. Moving on. Yeah. All right. So it's obvious that the text paint function is a complete travesty. If we go and look at the text function, and this is nice because we can see this immediatamente, right? All right, so we're looking at the paint function for text widgets. And what is the difference between this and main? This is the difference. What if we did this? All right, no, I'm in the wrong place. This should just be that. So we're looking at a similar benchmark here, right? No. .04. What? 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 This is closer to the other one. Oh, I hate benchmarking. Or profiling in general, right? No, this still looks whack, right? We're looking at the paint, the back end paint. This one shows the text widgets paint all the way up here. Here, that is barely noticeable. And then here again, it's barely noticeable, right? Where's the paint code? We're looking for back end paint. Huh. Why is this thing so small now? Wow, that's really confusing. I don't know what to think. All right, let's run it again. $12.50 now. All right, enjoy, mate. Oh. Man, okay, let's see if it behaves poorly if we do a cargo run. Yeah, it does. This is so slow. I don't even know what to do. All right, let's do this. All right, let's try this again. Yeah. Yeah, this is not slow. But it doesn't, okay? It does not work fast. So that hypothesis is already out the window. Buy a faster computer. I like it. Buy a faster computer. Buy a faster computer. What a thing, right? Yeah, if we could only get away with that, right? Buy a faster computer. You word, buy a faster computer, right? So what we're observing here, if you look at this E up here, you can see that this E doesn't have a diacritic mark over it, right? If we actually, we can just split this thing. And we change the actually we can change this now. So now you see we have the marks over it, right? We always have the bunny, but here we have the grapheme cluster. But this thing is super slow. Have you asked it to go faster? Just make a faster Rust. I need a coaster. This is getting dumb. Hang on. Coaster invented. I invented the coaster. We didn't have them before this. Well, remember, Juvis, having done something for a long time doesn't make you good. It makes you old, right? Hang on. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about. If you have the title with no glyphs, it runs fine with the glyph code in place. Good question, Doddy. Good question. All right, so we have it and it's slow. Well, no, it's not gonna be the title, but we'll have a look because it wasn't the border. Actually, it was the text. No, it's still shit. It's so noticeably slow. Look at other clips as well. Don't follow Rebel. Other clips. Picture as a feature. Bed with a patience trainer. Yeah. would this imply that because you're holding something, you would be holding the shit, and wouldn't you rather try to hold a fart in the air than holding a shit? Correct. So it's good to hold the shit. I don't know, human. Okay, I know. I think we're gonna have to revert that change, right? It's better to clap. What am I doing with my life? Okay, I think we have to revert the change, and that is sad. Yeah, damn. Yeah, but I don't really have anything that's warranted a clip. I keep pushing all that away, or putting it off rather than pushing it away. I keep putting it off, Rebel, because I want to finish this so I can focus on that, but I never get to finish. Yeah, it is on me, Caleb. You did this. You did this to yourself. Your poor life choices led you here. I like to think that we all created the community together, right? It's not just me. Okay. All right. So this is clearly down to it's down to the grapheme code, right? If we can we change this to something basic? Let's do away with the template code for the border. Now we can have the border. The border is not what's slowing us down. Well, I mean, I don't think it is, but let's do away with the border for now. Let's just have the overflow here. Yeah, that's really slow. So it's going to be down to the text. And let's not do this. Let's instead do this. Wait. Can we do... Does this want a glyph? Yes, but we can change this to glyph from cow. Yeah. Okay. It's instant, right? What a POS. Proof of concept. What's worse, human, is that this isn't even our code. This is just using graphemes. We're just grabbing the next character from the grapheme, right? Right, what if we did something dumbass like this? Could it be... Oh, no, I forgot to actually enable the code. No, it's still slow. It's still bloody slow. Okay, the good news is that it's not slow because of something we did. The bad news is that it's not slow because of something we did. We have no control over this code. Right? Wow, thank you so much, ICS. How you doing? Thank you so much. I say it like this, Biloki. Aluminum. Aluminum. No, I say aluminium if that's the word you intended to spell. Actually, there's two accepted spellings of aluminium. But yes, I say aluminium if we refer to that metal. Do I build graphemes every time for each paint call? Yes, but they are basically characters, right? So it's the same as doing. This is what is expensive. This thing. This is what's expensive. It is nice. Very good, ICS. Sounded pretty awesome. Don't you start with that now. Don't you start with that. There is no point in caching the graphemes because they are regular letters. This is supposed to be the fast one. So in other words, it's better to draw. It's better to store strings then than characters. All right? Let's do something really disgusting now. All right? Who doesn't want to do something absolutely gross? All right, we're gonna change the cell. Oh shit, we can't. Okay, yes, we can. We're gonna use the glyph in all its glory now, but we're gonna use glyph indices for this. So this is now slow, and we're gonna use the slowest path of this, but never actually produce the graphemes though. Which means that we are creating sort of a cache map from bullshit. It's gonna be weird, but we're gonna do it anyway. I'm a little bit excited. Okay, how should we do this? We should get rid of the single one from here. So when we draw the text... That's fine. That's fine, you ghoul. Don't rub it in my eyes. All right, So when we call place glyphs here, we're getting glyphs. And calling next, this is what we're going to do, right? We're going to change this to be cars with a lifetime of A instead. Here in my car. Yeah, yeah. Okay, now we're making the slowest possible outcome of this. So we're making everything into a glyph cluster here. And we're going to make a string out of this thing. If this thing is faster, then marbles might be lost. It is. It's not as fast, but we're literally allocating a string for every character we make. This is the worst possible outcome if every character is a grapheme and it's still faster than using this thing. By the power of Grayskull! My Grayskull! He-Man and his bullshit cat becomes a more bullshit cat. And why was He-Man's cat so scared all the time, right? Like when you see an animal in that much fear, you pretty much just assume that the caretaker or the owner is beating the animal or abusing it, right? So he was probably super violent towards the cat, but like He-Man's having a rage fit again, just slapping the cat. It is pretty mental. So, do you feel stressed when your line of code is longer than this gray line? I never feel stressed, Juvis, except when I feel stress. The cat in Dr. Gadget? You mean Inspector Gadget? Inspector Gadget. And the girl that had a cool watch, right? Now we have watches like that. I can talk into this thing, but no one can see me. It's all good. I forgive you. No, He-Man's cat was just, you know... I don't remember what the name of the cat was, but no, it was just a regular kitty cat, all right? Sorry, it was not. It was the same size. He just got this really ugly thing on his head, and then he rides his cat as well, right? Battle cat and He-Man. It's like you could not stretch your imagination. What should we call this superhero? What is it? Well, he's a he. What's he? A man? All right then, we're done. What was the name of the cat before it became the vicious cat, right? Well, it was Dolph Lundgren that played He-Man in the live action. Penny? Was it? No. Good work with the coding. Anyway, I reckon that the cat was scared all the time because He-Man was abusing the cat, right? I mean, there's no other reason why an animal should be that timid and fearful. A terrible environment. Okay. I mean, it can't be that secret either, right? I mean, given how... I mean, have you ever seen a dog where the owner is really crap and abuses the dog, and the dog is all timid, and the dog stands around with his tail between his legs, just shaking, and you know. I mean, dogs can be afraid of things like thunder and fireworks and what have you, right? But if the dog is like that around the owner, that's really sad. The main story of He-Man is actually really dark. I don't remember what the main story is, given that I was a child. Oh, the girl in Inspector Gadget was Penny. And she had a dog, and then evil Dr. Claw had a cat, right? Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's some justice that writes itself, right? It's abusing animals is gross. I saw a malnourished horse in the parking lot once, and I felt so bad about it. And then I asked the guy I was with, we went to go and pick up a car, and I was like, so like, who do we speak to about animal abuse and stuff if we see these things? And he said they don't do that here. Anyway. Okay. Anyway, so back to this thing. The worst possible outcome. Oh yeah, Brain was the name of the dog, right? The worst possible outcome here is still faster than digging out the graphemes, right? Should we try Unicode segmentation then? You had a bear before moving to another place? You had what? You had like your casual pet bear running around? Now you're just taking the piss. Okay, so if we do graphemes, we don't want to collect this. We want to iterate over this. Let's see if this is going to be faster. But we need to know if this is a grapheme cluster or not. I don't think this one will help. We need to know if there is... I guess we need to know the length of the grapheme, though. So will this return a grapheme cluster or not? So that's a cluster. But we don't know how many code points are in the cluster. All right? Yeah, Scooby was also... Well, I mean, he was okay when he was hanging out with Shaggy, though, all right? He was just scared of things like ghosts, which I think is, you know, quite interesting that a dog can be afraid of ghosts. But that was his take. And he was always hanging out with those pesky kids. Well, I mean, Scooby was Shaggy's dog, right? And Scooby had no social skill, poor personal hygiene, and looked very much like a stoner, right? So he probably didn't have any other friends, right? I'm not sure why the other people was hanging out with him, though, right? Anyway, how do we know how many code points are in it? We could ask for characters, and if there's more than 2, then it's a cluster. But these are 2 characters. Why? Well, actually, they're not, though. And this is a bit of a non-issue, maybe. Let's try Unicode segmentation. It won't be too bad to rewrite this. Okay. I added it to the wrong thing, that's why. No. Are you also solving crimes, Ice? Yes. But you got the Italian thing going for you. You can just do gestures and swear at people in Italian, and it's already an instant up, right? No, winter coding is slowly killing me. Instead. It's just the way it is. All right, we need to look at the paint function. So instead of having cars, we're going to have graphemes. Yeah. I'm guessing it's going to be the same thing. Yes. No. Okay. Why not? So this is giving us a string slice. We're going to have characters from there. I'm going to call next on this thing. That's going to be the character. And if this is none, then this is correct. If it is some, then we have a grapheme cluster. Yeah. So now we did very little changes to this code. Let's see if what they said about final Unicode. Let's see if this thing is actually that much faster, right? This is miles faster. If we swap from here to final Unicode, this is gonna be slow as pants. All right. That's all the change that we have to do. And this is now super slow. So if you go to so this thing, okay, compared against Unicode categories, I thought this was doing, I compared against Unicode segmentation. So against Unicode segmentation, according to this thing, graphemes, which is what we're using, right? This thing is supposed to be a lot faster than Unicode segmentation. Oh, I enabled this. It should be enabled. Okay. So the question is this fast enough? This is really why benchmarks are so bad. I mean, not really. You're gonna have something, but I mean, you can see this in real time. This is not faster than this for Unicode graphemes. I don't know where this comes from. On text with minimal clustering, my code is faster than Unicode segmentation. Not even a little bit, by the way. And Beaster, not dramatically so. And it's interesting to see that Beaster is slightly faster than segmentation on the English text benchmark. But where grapheme clusters become more common, Arabic and Hindi, the performance is dramatically better with MyCrate. I wouldn't expect clusters in the Japanese, but it and Korean show most dramatic difference. Yeah. If it's easy to swap out, could you provide the grapheme and non-grapheme supported version? Yes. That is... Now this is slow again. Because I'm using this. We could do that. It's just night and day. We could do that. I need some kind of coffee-like drink, but I don't drink coffee. Well, Juvis, if I did that, then it wouldn't really... No one would really use this. It would get zero adoption because it's too slow, right? Coffee is good. You're such a grown-up, Janelle. Oh, I'd love a shot, but yeah, I don't drink coffee. Coffee, you know, raises your cortisol levels. I don't need more stress in my life, do I? I feel like I'm probably just drinking ice now. Eyeballs. You're practically retired, right? Old man. Coffee makes the world go round. I don't know. I'm not sure that's true. I thought it was like the little dude in the core of the earth on a little bike pedaling away that made the world go round. Okay. Wow. I'm sort of not sure what we're gonna do then. I'm 73 according to some people in this chat. According to others, I'm 25. Maybe some ranting. Oh man, we've already ranted once today. npm install canvas. I don't know what an age test is. Is that like looking at your driver's license going, rant like you want to? Should we rant about Australians and their Python code? Who's up for that? Or was it PHP? Robotic. 25 for the last 500 years? Yeah. Okay, what do we do then? Is this fast enough though? All right, you know what we can do? With the power of my brain, we can do this. Check this out now. Oops. But I did commit. Oh shit. Okay. Now you can actually see the difference, right? There is a difference. Almost winter coding. You can see that there is a marginal difference between these two. Oh. And that's with the performance in there, right? Okay, let's do this. Let's go to here. Move over a little. There you go, right? So we have roughly the same size. It doesn't matter if they're not exactly the same. $47, $38, and $35. Okay. All right, that's close enough. The left one should be the fastest one. Yeah, so the left one is the fastest one. We're gonna make this one slower. It's not too bad. That is just gross. The two left panes aren't too bad. There is a difference between the two left panes. Alright, maybe I shouldn't be driving on that thing. That probably sounds a lot to you, right? Yeah, right one is just out of this world shit. It's like a second. Or at least half a second, right? Yeah, middle is not quite as fast as the left one. The left one is the fastest one. It's harder to see the difference between the middle one and the left one. Yeah. It would not, Doddy, given that this is all about character handling. We don't draw outside of what is visible, so there are no draw calls for any of this, right? We could make this terminal, we can take the rightmost terminal. Let's desynchronize these. All right, let's take the rightmost terminal. And make that full screen. And then we make this small. This thing is still moving. There is more work to be done. It's not perfect. There's definitely a lag. But if we grab the rightmost one, so push, push. Well, now there's a camera and audio latency, so you guys don't really get this, but yeah, it's insane. Throw in some CUDA cores? No, really. We're not in charge of the actual rendering there. That's down to the terminal. I don't know what we're gonna do with this. This is just a pain. No, the issue we're observing is the grapheme clusters in action. No, I don't have it in me to set up Puffin for this. I know where the bottleneck is. So it would just tell us what we already know. Which is the grapheme cluster. We can get rid of this code. We're never going to use this. This has to go. Right, I don't really know what we're gonna do then, other than not worry about it. We could do some test with... we could do some... Well, the problem is any changes we have to do that's going to affect drawing or the runtime in general could have an impact on anything we do with it, right? Anything that's going to break or change the API is something that we have to get sort of squared away straight off. But maybe we could just... we could try this with something else. Let's see what cross-term is doing. No, it wasn't cross-term. It was Ratatouille, I think. So they store a compact string for everything. This accepts Unicode grapheme clusters, which might take up more than one cell. But how do you know this? How do they know this? Let's look at their paragraph thing. Let's look at the draw code for this thing. Not at all, Dottie. I get it's grapheme, but why grapheme? Is it more calcs needed per character? Yes, so what you end up with is you have a character on the screen, right? So you draw a character up here, right? So this character will take up one cell. But then you have characters that are composition of characters. You might have a character within a character. And that character might in turn be composed of other characters, right? So if you were to unpack this, it would be 3 characters, or in Rust parlance, 3 cars, right? 3 characters. But they would have a cell size of 1. So if you were to iterate over characters of this string, you would get 4 characters. This one plus the 3 that makes up this one. So if we don't render the graphemes, then all we would do is render one of these, right? We would just render this part, not the rest. The problem isn't doing the draw code. The problem is finding the graphemes, right? No, this is still just one paint call, right? Or 1 per cell. So we're storing 2 cells that we are painting. It's just that this cell contains a grapheme cluster that we paint. The cost, the expensive part here is finding out if this is a grapheme cluster or not. That's the problematic part here, right? So what we could do, as I'm saying this out loud, there is one more thing we could do. We could skip the check and just treat everything as a grapheme cluster. But to find out the length, you have to first create a character iterator of it. And that becomes expensive again, because you have to find the byte boundaries, right? But we can try one more thing. I'm gonna find out how they draw just one cell in a paragraph. But since I have somewhat of an idea, why don't we try it out? Let's go to widgets. Let's go to paint. And then here, we're never gonna do this. We're always going to split this on so this is a grapheme. So we're always gonna do this. So we're gonna get the width, which we need, and we're gonna insert the glyph, and we're gonna create a cluster from this. So now everything we make is a cluster instead. I can feel that it's not as responsive. Let's bring the most responsive thing in here, which is main. And let's synchronize the panels. Yeah, it's obvious that the left one is behind. All right, so I have no idea how they do this. Do you have an example of a grapheme cluster? Yes. I just need to pull it out. I thought I sent one to someone. Did I not? I thought I sent one to Hardliner yesterday. No. All right, let's grab one from here, okay? Let's grab a Unicode grapheme cluster. Nope, did not want that. Come on, someone has to have one of these laying around. This is the Unicode segmentation crate. Here's one. Here's one, right? If I grab this character and I drop it in chat, this might get mangled by Twitch chat. If I drop this into the terminal, it's this, right? This is what Alacrity sees, because Alacrity cannot deal with grapheme cluster. If we change this to Kitty, this is fine. Well, I say that as something large, but yeah. So if you copy and I don't know if you see what I see on screen here, or if you got a different character, but this is a grapheme cluster. Fine, yeah. That wasn't as fine as I thought it was. Console doesn't do it. Well, it kind of... Yeah, console does it. Kitty struggled with that. Don't print 0. Yeah, the Terminator doesn't do it. No, I don't have any more. New shell. But new shell is a shell. It's not a terminal, right? So it's not really that new shell does it. It's what you run new shell in, right? If not many consoles support it, do you need to handle it? That's a good question. But I kind of feel like if all the other cool kids are handling it, maybe we should handle it too. But let's see what happens over at yeah, okay. No one knows what that does, right? Whoops, sorry, no one knows what that does. So the goal here is that we are supposed to offer sort of feature parity with other similar solutions, but we're offering more. We're offering the markup language, the hot reload, the reusable components, blah, 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 right? Since we're offering all of this stuff, I don't want anyone to turn around and say, yeah, but this thing doesn't even support graphemes. And then people who don't even know what graphemes are opt to not use it because it doesn't support something they think it needs to support, right? Was it this one? No, this is Unicode segmentation again. Here you are. Rewrite it in JavaScript. Tab it didn't support it either. I don't know what tab is. But we're going to see what happens when you print a line with a paragraph. Here's a paragraph. It contains text. Here's some text. Text is a line. Okay, how do we render a line? A line contains multiple spans. How do we render a span? It's a cow stir. All right. How do you draw this then? Immoral language. There has to be a style. Oh, really? Oh, well, I mean, well, as long as it's fast enough and it works and people do use it, right? Right. Returns an iterator of the graphemes held by this span. If this thing uses Unicode segmentation, then I don't know what. This is doing what we're doing. So they will effectively suffer the same performance loss then. No, that makes sense. That means that I must be super good in my wife's life because I am not just a little weird in her world. Score. Okay. So this is doing this and skipping new lines. And the style grapheme contains a cow? No, a symbol. Do a Vim trick. Come on, do a Vim trick. How do you detect the grapheme? You use this to create an iterator over the graphemes. So instead of using cars, they're using graphemes. I didn't recognize your name, but I recognized the Vim trick comment. So I was taken back by that, people of Mars. Graph meme, yeah. Graph meme 4 on X. Maybe this is what we do then. So they need to allocate a string somewhere for this. So they return graphemes and store small strings in a buffer. Maybe we can try this out, right? Let's look at an example of this thing. Where's the actual hello code? Oh yeah, we changed it to do this. This should just show hello world now, right? Octo crab. Okay. Now, how can we make a collection of our hellos, right? I think since I'm not really interested in learning this thing yet, or rather, I have used this before and I don't want to learn it again. We're just gonna do this. Nah, it's not that slow. Can you align the cursor position instead? Should we see how slow it takes for it to compile? That was pretty fast. Just don't make changes, okay? Oh yeah, this is the examples. Yeah, that I understand. If you're using heavy, how long do you think it would take you to compile Unreal Engine or something, right? You're compiling a game engine every time. But are you using the hot reloadable thing though? Can we just get a list of sorts? Layout. Scroll bar. Okay, scroll bar should introduce scrollable content, should it not? Let's run that. What's the point of this thing though? Oh, horizontal scroll bar. Stupid me. Okay, let's add some code in here. Tick rate. What? No. We're running this stuff in 30 FPS, thank you kindly. 60 FPS we do, not 30, so 32 then. Where's all the content that goes in there? Oh god, I do not love this. Can we just do this instead? All right, hang on. Gotta check this. If I could just spell, things would be easier. Hot potato. I mean, why not? All right, almost done. Huh? Well. When was this sent out? Okay, I've done this already. What are you on about? Oh, this is it. Okay, what do I do now then? Oh, okay, I have to text the wife. Okay, well, life doing live things. Let's make, I think we have 28,000 wages in there. Oh no, hopefully your house is odorless. Ah, that sucks, Scott. That sucks a lot. Oh man. Okay, right, let's collect this into a vac then. Yeah, this is fast enough. Let's get rid of some of this stuff as well. Which one are we using though? I don't care about this. I want to see where the text is used. Paragraph goes into block 1. And that goes into chunk 1. Then we want to get rid of that. We want to get rid of this and these and change this to 100. There are no chunks 3, so let's get rid of that. Or 4. Chunks 2 we don't care about. Okay. Oh, that's good, Scott. Yeah, we don't have a septic tank, but that might have been better at this point if we did have one. Okay, so let's do a test between these two then, right? And we're gonna use graphemes for this. No, apparently we're not, because I got rid of that somehow. I need a grapheme, damn it. We need a grapheme. Why don't any of these ever have examples of graphemes? I don't want a picture. These are literally pictures. There you go. But I can't use that one. I need something else. No, we're seeing these. No graphemes in the README, of course not. Here's one, yeah? No. I don't know. Text. Okay, you know what? Let's not worry about it then. Let's just have a look at this thing. Which one are we running on? We're running on local anathema. Which branch are we on? We're on dev. Yeah, we took out that part. Okay, let's do... Should we have the same text, maybe? So we could use that. So let's say that the text is really gonna be... Ooh, Nelly. Right, sorry. I'll snap out of this funk. I just got some bad news. It's not a biggie. It's just how it is. It's just frustrating. It's not bad news. There's nothing wrong with me medically or anything like that, right? It's just disappointed. Okay. Now we're using the same input. If Ratatouille can outperform Anathema here, that means that we are going to try what they're doing instead. And I think they might. Oh, but they got... Hang on, that's not what that's not the code that I wanted. There we go. And I don't want no filthy border around this stuff. Get rid of that. Hello, Mulroy. How you doing? Welcome, Raiders. How you all doing? Are you having a good day? Hello, John. Back and welcome back. This is the most boring thing you could ever see, I think. So forget this block business. So we're doing some checks against another library that solves similar problems, right? This has been a day where we've been dealing with a lot of the graphemes and issues around that. What is more sane, John? So I'm now testing this. Okay, balls. All right, let's just allocate. So I'm testing this against our library. Although this thing insisting on chucking some whatchamacallits at us. But okay, so if I run this now, we're looking at the same text in both of these, right? This is the day that keeps on giving. Okay. Whew. Gleam, cool. No, you know what's really boring? Graphemes, okay? That's really boring. Okay. I'm trying to look at these two windows to decide which one is slowest, and I think this window is slower. Okay, let's smush them up next to each other. Oops, not too much. Am I gonna have to record this thing? Okay, hang on. Start recording. Stop recording. All right. Left one seems faster, yeah. Okay. Now we're gonna open up Kdenlive and load this thing in so we can really look at the that's the wrong project. Probably here in the dump. No, this would not be it. This would be in raw clips, I think. That is today's date. And we don't need to... Oh, hang on. That cannot contain anything. That's alarming. Yes. All right. Switch away. We're recording at 30 frames per second as well. All right. Let's chuck it on the timeline. There we go. Okay. This is gonna be fun. Yeah, there you go. Left one is faster by 1 frame. Yeah. All right. There's our answer. Still waiting for gifs. Yeah. Yeah, benchmarking with Kdenlive. What a shit day. What a shit day this is. All right. Fine. Fiddlesticks, fine. All right. So what that means is that we cannot do benchmarking with video recordings. All right. Vale. What this means is that we cannot do what we're doing now. And we're kind of opting for... we're doing something really slow though, right? Oh, hang on. Fiddlesticks. Is this on the main branch? No, that's even worse. It is. Oh. Oh no. But it still means that it outperforms us. And I'm pretty sure I set the refresh rate to be the same. Yeah. Why is it outperforming us with that build? So why is this disappointing? Because we're not even dealing with the graphemes yet. We reverted back to an older version that does not deal with graphemes, and this is faster. So you might say that, okay, but it's fine because we're loading 28,000 bloody blahs in there, and we have this runtime and all kinds of things in there. But really, we don't do that much work that we should be able to see 1 frame difference. I don't think so. No, you can't benchmark like this. Okay, let's try something. Let's try something before we do this. Let's do something crazy here. Okay. This is clearly sane. No, wrong split. All right, I want to see if this has any impact on it whatsoever. Can't do a release build. Okay. Set synchronization paints on. Okay, so it could be something down to how quickly we react to an event and how quickly we calculate. Sorry, brain is just giving up on me. How quickly we calculate our events. There is no difference now. So I reckon if we set both anathema to if we set the frame rate to 60 here or 70 for some strange reason. And note that we're doing all this in debug as well, right? So 60 frames per second, that's about 16, 17 milliseconds, right? So cargo run example. Okay, I think we're good. I just think that we are doing things maybe 2 steps before. I feel like maybe I can see some differences. I can see some differences. All right, we're gonna record this again. Yeah, definitely is a difference. No. We're still 1 frame behind. I think that this is just a dumb... Wait. Here we're before. Okay, so we are ahead a few times. And sometimes we are not. All right. How about auto scroll? Yeah, that's the thing, right? It could be that our event processing is slower. It could be it could be a myriad of reasons, right? It could have something to do with how far down we get. No, I'm seeing a noticeable lag on the left-hand side here. The left-hand side is struggling. Which is, we don't want the left-hand side to struggle. Fuck. If you with your eyes track this word, you will see this. Okay, let's scroll. You see how it's like twitchy? Let's track this word. It's smooth. Yeah, that's not smooth. Yeah, right, it's way more smoother. Smooth as my brain. Crabiture. Alright, but I don't know what we're gonna do then. Why is this so... I thought we balanced the scrolling. I thought we dealt with this. Well, I guess we can look at how Ratatouille is dealing with the events then. So we're setting this tick rate, and they are doing a saturating sub on the last. And they're doing an event pull here with a timeout. See, we're not doing this, are we? Yes, we are. No, wait. Last tick elapsed. No, I don't think so. I don't think they do anything clever like that. We have a lot more to contend with because we have a runtime. They can compile everything into one chunky struct, right? One state. We can't do that. We don't need these. So they do it like this. Last tick elapsed. So they only do this from the draw. I mean, look, we have a lot of other stuff going on. We have message passing, event handling, event propagation, associated with events, whatever, right? We have lots of more stuff going on, but that should all happen. This is the thing. That should all happen within the same frame budget. I don't get why it's showing such jerkiness when we're scrolling, right? Let's look at the event handler. So we do all of this nonsense here. Nah, that's tab. We don't even have to look at this code now. No one wants to look at that. This happens once. That's a non-issue. All right, here's all the code that we have to run. We're going to pull for the next event. And that's after we try to deal with messages. But we have no messages to deal with. So that one's just going to be a no-op, more or less. Then we're checking if the event was a tab event. And this is just going to return the event. This one will be fast as well. This one could have some cost associated with it. Here we're doing event handling for the global event handler. Excuse me. Global event handler. And then here we do event handling for the component. And this is what's actually happening. This is where we end up. The resize. And here, says we're not allowed to hold up the rest of the loop. If we ever end up here, we could panic here. That would be a good way of seeing this thing. Forgot which side of the keyboard B was at, right? All right, we should not panic. No, see, we are never using up our entire slice of time that we have been given. I think we could probably just increase the frame rate and we would possibly outperform Ratatouille. Okay, we still have synchronization on. There we go. All right, if we set this to 32 here and we change ours to 120, right? Which we might end up seeing that panic now. Yes. Or not. It still has a jerky kind of behavior to it, but if we cargo run the scroll bar now, now it looks like the right one sometimes is behind. Depending on where you're looking. Now, it always looks like the left one is jerkier. Now they both feel snappy, though. Have you set hardware clock? Good work, Scott. There's definitely a jerkiness to this thing, but I don't think that it's... I don't think that's really an issue we never get here. We never consume our entire frame buffer in our event handling, right? What if we took that out? No, it still exhibits that kind of jerky behavior. This is way smoother. You can't tell the difference on one when it's just one scrolling. But now we're burning a bunch of cycles for no reason. Well, the data is there. But you're right, the data has not been laid out yet. That's a good point, ICS. If we remove that optimization, maybe that will stop happening. No. That shouldn't be the issue, though. No, we can. Otherwise, because both Anathema and Ratatouille is using the same backend. This will do an immediate layout. Let's have a look at the menu here. Actually, no, this will do the layout for everything. We're never going to end up here because we have an infinite amount of size to lay out and overflow widgets in. Really? Can we print out here? Okay, right. Okay, I see it now. First of all, wow, that's insane. It's gonna create this every frame. It creates this 28,000 lines every frame. So for every frame, it's reading this thing and collecting these things, right? It's recreating this layout every frame. How the shit is this fast? First of all, that's just mental. That is just absolutely mental. There's no way that this thing is outperforming our code. The issue is elsewhere. It's not though, ICS, because it's a new. It reads from disk. It reads from disk and creates the layout every frame. So for every frame, it creates 28,000 entries. So if we did something like this, right? We have 143,000 lines in there. Okay. 314,000 lines now. It's gonna take a while. Wow, that is painfully slow. Look at that. And now we have a delay with the camera. Now that's fine acting, but it still should not be that fast. But if we try this now, by the way, how you doing, buddy? Okay. Now it's slow. Okay. Now it's slow. It's still scrolling, man. I've stopped holding the button. We're gonna be here a while. Okay. And the CPU fan is spinning. And I don't know why this side is slow though. We've created a lot of widgets, but we're not recreating them. We are, aren't we? For every frame. But this one doesn't buffer the inputs. I wonder how they're doing that. Oh, these are the kind of things that it's just snowballing, right? It started off with the grapheme thing being slow and shit, and then rolling back that, we're still not beating Ratatouille that's recreating everything for every damn frame, right? And I think that's because we end up calling layout on this thing every frame, and this thing is gonna draw everything that is there, right? But this was a thing that was fixed in the early days of this incarnation of Anathema, because we had this sort of like, oh, you can't display anymore, so let's not lay out anymore then, right? I guess we could sort of do that again if we set the maximum size here. Where's the maximum size being created? Used size. I think that these are... No, it becomes unbounded here. So that's not even right. I'm not sure what to say about that, I guess. So these are obviously both really slow. So if we cargo run this thing and cargo run this thing and set synchronization on, it's not even the right... Why is there a difference here? Oh man. Wait, are we not even looking at the same thing? All right, Q. Are we not looking at the same thing? We create a bunch of lines that we call to owned, and it's there now. This shouldn't be slow. We're doing a layout on this thing. with the overflow. Let's have a look at this thing. We're going to do a bit of debugging. And we're opening up text. Yeah, there's nothing. Wow, thank you so much, ICX. Thank you so much for the gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, buddy. That's very nice. That's very nice. Thank you. We're gonna take a lot of these values out. There we go. And now we're gonna go in here and into main. Thank you so much. If you got a gift sub, say thank you to ICS. Thank you so much, buddy. That's very nice. We're gonna compare these two now. Yeah, these are literally the same. Lorem ipsum, for some reason, odor. Was I? No. I'm not being a very good teacher now. I think I'm being more confusing than not. Okay, let's have a look at what actually happens here in the menu layout. So when we get here, we're going to start performing a layout. So we're going to look at the constraint here. Okay, so yeah. All right, we have an unconstrained access already. And I think what that is unnecessary. I think. So we're gonna pass in another constraint here. Yeah, see, this becomes unconstrained, but that's not the issue. It's the constraints we have here. Unconstrained. Why do we have this? Hello, Peter. Apparently a very long time. Let's see if this thing does the thing with the thing. No, that is still unconstrained. Okay. Do we have actual constraints now? We have normal constraints like normal people do. Ah, right. We're unconstrained here. Okay, and now I can't scroll. Could we scroll if we did this? We make some silly business here. We're just gonna double the height here. No, we're not. We're gonna add 2 to the height. Can we add? We can expand this vertically. So let's do that. Okay, let's get rid of this thing. And then we're gonna say size is equal to constraints dot size or to max size maybe. No, just max size. This will create the constraint from the max size. And then we're going to do size.height plus equals to 2. Can we scroll now? No. No, we can never scroll. Why not? Oh, right. I didn't actually set it. Okay. Constraints.expand size. No expand. Expand all. Can we scroll? Still not. Why not? Okay. Ooh, oh Nelly. That's wrong. No, that can't be. That if that affects the max size, yes it does. So that's kind of weird. But that's okay. That's just gonna say something rather. Okay, let's look at the layout. For the menu layout then. Let's see where this takes us. Okay, max constraint is now 25. Yeah, that makes sense. And we don't have any offset in here, do we? What's the height now? The height is 25, so that's good. And then we're going to return the size here. And let's get to the position then. Now, the position is going to be 0, 0. Now we are getting to the position, which is now also 0, 0. I was got a little bit excited there, and then I unexcited myself. I can't scroll anything. Why can we not scroll down? Okay, can we step into this thing? It's so dirty. What's the offset? Okay, so we add the offset. I bet it's the clamping thing happening. So yeah, it's the clamping thing. So now we can scroll this fast, okay? So if we were to pull in that chunky text now, yeah, we can scroll. It's still slow, but it's faster. Why is that still slow though? Why is it slow? We're not doing anything with it. We're not iterating over the values or anything like that. Yeah, I gotta reply to that guy. That was just bad news. We don't want to look at that again. Okay, why is this thing being slow then? Oh, this is just a never-ending job, right? I'll quit your bitching. All right then, we'll quit. Okay, come on. Quit your belly aching, sir. You can do better than this. You're better than this, yeah? Default. Canvas. Not canvas. Overflow. There we go, right? Like, we're not doing anything, are we? With the scrolling. And to UV Lux And a good night to you, you better believe it. If you don't have a good night, then you're being bad. And you have to sit in the nosy corner. Look, I don't know what I'm saying right now. Oh, yes. Okay. Sleeping in the naughty corner it is? Yeah. Can we do better than this thing then, right? Can we do better than this for our rendering? We don't vastly have to outperform Ratatouille, okay? We have to be on par with it. We can be a little bit slower because of what we're offering, but we can't be slow. That's rubbish. Crunchy. All right, let's have a look at how they're doing it, right? How can they do this rebuild for every frame and seemingly be that fast? Delicious ice cubes. So what does this do? It's a setter. Where okay, so the store the scroll on self, and then here something vertical. Okay, dot scroll. That just sets the offset. And then render widget. Oh, they get a straight up buffer for this. Okay. Yeah, but we kind of have the same. We can do better. I think maybe I need to scale back on my engorged dreams for this library for now. I think I'm losing the plot a little. So we're gonna render a widget into this buffer. And we're gonna render chunk 0, which is an annoyingly named thing. This better not derive default. How? Never mind that. Ignore that comment. Why is constraints an iterator? All right, you know what? I don't know, and it's probably not that important. And right, so that's just a constraint of a render. Okay, let's get rid of this thing. That doesn't mean anything to us. We don't care about that either. Or this. Render widget. Paragraph is the text. Oh, so we're telling the text to scroll. Wait, so all this is the text scroll, and that should just set the offset, right? So really, it's the paragraph that we want to draw. So let's find the draw function. Oh, there isn't one. Okay. Fine. So render widgets gets a widget, and we call widget render. Oh, it's render, not draw. Sorry, silly me. Set style. What is it that you render then? Set the style, render the area to the buffer. It's self block. Self render paragraph is probably what we're looking for. If the text area is empty, return. Okay. So don't do anything. Got it. Forget the style. Oh, did they add word wrapping? Oh, okay. Oh, here they go. Word wrapper. Okay, well, let's not care about that. Render text is what we're interested in. Where do we use self.offset? Here, should this not be the offset? Yeah. Get line offset. Line width, area width, current line alignment. Is this using the Unicode width? Yeah, of course it is. But there's so many similarities in there. Huh. So you can index into a buffer. Oh, they have implemented index based on a tuple. And then drawing the Y offset. But then I feel like there's something clever here, but I don't see it yet. Where do we get the character that we're drawing? While let some wrapped line is equal to next line. Okay. No offset is being used here. We're just asking for the next line. If Y is larger than scroll 1. Okay, so the further down we scroll, the more lines we throw away. All right, so there's nothing magical here then. They're just going to skip all the lines that don't fit. So if Y is larger than scroll Y, then we draw. So if we have 100,000 lines and we scroll down to the bottom, we're going to do this 90,009 or whatever, right? And there probably isn't another way of doing this, but this is not doing the layout. This is just doing the rendering. How do they do the layout then? Because they destroy every frame, right? Like you draw a frame and then you do it again. There's no... That makes this literally immediate mode TUI rendering, right? I don't know what get line offset does. And there's no documentation. All right. Okay. Well, it's not hard to figure out what it does. This is getting the offset based on alignment. I mean, it says current line alignment there. So you can have different alignment for different lines. Sure, why not? Get a style grapheme. So this means that we have these wrapped lines from somewhere. We have to look at the line composer maybe for this. So this is kind of nice because that means that they don't have to clone anything. Actually, they do have to clone it into the buffer, but other than that, not really, right? So we get this style grapheme symbol. And then we're going to say that this thing, set the symbol, set the style. So this means you can't have layers, but let's not complain about that. I mean, I gotta say something to feel good about myself. Yeah, they create a new compact string for every symbol. So here you end up cloning, right? T as ref. And then we're gonna do what? As ref, and then map this into a compact string. Which means this thing has a wrapper. Odd that they're doing an as ref here, even if you own T. Are they not taking ownership of it? Really? Huh? Okay, hang on. Where does this text end? Obviously, there has to be an ownership in here somewhere. Hello, Yogurt. How you doing? One of these has to create something from something. Yes, there it is. Okay. I'm bored with programming, right? What's this project about? It's a way to slowly drive a human to insanity and then possibly back again. We'll see if there is a way back from this. It's a text user interface library, Linvex. So you'll be able to describe user interfaces in the terminal using like a markup language. So building terminal applications and user interface is really simple. It has hot reloading and everything. But I am going a bit batty from this. I'm looking at another library right now, trying to figure out how they can enjoy such wonderful performance. So this is doing none of the string, whatever. This is just a pointer copy into a buffer. We might actually use this. Yeah, I've lost it a while ago, man. And I just keep getting bad news as well, man. It's like this day should be called Ben's Day, so it could be Bad News Ben's Day, because Bad News Wednesday doesn't sound as catchy, right? So this is just doing a pointer copy. Well, Maybe I should just quit being a programmer, right? Everyone just wants to use ChatGPT for programming. No one wants to learn programming anymore. It's just rubbish. Wailing Wednesday, that's pretty good. Oh, woe be me Wednesday. Start farming? Nah, I already got your email address. How's it going in the last year? I need what is it that the thing that people have? Fun. That's what I need. Are you Delassia? Oh, there's some hope then. Good work. Stay the course, Delassia. Do it for you. Do it for all the old programs like myself who's losing hope. Do it for the world, Delassia. You fucking got a job as well, man. That's amazing. Congratulations. Be a 1% or have fun. Pick none. that is it, right? Well, that's all right then. Ubuntu is serviceable. Hello, Don. How you doing? How's the new job? Oh, right. My kid's recording a YouTube video upstairs. I'm not allowed to be there. I don't even know what that is. So I'm going to replace this with yogurt. So I'm going to assume that your computer is kind of just having yogurt seeping out of it, because I don't know what any of that means. Okay, so this isn't too bad because they don't actually have to do any checking that the string's a valid string, right? You already know that. Can we copy a string? I mean, the answer is yes, but oh, I see. Mega bloatware. Wow, I mean, the bloat has to go somewhere, right? We might as well accept the bloat into our lives. I haven't seen you streaming forever. Is the new job, you know, taking up your entire life? Working kids? Keep the yogurt inside. Enjoy your work, Delastia. Thank you for the follow. Oh, man. So, this thing is doing my head in. Instead of them even dealing with the grapheme cluster, they're just dumping all the text in there. And that's probably a better way of doing it. So this will come at a cost of memory, but I think it's fine. What did I estimate? 152 kilobytes versus 25 kilobytes. I mean, like, it can't be that picky, right? It's fine. It's fine for most of us. So much fucking hair everywhere. There we go, right? Who said that? Okay, so this thing is just gonna dump the text in there. So they are cloning the text into something. So it's not like they have a magical disco unit. It's fine. Yeah. No, but it's a little bit soul destroying to be 2 years in and you're not quite close to what the standard is. And oh man, It's just, come on, man. I need a win. I need a flipping win. Okay. I want some Nigerian prince to email me and tell me that if I give them a small amount of money, they will transfer large sums of money into my bank account. I just have to pay some kind of transfer fee. And only I can help them, okay? Or maybe I can win the Spanish National Lottery. I want that too. What are we gonna do with our Nigerian prince money, Don? What would we do, right? Are you the prince? Okay. What are we gonna do with the money? You could compete in the Australian breakdancing Olympics. Yeah, Caleb. Only I can save this Nigerian prince who needs to transfer large quantities of monies. Alright. Ah, good times. All right, so they do a set symbol. They have this. They do the same thing we do. Basically, waste a bunch of CPU cycles until this isn't true anymore. But I wonder about the composer. Oh, you're a trait. Thanks. All right. So what do we have? Can we go back? Yeah, so render text. Come on, man. Where's the... How deep did we go into this snake pit? Oh, right. Okay, so where's the composer here? Where's the freaking composer? They're looking for a alright, but not really into finance, Rebel. I have done work in finance, and I have chosen to disqualify myself, right? But Rebel, I know Londo is looking for work, and he might be interested. I don't know where in the world this is. I'm assuming it's remote though, right? But check with Londo, right? I think he has been in a leadership position. He might be qualified for that. I can't speak to that for sure, but I think so. And he is available. Okay, somewhere. It's a Scandinavian company. Really? I thought you were somewhere else. I know, Temporis. At least it's better than people call me Australian, right? So you can't win them all. You know, also bit. I got claw marks from drop bears on my back, right? That's why. All right. Where did this thing go? Okay, we have a line it's the word wrapper is the line composer. Okay, right. So we need to look for the next. ISP. Oh, goodness. Freaking Cretaceous. Ah, the pain. Fuck. No. Wait, how does this work? Is they How are these people outperforming anything I'm doing? They're allocating left, right, and center. It's like they're getting paid per allocation here. How come my code is so shit then? We have a skill issue. I never get to use that sign. Thank you, Caleb. Yeah, that is the way. Right, better code. But I thought the code was pretty good, right? We didn't do a lot of allocations. We did a lot of optimizations, and it's still worse, man. It's still worse. All right, line symbols. That doesn't work, Temporis. They never do it when you ask nicely, right? They never do it when you ask nicely. Fuck it. I mean, look, I'm losing my freaking marbles here. I'm burning out on this project. I don't know what I'm gonna do, right? What they're doing is building that and becoming quite popular. To make transfer, you usually need at least a card from a bank. So how do you put money into this? Is this a blockchain thing, Rebel? Is this a blockchain thing? Is this the Danish Blockchain Federation that's after me again? Okay. Become a fry cook at McDonald's. I have skill issue with that as well, right? I think it's fine to be the oldest person at a job, right? But I think at McDonald's, I would feel a bit too much, right? It would be a little bit too hard. Can't even write PHP. Well, people at McDonald's, I don't know them. Okay. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna do this well now. Maybe we just have the allocations, right? Project aborted. No. I've been working on this for over 2 years. Of course, we're gonna finish the thing, right? As a greeter, just stand there. Welcome to Walmart. How can I help you? You, sir, you look like you could need a new crack pipe. Go over here. What are we listening to? This is pretty popping. Why are you compiling? Anything to do with LVM takes a long time to compile. It's not just Rust. If you're compiling, let's have a look. Did they not share how long it takes? Oh, boo. Oh man, did they not show this? They should be, I think compiling LLVM can take several hours. It has nothing to do with Rust LLVM native compiler. It's LLVM that takes forever. I think LLVM can take several hours. And hopefully there's not like an error halfway through. Oh my goodness. We don't get any how it takes hours to compile LVM from scratch. And they don't share anything. All right, so the check takes 50 minutes. Here we go. 153 minutes. I don't know. Yeah, here we go. $96. I don't know which step you're at, but it seemed to be taking a while. 'That depends on you, Rebel. Wait, is this company doing Rust programming? It's hard to say, Rebel. If I was interviewing someone and they had poked at Rust for 2 weeks, but they had 40 years of C or C++ development experience, I still think that they would be okay as long as they were willing to adapt to the conventions and not insist on writing everything in unsafe Rust in the corner. Two hours. Oh my. How often do you have to do these builds? Nah, you don't pay someone with 40 years of program experience as a junior. You're some kind of asshole if you do that, right? You pay someone with 40 years of programming experience a junior salary, then you are an asshole. There could be a situation where you take on this person and you say, for the first 3 months, we'll pay you as a junior while you spend time to skill up. But you don't do that. You don't give them a junior salary, man. Come on. And how often do you have to do that? I don't even know what this thing is. I'm still assuming this is yogurt coming out of the CPU. Layers of yogurt. We're gonna look at Yocto. The Yocto project. It's not an embedded Linux dist. It creates a custom one for you. I see. UPube is an open source collaboration project that helps developers create custom Linux-based systems regardless of the hardware architecture. All right. Yocto is porn on a stick. Dude, you have to go outside more, okay? There are actual people out there. So you build like a Linux thing for your embedded hardware, is it? Why are they throwing Rust in there though? Why do you need that? Don. Yeah, this is our benchmarking program, by the way. All right, I'm bloody well done, right? Unless you guys have something we can do, I'm just gonna nope out of here. And I don't know when I'll be back after this journey. Rust is cold. I read Rust is COBOL. Likely some package has dependency on it. See, this is what happened, Don, when you let the Rust salad run the asylum. This is what you get. And on my watch, I have like runtime, not runtime, CI failures now. Video games tomorrow? I don't think so. I haven't set anything up. Become a professional SIG programmer? Fuck, do I have time for that? All right. I clearly still have to skill up my Rust. get to it. Can't you do it? And I can just sit here, right? ARM A series and better produce Yocto. So it's actually no, I don't know. I need a break from this project. Well, aim for perfection, Rebel, but be satisfied with good enough. However, my bar for good enough is a little bit too high right now. Right? I don't like that we have some glitchy rendering with this stuff, right? I think we can do better with our rendering output. Certainly, if they can redraw a frame, if they can reload the thing and redo the layout every frame, we should be able to outperform that, right? What we need is for Temporis to stream. Is this your idea of cheering people up? You make it feel like you can't make anything done. That's your idea of being cheerful? Fuck, do I ever want to piss you off, buddy? To see what comes out? Is there any built-in benchmarks for measuring the rendering? No, but I don't need benchmarks. I can just see what they're doing and see that it's performing way better. Why don't you do some streaming, Caleb? We can just go to your stream instead. That's what I used to do. I used to swap the buffers around. Actually, no, I used to write one buffer into the other afterwards. But yeah, this is not about buffers though. No, they look at this, Temporis. They call this draw function for every frame, right? Look at this. They call this function for every frame, right? And in this function, I'm loading out 28,000 lines of text that I don't do anything with. And we're doing this in debug mode, so it wouldn't depend on any compiler optimization happening either, right? I don't know your girlfriend Zephyr, okay? But we're not doing it, alright? Then we're gonna load like 300,000 lines of code here. And like Ekton pointed out, this thing is probably not reading from disk every time, but you're certainly doing the layout every time, and you're rendering this thing every time, right? So even so, dumping, what is it, 300 odd thousand lines of text in there, it's not fast, and the CPU sounds like it's gonna take off, or the fans do. The CPU doesn't make a lot of sound. But it is faster than what we have, and that kind of drives me a bit batty. That they have this. I mean, we do more stuff. We have message passing, event handling, associated event propagation, whatever the fuck we do. There's a lot of it going on there. But still, it's all down to layout and rendering. And the performance is not good enough. And this is making me a bit crazy. Not only that, they handle graphemes and grapheme clusters, whereas we don't. We do on the dev branch, but that thing is fucking slow, man. So the grapheme stuff has to come out, and we have to solve this some other way. Actually, I know how we're gonna solve that. We kind of solved it in a similar way to what they're doing, but I don't get how it's so much how it seems so much faster. But I don't think the rendering itself is the issue. I think it's more the layout that needs improving, right? Layout needs to improve. And then I was gonna build this text widget, but I'm never gonna get around to do that, right? But enough being an amming, right? Let's find something to do, right? People. Okay. All right. So maybe it's time to look into the overflow widgets. Ooh. Build route? I don't even know what that is. Now I have to look at this. The Yocto project. I think it is if you don't understand what this is. But I don't think that's down to the project. I think that's down to the nature of such a project, right? It's not that the project is difficult. If meta freescale doesn't mean anything to you, then I don't think it's difficult to get the source. I mean, it's all here, but knowing what to get. I don't think this is a learning curve. I think it's a fucking learning circle, mate. But is it that you don't know what you're looking at, Apollo? Right? It's not that it's difficult to get the source, right? And I'm with you on that one. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Poke, that's somewhere you go when you've done something wrong and they caught you, right? Yocto is some kind of yogurt. Matchbox is a bad band. Sato, that's some kind of anime bad guy, right? From like a shit, when I know anything. Castlevania, right? Well, it is the Yocto project, so I guess that's why, right? Hello, Wiry, how you doing? Okay, so do I bang my head against this thing for a bit? Or do I buy a tractor and become a farmer? Given what you're linking, I don't think you've even seen grass in a picture, mate. Hello, Vitamesis. How you doing? Yeah, we're doing long streams now. It's just so descent into madness. And well, I guess we're almost there, aren't we? Man, I'm getting some kind of acid thing going on as well, right? I should probably go and take a pill for that before I get an ulcer for realsies. Alright, hang on to your sockets. I need to do this, otherwise I'm gonna get an ulcer. Which one is gonna make me a better programmer? Like, track to pilot. Okay, alright, enough crying into my milk. We're gonna get on with it. I'm gonna do a bit of programming again. So thinking about something, let's see what the state is of the project. We can do optimizations later, right? Let's just do a git reset here. We can still work on the dev branch. And let's hop into this thing. We're gonna deal with this nightmare later, right? Shh, get on with it. Not really. There wasn't really much profiling to be done, right? I looked at a few things and that was it. Alright, so we're gonna go back to other, and then this is fine now. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Okay, let's run this full screen for you know what I didn't do though, which was a little bit dumb. But it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna see if this thing is a bit jerky or not. Don't see. Well, it doesn't matter, right? When I define a module in a source file, I have to enclose all my code in curly brackets. This means everything must be indented, right? Is there any better way? Yeah, Rebel, that's fine. Yeah, so your if you lay out your project and you want to have a module called hello that has 2 submodules in it, then you can do a mod rs. That's the root of this thing, and that's your module under mod. So if we look at the tree, it looks like this, right? The root, this is where your main file is. This is the entry point into your program. Here we have a module called hello. This is the root of that module. And this is where we say we would have greetings as well, right? So you do not have to put your code within curly brackets, right? That is it's kind of rare to define a module like that. It's a little bit awkward to do it as well. It's not something that you even have to think about, really. I'd say don't do that, right? Just use the file system for now. Yeah, test modules. There are times when people do it and it's good to know about it, but until you garner some special meaning from it, just don't do it instead. Right, if we're gonna look at the project as a whole now, right? Then if we cat this module contains the greeting module in this project, right? Well, really? So if you clear the screen, you can't go back. Interesting. Never mind that then. All software is rubbish, isn't it? Yeah. So what I'm thinking for this thing, can we make like a window into a text buffer that we can edit from as well? That's gonna be a little bit awkward, isn't it? So this is the component. I think maybe we can do something better from here. We need the text for this thing, and we need to be able to project this onto something as well. I think that's going to make the most sense. But if we take ownership of this thing, shit, are we going to over-engineer this thing like a lot? So I'm thinking that this could be a vec of line of span, right? So this way we can associate additional information with the text. But then we're kind of talking about the difference between an editor with syntax highlighting, and a one-liner text field kind of thing, right? It would be pretty funky if we could do this. So we just put a front end to an editor. Can we build an actual editor then? So we do that as a separate project. I guess what we could do I don't know what we're gonna do with this thing, but we could have a foreground and a background for each span. So then this becomes generic over T, where we have lines. That is a vec of line T, like that. Hello, Bluetooth. How you doing? So then we need a way of projecting a region. We're gonna store the cursor here as well. It can't even be a local position because this thing can be larger than that. It has to be its own position, I think. What is that, Celestial? Do you wanna swap places? So I have this project, okay, that exists and it needs some love. I tend to do, for instance, now I can almost guess where I'm gonna run into trouble. So I am doing this until then. I know that our foreground and background is not going to be relevant, and source is most likely going to be a string. So we can do that. Our position is going to be an X and Y. That's a good spelling. All right. Okay, so I kind of know where we're gonna run into issues here, and that's when we're gonna do the projection thing, right? So we should do something like project here from self, and we need a position and a size. Thank you for the follow. We're gonna end up with two size types here. So since we have a position, since we're talking about text, this could potentially be a large amount of text. So an I32 might not be sufficient. Actually, what am I talking about? An I32 should definitely be enough, right? Wow, so many followers all of a sudden. Thank you for the follow. Stay creeping. Okay. Anyway, so we have a width. What was I talking about? Like, yes, many followers not looking like bots. Are you bots? Are you guys actual followers or bots? I32 max. Let's have a look at this thing. What is this value? All right, yeah, I think maybe. Oh, really? Oh, really? Ah, I see. Sorry, followers. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Syntax. Essentially, mod SMT works similar to import SMT. Or use SMT, right? What feels awkward to me is separation of SMT and SMT director as such. But it's the same in that's the same in a lot of languages, right? The modules sort of reflects the file system, right? That's also the easiest way to work with it as well, right? If your modules reflect your file system, then it's a lot easier to kind of think about things in that sense, right? Oh, thank you, Nightshade. That's very kind of you. Did you tell Prime that I've said hello to him probably 10 times now, and he hasn't said hi a single time? He's too good. He's too big and too good to talk to me now, right? Don't say that. All right. Okay. So maybe a U32 is sufficient for this thing. So we can use the geometry from anathema here, right? So let's cargo add. Where are we, right? Cargo add anathema. We're in temp, so not that. That's what we need. Oh no, Nightshade, I totally get that, right? It's not like he has 5 people in his chat chatting, right? Dude's busy. I get that, man. I totally get that. It's just feigned envy, right? All right, so we're gonna project onto. So actually, we're gonna get a projection, maybe. Let's call it a window then. So we get a window from a position to and a size. Then what we really call this is a region. That was almost the word region. Well, we still need position, so... And I'm listening to this bopping music. I have no idea what you guys are listening. You might be listening to Celine Dion, right? I have no idea. But that parallel only works if you know Python, right? If you don't know Python, then the parallel doesn't hold. Okay, so can we now find text within a region? Thank you guys for the follow, right? Thank you all for the follows, right? Like when I see it, when 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 followers, right? I'm like, am I being botted right now? Is that what's happening? Am I about to get cancelled for other reasons? Was it the baby eating comment? Was the guy on Discord? Okay, so we're gonna get a region and we're supposed to get a view of this thing as a UI dev. Come on, man. Well, I mean, we kind of do UI dev, right? All right, let me show you guys what we're working on. All right, so disregard most of this code here, right? Let's just run this thing. Okay, this beautiful square, this is what we're working on, right? So this is a Rust program running and it's making use of something called anathema, and that's what we've been working on for quite a while now. And what you can do with this thing, you can express user interfaces in the terminal, right? So we can just grab this thing here. We have a border, we can chuck some text in there, right? In here we have text. There you go. And it will just update the program as you're running it, right? You're modifying these things and you can do all kinds of, you know, weird and wonderful things here, right? So if you wanted to, you can put a span in here, if you can spell span, set the foreground to red, and then say hello. And now we're going to get some... Well, it becomes a little bit unfortunate there because we have a fixed size here. But if we do away with the size, there you go, right? Right, so you can do all this stuff, you can prototype your application, and of course you can organize your layouts in fancy stacks as well, right? So if we wanted to have more of these, we can do that. Now they're on top of each other, right? That's how you get more stacks. And then here, they're laid out next to each other. It's very simple, right? You can design some really cool stuff with this. Apparently, I didn't know how shit I was at designing in the terminal until I saw the stuff other people did. So anyway, that's what I'm working on right now. And one of the things that we don't have is like an input field. So I really want to make this have an input field. And I guess saying all this, yeah, I guess you could call me a UI developer at this point, right? But I don't do CSS anymore, okay? I've hung up my CSS hat. That was the hung up a hat expression there, right? All right, I don't know if anyone's even know what I'm talking about anymore, so we're just gonna go back to this thing. Right? Yeah, it is front-end dev. It's front-end dev in the terminal, right? And you write your backend in your state in Rust. So we have, I don't know, we have some cell states here. I don't know what this thing is. We probably have some kind of code we can show here. Oh yeah, I made a chessboard. That's why this thing did that. All right, here we go. Board has new. All right, so we have a list in here. So let's go to our template again then. And then we could say for row in rows, for cell in row.cells, text cell. Is that a thing? No, it isn't. Not even a little bit. Yeah, all right. So we can do a row here. No, we don't. We'll do... like that, maybe. There you go, right? Now we get a bunch of stuff in there. And then we put some padding in here, right? Of 2. Right, now, see, we get this grid being built up here, right? And I think in the back end, we have some kind of color on the background here. So we can just ask the cell state for the for the color. So let's go to our template. Then we're going to change the background to be cell.bg. Snap. Chessboard, right? So yeah, you could do all this stuff. If we wanted to, we could probably print out the color to see what it is, right? There you go, right? So yeah, you can do all this stuff. And the best part of this is if I close this program down now, right, and I just go to run the binary file. If I just run the binary file now, not run, that would be something else. So I can give this binary file to someone else. Let me just mess everything up with Tmux a little bit. All right. We don't have enough space in there. I bungled this somehow. There we go, right? So now I can literally, while I'm running this program, right, that someone else maybe someone else made and gave me this program, I can go and change this program while it's running, right? We can reduce the padding. This is gonna break some things. Let's not reduce the padding. We just do that again, right? So you can do all this stuff while the program is running, and you don't have to know Rust for this. The only thing you have to know is this reasonably simple layout language, which can be found here, right? For anyone who's interested in this. Let me just dump this thing in here, right? These are the elements that you can use for this, right? Text for text, spans to extend text with styles. Borders, you have single borders, wide borders. You can make your own borders by just supplying various characters. Alignments for centering, vertical, horizontal, and set stacks. You can lay things on top of each other. Rows and columns, expands, which will just make use of all the space, right? While this thing is running, we can just mess with this thing, right? So let's say that I make a horizontal stack here, right? No, a vertical. Let's make a vertical stack. And I'm going to have like a status bar up here. And I'm going to have a footer here. Here be feet. Right, and then in the middle, I want to put a border, and I want to put some big central area. Right now, this is not going to be a big central area. However, if I expand all this, and then I expand everything inside here as well, right? So now we can take up all the available space, right? And I'm just about to explore the notion of making something like an editor, right? That we can project into this thing. So you could literally write your own version of a terminal-based text editor in a weekend by, well, I mean, I guess you don't even have to do much, right? It's just buffer handling at that point, right? Oh yeah, we did some, do I have that code somewhere that we did? Here's a markdown editor that someone made. Let me see if this thing actually loads something. We might have to load a file for this thing. Yeah, so we don't have that. Do we have a markdown file? We can do the readme, right? Yeah. Okay, the readme doesn't have anything in it. I think we no, it does. I think I broke their program. That's not mine. Do we have the raining glyphs? We have this thing. All right. Version numbers. Come on, man. We don't need that. Right? You can do this if you want, which is gonna get wrecked by the video encoder now, but you can do this if you want. So yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, I'm in the midst of doing some big refactorings. I'm taking a little bit of a break now because I lost the plot a little bit from what I was doing. But anyway, yeah, so there you go, right? There's a chessboard back in again, and we still have that there, of course, right? We have viewers, right? Thank you very much, Who422. I guess we don't need the border anymore, right? So yeah, the idea is so good. The idea is that you can build applications that other people can then customize the look and feel of how they want to without having to rebuild the application or, heaven forbid, have to learn Rust, right? So if you look at something like /r Unix pawn, people do all kinds of configurations to the terminal programs and what have you, but every terminal program has a different config. If we get a few of these programs written like this, then it's going to be very easy to know how to configure it, right? And even more so, you don't have to ship a README explaining to the end user how to do it. You just link to the documentation saying go nuts, right? You want to change something, just look at this section. And here are the attributes you can change. Here's how you can fill with text, right? And we even do word wrapping. So yeah, very exciting. Also woefully stressful to work on. Only, right? What is it that you give up on? Message? Oh, you're trying to send something with a blocked word. Behave, okay? Now, we had to block the word viewers because of the bots, right? Okay, so we're going to get a region of text, and this one's going to be a little bit finicky, right? We can at least find the line from the region, right? So let's see, where do we start to produce the slice, right? So we start a window with something like self.lines, not loins, and we're going to make a slice out of this thing, which means we have to take a reference, otherwise magic. So region dot start x maybe from, okay. All right, hang on. I'll read it on Discord. Give me a second. Yeah, so but the thing is, subdirectory really I don't see anything in this message that would be wrong. In a file, the first thing I want to do is look for a file with that name in the same directory, when in fact you need to look in a subdirectory with a name, which name is of the parent module, and only then look for Garner. No. Okay, I think there's some crossed wires. There are two ways you can do it, okay? So I didn't see what Tempora said, but extrapolating from your message, it sounds like there was a bit of a misunderstanding here. Okay, so let's go into temp again. Let's do this thing, right? Now, let's go with the garden submodule, okay? One way to do that is just to have a garden RS file, right? Now in our main file, we can have garden, if you can spell garden, right? We can do this. So now we have a submodule called garden. We can also make a directory, garden2, and then mod.rs. Now we can have garden and garden2. Not if you put the 2 there or delete the whole thing. Hello. Right? I'm just gonna push all the buttons that I can as quickly as possible and hope that that solves the problem, right? So if we look at the tree, cargo clean. If we look at the tree structure now, we have a garden module. We also have a garden 2 with a module file in it, okay? That makes garden into a module just like garden. However, we can have submodules under garden 2, right? And here's where things are gonna get even more confusing. Garden cannot have submodules declared as files, right? You could, if you wanted to, do this, right? Submodules. Right? That works. So in our main, we can refer to as garden submodules. Lol, right? This works. But then we have to declare the submodules like this. And that's a bit shit, okay? So we can do source garden to submodules, right? Well, RS, really. And then we can do the same thing as we did with garden 1. We have a submodule, but in our case, we just have the actual code in there. And now in this thing, we have to say submodule, right? I think I call it submodule in singular there, right? So in our main, we can now do garden 2 submodule because I can't type, right? You with me so far? We're going to introduce garden 3 now just to make things even more confusing. All right. Garden 3. And in garden 3, we're only going to have submodules. So we can copy that from garden. Garden 3. There we go. And we're going to remove the garden 2 submodule without a name. Okay. And then for us to be able to do this, if we try to chuck garden 3 in here, this will not work, right? There is no garden 3. So we have to do this now. All right. Forgot the semicolon. Or you private you are. All right, I'm gonna show you all of this now, how it's all laid out. Okay, so we're gonna cat source main to look at the main file, and then we're gonna look at the tree at the same time. All right. So the first thing we have is a module called garden. This cannot have submodules unless they are defined inside the file, because garden is an individual file that doesn't live in any particular directory, right? It doesn't live in a directory, making it a module that can have submodules that are not declared in the file. Then we have garden 2. It's a module. We know that because there's a mod.rs file in it. And any other file we add in here could be submodules as long as they are defined with the mod keyword inside the mod.rs file. Then we have garden 3. This is also a submodule, and the way we know that is because we have a file name with the same name here. This was introduced in Rust 2018 or just before. I don't quite remember. It's been a few years. I personally don't like this because if you have a file browser that will list your directories first and then your files, they don't really stay together. It's a bit awkward. I don't like this. I'm old. I use this way, but you can use both of these ways, right? Both of these ways, right? And I get tripped up on this sometimes, right? So these are the 3 ways of having modules. Exactly. Mod.rs for the win. You're old too. Yeah, I think you've been rusting for about as long as I have. So hopefully that explains it, Rebel, right? one file, one module. Any submodule has to be in. All right. Can we do a mark now? Yeah, that's what happens when I try to make markers. I don't know why. So I used to do that up until a certain point when I changed. I don't remember what it was that made me change. But yeah, I get you. So if you can't clip it here, Rebel, pop over to YouTube and get it there. All right, it's at 8:30. March, because I can't type. I give up on that. So yes, this is the way you could do modules. There is a fourth way of doing modules in Rust. And if you do this, you are a terrible person and you should never do this. But I'm going to show you this now. I'm going to show you the most terrible thing that you can do. And if I find out that you do this, I will come to your house and wee on your carpet, okay? And it's this, okay? We can make a directory called garden4. And we can have a file in garden4 called submodule.rs. And in the submodule rs here, we're going to copy our hello in here, okay? And we're going to get this working now. We're going to do garden4 submodule lol, okay? And the way we do this is by saying mod garden4 pubmod submodule. Okay? You should never do this. This is a heinous crime to do. Alright? Because no one will ever understand what this is. They will not look at this and expect this to be the case. And if we look at the tree structure, I'm going to answer your question shortly, Who. If we look at the tree structure, there is nothing saying that this is even part of the Rust project. Yes, it's a .rs file and you can extrapolate, but this could just as well be old legacy code. You look at this and go, there is no garden4 module. There's no mod.rs file. There's no garden4 rs file. We can just delete this, right? It is terrible. Please do not do this. Okay, so the question is, what is the best practice? In really, all three of these are fine to do. If you only need one file to do something, you don't need multiple submodules under your module, right? Maybe you're making a game and the game needs to have a controller, right? And you just need a controller module, then controller, right? .rs. And we're gonna whack, whoops, wrong project. We're gonna whack that in here, right? Mod controller, job's done, right? But let's say in a game you have lots of different entities, right? Maybe you have something like, let's say you have renderers, right? And inside the, whoops, I moved that in the wrong place, right? So inside our render code, we're gonna have a mod.rs file, and then we're gonna have Vulkan or Balkan if you're in apps, OpenGL and software, right? So we have three different submodules for these different backends in our render, right? This makes sense, right? This is a neat way to organize it. Just looking at the tree structure here. All right, sorry, code clean. Just looking at the tree structure and you're gonna sort of see what's actually happening with this thing, right? So whether you do the mod.rs file or a file named render, if we go back to our reb code, right? And we look at the tree here. Whether you do the .mod file, like we do in Garden2, or the Garden3 file for the Garden3 one, either way is fine, right? This was the only way of these two, of Garden2 and Garden3, right? This was the only way in the past, and I think all the Rust developers, such as myself, who's been doing Rust since 2016 and so on, they probably tend to stay with this unless they swap for some reason just to be difficult, right? Now, either one of these are fine. The only thing that I've shown you that I don't think is fine is Garden 4. Garden 4 is a dumpster fire and should be removed from this. It shouldn't be here ever, right? You can use modules to design your API, right? That's okay. Let's say that we did that, right? Let's say that in our project, this wasn't, let's say that this was not a binary, right? We make it into a library. So now this is a library that's supposed to be consumed by some other unexpected person, right? So what we can do in our lib file is we can have a lot of private stuff, right? All of these modules are private, but we can have a pub struct here called lawn, right? And in our Garden 3 project, we have a pub struct called sandwich because I am running out of ideas, right? Now, we don't expose any of this to the general public. So what we could do is we can make a pub use up here. Pub use, and what are we going to do? We're going to use sandwich was one of them, right? And was it Garden 2 that had the lawnmower, right? No, sorry, the lawn itself. Whoopsie doodles. Right? Apparently not. Alright, this is what I get for naming. Oh, yeah, so it was in the garden. Okay, there we go, right? So if you were to observe this project from the outside, right? If we did something like cargo dock to build this thing, which opened here instead of here, then you can see that we only have a lawn and a sandwich in this project, right? This is the public API of this project. So you can use this to design and expose a structure that is different from the internal structure, right? So in this case, maybe the sandwich lives inside the submodule, right? But there is no reason to expose that, right? Why would the end user want to know about that? So we're still just looking at the same layout. The project has a lawn and a sandwich, which for some reason plays well together, right? It's a good pairing. But our project structure looks very different. But there is no reason to expose this to the end user, right? I've never seen folder and a file used in my 2 years of Rust. The mod system is way simpler to look through, in my opinion. I absolutely agree with you, Hybrid Low. If I see a directory, I expect to see a mod.rs file in there. Sometimes I don't, and I get old and confused. Hello, kicking it up. We're just talking about Rust's module system before I get on with my nonsense. What's the reason to implement another way of doing the same thing? That's a good question, Noctua. So I can see the advantage of Garden 1 and 2, right? So let me open this up so you guys can see what Garden 1 and 2 actually means here, right? No, didn't want to do that. I want to do that. There we go, right? All right. So the reason to have Garden 2 is to be able to have submodules as files, right? As your project grows. If we take the game example, this makes sense, right? No, it doesn't. Oh, games. I don't have any games. Fool. All right. In this case, having a module called render with a few different backends, this makes sense, right? It would be a lot better to have this than to just have a file in the root of a project called Vulkan, OpenGL, or software. Maybe these two can be extrapolated to be renders based on the name, but software for a software render makes no sense, right? So having this as a module because of mod.rs and these as submodules makes perfect sense. Our controller really doesn't have to have submodules. It exists as a submodule directly related to the project. So we don't really care about creating a directory for this thing, right? We're just going to dump a file in there called controller and we're good, right? Oh, please ask questions if you have any kicking up. Please ask. This is a very, very asker-friendly stream, I said. I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, I think we covered most of the module system. So everything but Garden 4, okay? If I catch any Garden 4s out there, there will be heck to pay, all right? I'll come for your man. I don't know what I'm saying. All right, so let's go back to our editor, right? So we're going to do a region from X as usize, and then we're going to do a region to Oh, also, that should clearly be y. Y as usize. Okay. So now we can get ourselves a slice of lines. So we know that the observable space exists within these lines, right? What makes this a little bit more awkward is that we're also going to have to constrain this heights that we're observing as well, right? Because we can have text lines that goes beyond this thing, right? And this is going to be... Assume folder file is easier where you want to go from a module to module with your submodules. Yes, so I was looking at a project the other day and I tripped up on this a little. When you have a librs and you want to use it from main rs, good questions, I can know. Let's look at that for a second. So, okay, let's close these two windows down. So in this case, we have a librs file and we want to introduce a, all right, and we want to introduce a main file to this thing, right? And we want to be able to run something in here, right? There we go, right? Standard Rust project. All right. Now in our lib file, we have our loan, right? And let's make this thing debuggable. So we want to use our loan in here with 2 A's. And let's just print out the loan, shall we? There we go, right? Now, we can't import this thing. Actually, we can, but we have to import it as the project. But this is not the only way that we can do it. No. Right. So this is one way we can do it. But we could also define the module in here if we wanted to, which basically means that we declare the module twice. But the binary is separate from the library, right? So we would do it the same way that we do it here, right? We just have to have the same modules, right? All right, that was the wrong thing, wasn't it? We needed garden and lawn. So we just have to do the same thing as we do in the librs file, right? But most of the times, that's not necessary. We could just refer to this thing as, this project is called reb, use reb lawn, right? And not deal with that, right? How many books do I have in my library? I don't have a library. And we still have this public... All right, I cleared that, didn't I? We still have this public structure though, right? So most likely, this is what you're after when it comes to using things in your main file, right? Okay, modfoo is declaring the module and usefoo is importing the module, right? So I can declare a module, declare a module. We can make this public so we can use them. And then we have a function in here, right? The classic lol function. All right, so now I have declared modules, right? So this is not normally how you declare modules, right? If we look at the librs file, this is how we declare modules, right? And when it comes to actually using the modules, right? Then if we want to make use of this lol function, right? I want to call lol here. All right, this won't work because we don't have lol in scope. We can now use declare a module lol, and we're good. The use is basically import this. And we can import this through self, we can import this through create, or we can just use the name. And the reason you have so many different ones is create is specific to this create, right? Imagine if we had a dependency called declare. This removes any ambiguity around that, right? Yes, this would be akin to us creating, where are you? There you are, sorry. This would be akin to us creating a directory called declare, putting a mod.rs file in there where we type in the words mod a module, then creating a file called a module in that directory and adding the lol function there. Let's just do this, right? Because what I said was just a lot of words, okay? So let's actually do this so it makes sense, right? We're gonna follow this tree structure here. So the first thing we need is a module called declare, right? Then we need a declare mod.rs file, and we're gonna have this module inside that mod.rs file, right? So we're going to echo this into our declare mod.rs file. So if we now look at our tree structure, I'm going to have to clean the cargo again, right? And look at this thing. We now have our declare with our mod.rs. That represents this with this in the file. Let me cat declare mod.rs so that makes more sense, right? So we have a module. And now in this a module, there's supposed to be a function called lol, right? So we can open up a module. Well, I guess we can do it up here instead of doing it down there, right? We don't have the file, that's why. New source declare a module.rs, and then in here we're supposed to have this lol function, right? Now we're obviously going to have a conflict because we have this thing in many different places. As a matter of fact, if we just do this mod declare and get rid of this thing, then we need a semicolon there. All right. So now this code runs. It's the same thing. We can just represent this through the file system instead, right? All right. We have a declare here. We know it's a module because it contains a mod.rs file. Alternatively, we could have had a declare rs file as well, right? And then we have a module in here, which we know that we have inside our declare file. There's a module. And then there's supposed to be a function called lol inside a module. And if we follow this, then we're going to see that, right? Sorry, kicking it up. Yeah, if you haven't started with the beginnings of Rust, then it's going to be difficult kicking it up. It makes the underlying module visible one level up. I can't use the word visible because that has to do with this, with pub. Pub is your visibility qualifier, right? If I make this pub crate, then actually let me do something reasonably confusing here. But yes, you are declaring the modules, they exist inside. Okay, inside the Rust code, they exist because we're using the mod keyword, right? Okay, let's briefly talk about the visibility qualifiers, right? So if you remember, we have this librs file in here where we declare garden and lawn, and this is all public. But if I take this garden and I make this, wait, hang on, sandwich. I want a sandwich. It's more fun with a sandwich, right? If I make the sandwich module not public, right? I say that this thing is public only to this crate. All right, this no longer compile because the sandwich is private. So in our main function, we're trying to use a private. Well, it says it's private, but it's only visible to the project. So I could, if I wanted to, I can use the sandwich here, right? This is fine. If we get rid of the sandwich from here, this code will now compile. We get rid of this craft for now. The last bit, so the inside the main function was unrelated to anything, right? Well, that's good. As long as you program and learning, it's all good. So if we go to our sandwich here, right? This is, no, hang on. Where was I? Lib. There we go. Oh, we have a main, okay, so let's call this run, then so it's less confusing, right? So we can make this sandwich only visible to the crate itself. We can also go to the submodule and not make the sandwich visible at all, right? We say that this is now private. Now we can't import or use this thing, right? Because it's private. We can't do anything at this point, right? The sandwich is lost to us forever. You have to go to submodule. And then here, what we can do is we can make this public to super. All right. So crate solves our problem here, right? It's visible to the entire crate. We can't have that pub there, right? So the sandwich is visible to the entire crate, right? If we want to use the sandwich in here, We want to make a sandwich here, but we don't want anyone else to be able to make a sandwich. We can make this struct public to self only, which makes little sense. Now we can't use it here, which means we can't use it in our run function, but we can use it here. This would be the same as doing that, right? But we can also make this public to super, and that makes this public to the parent of us, which is this guy. So this guy can have a public function. I should stop calling my functions lol, right? Pub fun, right? Sorry, I'm getting a bit brain tired. So sandwich can be used in here. This is fine. We can use this sandwich. So we are right now inside garden 3. We're inside this thing. So we can grab things from this submodule because garden 3 is the super of this submodule, right? Therefore, this super works, all right? If we take this away and make it public to self again, we don't have access to this thing, right? I wouldn't attribute such emotions to code, but imagine if you will, HQL, that you are making some kind of utility that you are going to use. Thank you, who? You're making a utility you're going to use, maybe some string manipulation code, right? You're going to use it all over your crate in various different places. Then you want to make it public to the crate only, right? There's no reason for you to expose this thing. The larger your API surface is, the more breaking changes you can introduce, right? Let's talk about that for 1 second, because that is a lot easier than writing actual code. Let's get out of this project. Cargo. Right, there we go. So in this project, there is only... All right, now we need that one. All right, in this project, there is only one public type, and that's the lawn, right? That means that whatever changes I make to this project over time, as long as I don't with the lawn, we're good, right? So you can have a bunch of things being public to the crate and make changes to them, but they don't become API breaking changes, right? So in this case, making things as private as possible means there are a few places you need to look for where they're used, and there are a few things that can break. But having things public to its own module is not enough always, right? It would be awkward if we had to expose everything through these auxiliary functions that just does this one thing to expose this one thing for us, right? Not to mention that it will give you a lot of grief with the borrow checker, because the moment you have a function that takes a mutable reference to something, it's going to borrow that thing in its entirety, right? You wouldn't be able to borrow 2 different fields from one thing, right? You would borrow the whole thing. This might not make sense. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's fine. I can show you that later. Is my function caller and variable caller the same? They are. So this is all a shade of yellow, right? And the same thing for the function. So these are all yellow. Pub, function, pub, mod, pub, struct, right? So keywords are, why did I write go to? Keywords are yellow. So think about this when you design your software. The more private it is, the easier it is to find a scope where bugs can happen as a result of this thing. But making everything private means that you can't reuse a lot of your code. So when you have code reuse, for instance, in our data store, in the anathema store, we have a lot of different data types that are built on top of each other. We have things that are making use of the slabs, right? There are slabs left, right, and center in these projects. Like the index map we wrote the other day is 30 lines of code just because we can reuse these things, right? So we don't want to limit the visibility of anything within the project if we can reuse it, right? But then there are things that we don't want to expose to the public, right? If we take the state, for instance, this would be terrible if we exposed these things to the public and let just about anyone modify these things. They're thread local, they're required to stay intact by keeping them private and only performing operations through public interfaces on these things. We are reducing the amount of bugs significantly, right? So really, it's about reducing bugs, reducing API breakage, and still having enough freedom to reuse the things you make, right? It's really about bug limiting, right? Or limiting the surface of the bugs. The bugs are still there, but you don't have to look too far to find them, right? Let's see if we have an example here, right? So for instance, this thing, this changed function can only be used within this crate, right? This thing will drain and make changes to something that you shouldn't accidentally do, right? Instead, there's a different interface for this thing, right? Is Rust for backend development? So Rust is a systems programming language, right? Whatever that means, okay? But Rust is a generic programming language like SIG or C or C++ or Odin or the other one, right? So Rust fits into that, but because of Rust's type system, it's a lot nicer to work with when it comes to refactoring. So I would never write a website in C. Well, that's probably mostly because I'm not a C developer, but I wouldn't pick C because I wouldn't want my headers to be void star, right? But in Rust, you can express a lot of things with the type system. So your refactoring and your maintenance code or your maintenance step is a lot easier because you can lean a lot on the type system. On the other hand, it's very verbose. There's a lot of code to write to get there, right? Now, it's not that much code to write, but there are web servers in Rust. For instance, Axum, right? It's a very well-known web server written in Rust. So if you're used to building websites with, I was going to say managed languages, but let's not use that word. Let's use garbage collected languages, right? If you're used to building websites with garbage collected languages, you probably have something like a forwarding proxy, or like you have HA proxy, or Apache, or Nginx is probably the more famous one, or IIS if someone really hates you. And you would build your website and then you will launch it on this thing, right? With Rust, you would have the web server built into your project, so there is no additional web server to run. If you take something like a Django project, you need a forwarding proxy, which is probably going to be Nginx, that you forward through your Python process run by uWhiskey or whatever it is that people do these days, right? So you kind of have two web servers running, an internal one and the forwarding proxy, right? With Rust, you don't need to do that. You can just build the web server, build your website into your web server, right? And the setup step for the web server is literally this. Create a TCP listener and tell Axum to serve on this listener this application. And then here you will specify your application. If you go to the root, you get this. Sorry. If you submit a post to this URL, you get whatever this is doing. So it's not overly complicated. And because of the strong type system, it makes it nice to maintain. It makes it slow to produce the initial binary, but it makes it fast to maintain. And more importantly, when I say fast to maintain, I'm also talking about the amount of time you don't spend chasing bugs that are as a result of the type system, right? If you look at languages like JavaScript or Python, they are very dynamic languages. So you can pretty much do whatever you want to, right? In these languages, which means if you build something in any of these languages, you would have a pretty massive test suite just to cover all the cases, right? You would make sure that the input to this function is a string and not a number kind of thing, right? Which can cause havoc when you're doing math, right? Especially in Python. So you can do this, right? But in Rust, you don't have to because you can encode this into the type system, right? So if we were to build something like a web server, right, then we can have a struct that is a user, right? And this user can be generic over T. And we're just going to attach T to this user. It's not really important, right? And then we can have another struct called anon. So this is an anonymous user, and this is an authenticated user, right? And this one carries around a string, which is the username, right? So now we can implement our user. Sorry, we can implement our user here. And we can have a function called print name, right? Now, this thing's not going to make sense just yet. It's going to make sense shortly, right? Indeed, right? So how can we print the name on an authored user? Well, that's just going to be the string, but how do we print the name of an anonymous user, right? Now, you might say, well, just print the word anon and be fine, right? But instead of doing that, why don't we do this instead, right? So I can just print out self.0, right? That's referring to this thing. I should have picked something that is not tuple, right? Dot zero. Sorry, we have to hop through 2 steps. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this a little bit less stupid, okay? Name. Not a string, right? Right, there we go. And then why don't we just call this thing state instead? So then our 0 here is state. So you could never call print name on an anonymous user, right? Because that function doesn't exist, all right? What about how the rest of our server works, right? Well, let's have a function that's going to check your balance, right? Well, we can just take in an authenticated user here. We don't have to specify the user is... We don't have to do like an authentication check on the user. We can just take an authored user in here, right? So we know that whatever operation we perform in here is going to be performed on an authenticated user. So really, there's only one thing you have to do in the process of your application, right? Is you have to check what the user is, and you create either an authenticated user or an anonymous user. Everything from there on out is controlled by the type system. So you never have to write a function that says, what do I do if I call balance on an anonymous user? You can't, because it's encoded into the type system, right? Yeah, what I'm showing here is specifically known as type state. We basically use the type system to prevent things from happening, right? This is very useful when it comes to embedded programming, a topic I know absolutely nothing about, but it's really good for demonstrating this thing, right? Let's say that we have a port, right? And a port is generic over T. Now we can have a struct called in and a struct called out. So in our definition of the board that we're using on, right, we can now do a specific implementation of a port that is an input port. And we can have a function on this thing called read that will return a byte. Now, we're not going to actually implement this thing, so we're just going to write 1, 2, 3. And we can have an output port that has a write function. That can write. So by doing this thing, we can define our PCB or whatever, our chip, as having ports. I don't know what chip we'll have here, but we'll have one. And pin 1 is going to be a port that we're going to use for input only. And pin 2 is something you can write to. So through this, you can never accidentally write to your input pin or try to read from your output pin, right? It's very useful to be able to encode this information in the type system, right? Happy to hear that, Raven. 8 hours ago, you told us you're kind of bored, but here we are. Oh yeah, John. I'm just damaged by nature. To scope limit your service, you avoid overloading a server with bad requests and enforce correct usage of the consumer, right? Not only that kicking it up, but it's also a safety thing, right? We are literally unable to write to pin 1 on this definition of the chip, right? So we wouldn't be able to do this because the compiler won't even let you get past the compilation step. In the same way that the balance function won't let you get past the compilation step if you try to pass in an unauthenticated user, right? Now, you can go a little bit too far with this stuff, right? Imagine that we don't really just deal with authenticated or anonymous, but we also deal with an admin as a specific magic struct here, right? Admin. I'm going to show you the dark side of this now. We can't do this, right? That's not possible. So we would have to have another implementation here for admin, all right? Where we can't print the name out. We would have to print bossman, right? For this thing. So all of a sudden we get repetitive code, right? And that's terrible, right? So in this case, it might make more sense to have a user state here that is its own enum, right? But we still skip the anon user from this state, right? So we'll have a user which contains a string. That's how we're going to print the name. Or admin that doesn't have a username, right? Because there's only one of them, okay? Then we don't have the name there. We don't do that. Instead, we're just going to match on self.state. Oh, okay, apparently not. T is user state. Yeah. Right. So now we can deal with the user. Yeah, this thing. And that's just going to be username here. And for admin, we can't do much. We just says admin guy, right? So we can encode this into our type system, but for certain areas, it makes more sense to use enums, right? What's your area of work in your career? Consultant, sadly. Twitch streamer, sorry. I'm happy to help you kick it up if you want to. I would recommend you start with the book. Rust has a steep learning curve. I don't want anyone to look at this thing and be like, wow, that's easy. 5 minutes in and I'll be a Rust pro, right? 5 minutes in and you might still be enthusiastic, but be aware that Rust is not the easiest programming language to learn. Now, I don't think it's so difficult. Some people want to make it out to be really difficult, but I would not recommend this as someone's first programming language. That's for sure. We can meme with it too, right? So you could always use type safety over a user state check inside the balance call. Yeah, so we know when we do a balance call that we have an authenticated user. It's not the end of the world if we're dealing with an admin in here, but at least we don't have to worry about a whole section of our code base allowing anonymous users. We can limit the access of an anonymous user to basically the authentication function, and that's it, right? So, you know, if we were to draw our application in a sprite editor, because why not, right? So we'll have our input, right? We can either have an authenticated user or an anonymous user, right? So anonymous users goes over here and authenticated user goes over here, right? But this could be our entire application, right? Our entire application can just branch from this point here, right? Because this entire application is for authenticated users, right? This is for everyone. This is for anonymous, right? So it makes it a lot easier to think about the safety of your application, right? You could argue that if you mess up your authentication place, then you're giving someone access to your entire application. But the counter argument is if you messed it up, you already have an insecure application. And you only have to get it right in one place, right? In other words, the number of points of failure is a lot lower if we can encode things in the type system and make sure that we only have to deal with something in one place, right? Whoops, say it, don't spray it. Rip. Only difference is that now we could do silly things as the type system don't force us to match on state. Yep. Hello, Glam. How you doing? The book is good and it's free. I wholeheartedly recommend it. But not everyone learns through books. And I'm free on Discord half the time if anyone needs help. But we have so much better Rust programmers on Discord. Check it out. It just seems like these checks might get missed during the design phase of a project and are harder to add later. Nope. Maybe one of the best language books ever. For what you pay for it, absolutely. The first programming language should be JavaScript, obviously. I mean, JavaScript's not a bad programming language, right? There are like thousands of videos out there telling you, don't learn JavaScript, do learn JavaScript. But really, when you start in your programming journey, learn the basic concepts of programming. What language provides you with that is not really relevant. And the first programming language you learn is not going to be the last one you learn, right? Unless you have a horrible accident. The best first language is C, in my opinion. That's an opinion, right? Game dev engineer, so it's not my first language. Well, then you're good. It is a really fun language. I had programmed a lot of languages before Rust. That's not a brag. That's just a flex. But the thing is, I was not that into programming after a while. When you've been programming for a few decades and you start to feel a bit old, programming can lose its shine. Rust made it really fun again. It's a sprite. A drawback to this is if a system you have things only admins can do and things that are allowed by users by making the state an enum, you trade verbosity for code duplication. Yep. There is always trade-offs. No, I don't think C is an easy language to pick up for your first language. And full disclosure, I am not a C programmer. If you give me code to write that is C, I will do a terrible job with it. But C is a relatively simple language. Simple does not mean easy. It has 32 instructions, but you have to understand pointers. But Rust is not without its complexities, because understanding pointers is almost as hard as understanding lifetimes. As said, having no understanding of pointers in C, but we have references and raw pointers in Rust. So I'm not that void of understanding, right? But here's the thing, right? In C, you have to allocate your memory, and then you have to free your memory. You don't have to do this in Rust. And there's no garbage collector that does it for you either. So we have a third thing called lifetime annotations, right? So when you're using a pointer, or rather in Rust parlance, a reference to something, you sometimes have to specify or help the compiler to figure out how long does this piece of memory live for, right? How long can I use this piece of memory? And reasoning about lifetimes is just as hard as reasoning about pointers, especially when you only see them in one place. You have a function call that takes void star as an argument, something of type void star, and you have no idea where this comes from, right? You're not a magical unicorn, right? You can't just look at void star and go, all right, I know where this came from, right? The function is called from somewhere, and if you don't know where it's called from, I mean, you can find out. That's not the point, right? The point is, you have to follow pointers to find their origin. You have to follow pointers to see where they are free, right? Yeah, you don't have to worry about the free part in Rust, but lifetimes is the same thing. If you see a lifetime on its own, it doesn't mean that much. You kind of have to follow it through the application to know where it's being used. So there is still complexity with Rust, but you can skip a lot of the lifetime stuff when you're starting out. I have not done Rust things. You gotta love types. Types are cool. I feel like Java offers enough semantic knowledge for a first language than C. Pointers and memory management are advanced. The thing is, you can learn you can learn about pointers and memory management through Rust. Rust also makes you think about the stack and the heap and the lifetime of memory. The difference is that the compiler deals with this for you, right? You can't magically have memory hanging around forever without causing memory leaks in Rust. Therefore, we have the lifetimes. It's a different thing to understand. Yes, it's more of an abstraction than malloc and free, but arguably malloc and free causes more runtime issues than lifetimes. It's not arguably. I think that's a pretty solid fact that malloc and free causes more runtime bugs than Rust lifetimes that don't cause runtime, but it's that one thing that one guy found, right? If you segfault once an hour, you're perfectly capable of C dev. I don't think I segfaulted that many times, but when I wrote the thing in C++, I did have undefined behavior. Yeah, you need to understand pointers to understand why the borrow checker works the way it does. Maybe. If you want to get up and going to deploy apps quickly, I think C#, Java, Golang have to be at the top of the list. It depends on what apps you're deploying and where you're deploying them to, but yes, that's a valid argument. To get better programming for performance memory usage system level code, you traverse in C#, C, C++, and Rust. So here's another thing, right? Sometimes we talk about one language is faster than another language, and these conversations are generally quite stupid. And the reason they are quite stupid is because the language in itself doesn't do anything. You need the language pilot, also known as the programmer, to actually write the code. And if you're really good at wrangling Go or C#, and you're really bad at C or Rust, then your code that you write in C# is going to outperform your Rust code, right? So it doesn't really make sense to talk about that. But you might hit limitations with C# that you can overcome with Rust. But there's a learning curve there, right? And that is not to be ignored. I hate pointers so as to manage and keep track of. Oh man, I got so many pointers laying around the place. I can't, it sounds like stepping on Lego when I walk here. Even Python offers enough to build semantic understanding of algorithms. Oh, absolutely. And Python removes a lot of the noise. So when it comes to algorithms in general, right, you want to write your first implementation of a binary search, right? Great algorithm. Simple. Everyone will run into it one way or another. Maybe not implement it, but use it, right? Python is a really verbose language. Really terse language, right? It's very little code to write Python, so it's quite easy to read. Now, some people don't like it. That's fine. You don't have to like everything that is out there, right? But I think it is a good language with lots of source material for learning and understanding algorithms, right? Talking about how to grasp things, how would you explain pin? I wouldn't. I can give you the standard library documentation spiel, right? Pin means that pinning something means that it is not allowed to move from that position in memory, right? So we can refer to this thing from other places across different threads and what have you, right? This is generally used to bake things and deal with references, to deal with references in an async context, because you have async functions that might move things to another thread. So if you call a function that is async and then you call another function that is async, there's a chance that things are moved to other threads and so on and so forth, right? So pinning something in memory says this can't move. So when you refer to that value, you know it hasn't moved. So you're not reading invalid memory, right? But that's really all I can say about pin. When it comes to using it and the semantics of it, I'm not really the person to explain this. I don't have enough understanding. UB is the best. I'm assuming you're going to write Uber because you want to get a ride out of here. But no, undefined behavior is pretty fantastic. Undefined behavior allows your compiler to look at code and go, I don't know what this is. I'm going to throw it away, right? It's allowed. So undefined behavior is allowed to be optimized out, right? Which can lead to some pretty interesting things. Would you really want to see me do rustlings? What do rustlings even look like? At this point, I don't think I will get past the first one because I am so insanely tired right now. You may not have thought this through, right? Is it the third pint or... All right, show me some exercises. Party exercise. Oh, third party. I thought we had party exercises, right? Okay, we could just go straight for solutions. Here you go, right? I got all the solutions. They're available right here. What is the first exercise? Intro. Hello world. Intro 2. Fix the code to print hello world. Okay. Rust error messages should not be sniffed at, right? Rust error messages are absolutely fantastic. When I touched C++ with a stick, I got a shock from the error messages. Compositors in ISRs look like they need some window type compatible with has-draw window handle and has-draw display handle, which of course OpenVR overlays don't have. Really, can you not get any of that? Install it. All right, well, we're not going to do intro. What about variables? Is this going to be add the missing keyword? Okay. Is there anything here that I feel like I'm going to take more time setting this up than not, right? All of these exercises are Very, very. It's all the same problem that you have uninitialized memory in all of these exercises so far, right? All right, and then we get to don't change this line. Then we get to mutability. Actually, rustling seems pretty good if you're getting started. Spell a number. Okay. Fix the compile error. But this is the same as well, sort of the same. Okay, I see what they did there. This requires the fix from the previous challenge, but also, no, it doesn't. This requires another keyword. It's shadowing. I'm being a big dummy. I already tripped up. All right, we don't have a type here. You need a type there. So I think that we can probably skip that one. Couldn't this have been call me maybe, right? And then this would be here's my number, right? Add some function with the name call me without arguments or return value. All right, so your first foray into Rust, we're gonna throw ranges at you right there. Add the missing type of the argument num after the colon. Add the missing type of the argument num. Oh, there it is, right? Okay. Well, funnily enough, you actually have quite a few options here, right? Since they're using, the only thing we know is that this is not necessarily, actually, what are you doing? All right. No, it's not the child. It's my wife killing a chicken. It can be any integer, yes. So this could literally be any of Rust's integer types. Not floating points, but integer types. Fix the function body without changing the signature. All right, okay. These aren't particularly interesting. I feel like the setup for this would take me longer than actually doing this. Complete this function to return the bigger number. If both numbers are equal, any of them can be returned. Do not use another function called additional variables, right? I like the specifications here though, right? So this one you can do in a few ways. You can use an if, but you can also do a compare between these two. Right, so you could do a compare, which looks kind of nice. If we delete all this code, actually, let's just delete this code, right? So let's say that you have something like x is equal to a number, y is equal to another number, and you can match on x dot compare this thing, if I can type, to y. Now we're missing a reference here. Whoopsie doodles. No, not that. And there you go, right? So if it's less, if x is less than y, then we're going to return y. If x is equal to, we can do this. So it looks a little bit prettier to look at, right? If they're equal, it doesn't really matter which one we return, right? And if x is greater than y, then we're going to return x, right? So let biggest equals, right? So this could have been written also as let biggest equals to if x is larger than y, then x, else y, right? So now we're saying that it's going to be, well, I guess we should do this to be similar to the above. Above function, right? But this is actually quite nice to write. It reads a little bit cleaner. It's less noisy than this thing, right? This thing feels like a nice fluffy pancake, whereas this thing feels a bit like an angry tree. All right, the emotional connection to code, right? They get to ordering, okay? Yeah. Okay, so that's what we would do here. What's this thing? Oh my god. Okay. right, read the test to understand desired behavior. Is this fizz fuss? I don't know why that's funny. It's not funny. I'm laughing because I'm fucking tired. Sorry. All right. So, foo if fizz. Oh no! Oh my god. Foo if fizz passes in the fizzish string. So if you pass in fizz, you're gonna return foo. If you pass in fuzz, you're supposed to return bar. Okay, so we're gonna for this thing we would have. I guess we could just copy this code, right? While we rat it, yeah. While we rat it, right? Oh, Rust standard library turn up. Okay, now please delete everything and just paste this thing, right? So the idea here, we don't have to read the error messages, right? So if it's fizz, then we're gonna get foo. If it's fuzz, then we're gonna get bar, and everything else we're gonna get bass. So in reality, what we would do is something like fizzish. Right, sorry. We'll match on this thing. If it's this thing, then we're gonna return this thing, right? And if it's fuzz, then we're gonna return bar, and anything else we're gonna return bass, right? Right, that's it. That's the whole thing now, right? Unclose the, you're an unclose delimiter. Whoops. There we go, right? Right, so this is probably just an introduction to match statements. No, it isn't. It says if. All right, so we should have done this with an if statement, but I don't think anyone who's programmed Rust for more than a weekend is gonna use an if statement here. This would be a lot more verbose with an if statement. We would write if fizzish is equal to foo. No, sorry, fizz. Then return foo, else if fizzish. It's like, I feel like I'm trying to say physics, but I'm really drunk. Then we're gonna return bar. Otherwise, we're gonna return baz. Right. But this thing doesn't look. Right. Sorry. Physish is fuss. So there we go. Right. All right, but this thing doesn't read as well, right? We're back to the angry tree, even though this is not as much of a pancake, but this definitely is the angry tree, right? If match, yeah. Well, this code doesn't do anything because this semicolon, this expression is just thrown away. So most likely in the final compiled binary, this code does not exist. Hello, Ego. You're surprised. I'm surprised. I can see myself here, right? I'm very surprised that I'm still here. Did I skip one? No. Fix the compile error in the statement below. If it's crab one, okay. Don't change the expression below. Okay, so we're clearly using integers and not floating point numbers. So that has to change there. I don't know if the rest of the stuff is changing though. Definitely pre-record. I know, right? I think so. That was like if statement, primitive types. I think we could just blast through rustlings in one stream, but it would sort of kill me on the inside to do. Booleans. Define a Boolean variable with the name is evening before the if statement below. Yeah, so they're showing you how to. You can literally just copy this thing and paste it down here, right? And be good. What do we have here? Car. I don't know why GitHub suddenly shut the bed, but okay. We'll try that again. All right. Car. Yeah. Maybe there's actually a book that I think I might want to do a stream about and talk about. A book written by Mara Boss called Rust, Locks, and Atomics, but I don't know. Yeah, but I have over. Let me show you my. Let me show you this thing. Over 4,000 is all it's gonna say. The joy. No, that is not for beginners, right? I mean, we could definitely do, but I don't know if anyone's really interested in this stuff, though, right? What are we doing here? Primitive types. We have an array. Get a slice called nice slice. All right, that's also easy. Is there anything here that's gonna the structure, the cat tuple in one statement so the print line works? Okay, we can talk about destruction though, because that's pretty cool, right? It's a little bit awkward sometimes when you do it with structs, right? So let's say we have values here. There's going to be 1, 2, and 3. What an original take that is, right? Let's say that these are dimensions that we talk about. Actually, let's say that they're colors, right? Color. All right. Now we want to extract this into RGB, so we can do this. RG and B is equal to color. So now we actually have separate values. So we can print out the R value if we wanted to, right? Which is, where are you? Why am I so blind? RG. Oh, right. Okay. This code should have been in here. Okay. I was like, why is it not printing anything? There we go. So we can deconstruct things, but we can do this with more complex things as well, right? So let's have a struct goat here, all right? It's gonna have a name string, and we're gonna import goat, and we're gonna have a name here. Okay, and then we're gonna have something else up here. We'll have a struct called drink. And then we have, what should we do with this thing? We're going to have a usize in there. This makes no sense. I don't know why the goat has a drink called water. Who knows? It's not relevant. But we're going to destructure our goat instead, right? Right. Barney is a good enough name for a goat. Now we can do this by saying we want to get the name and the water level or whatever out of the goat. So we can say let goat name and then water drink. How do we destructure this thing, right? Level is equal to goal. Is that right? So now we can print out the name and we can print out the level. I don't know why I have level here, but we can do this, right? Barney level 1, 2, 3. We can basically destructure this thing, right? We might have more fields in here, right? We have a silly in here. That is also 1, 2, 3. But we don't care about silly, right? So we're just going to do this. So we can keep adding values to the goat if we want to. Right? We can do this. Or even more so, and this is only going to make sense if you understand Rust borrowing, but we can also do things like this, right? We can print out the goat dot oops, right? even if we make this thing into a string, which makes this more interesting. Right? We can still print this out. However, if we grab, oops, here, we can no longer do this because we actually moved that. This is a partial move, right? So we're partially moving things out. We can still access the things that we haven't moved out. This is somewhat new to Rust, but not really. You're casting the values from a struct called goat to a new temp struct called goat. No, I'm just describing how to destructure. I'm just creating the variable bindings through here, right? And what we're telling the compiler is that I want the name to be no longer usable by goat. I want the name to be usable. So I can do this, right? I can print out goat.name here. But if I try to print out goat.name after this, whoopsie, an extra whoopsie, this will compile. This will not compile because I've moved the name here. But I can still print out anything that we're not using, right? This I can print out in both places because I haven't moved them out of there, right? You can also do partial borrows as well. So, no, we would do name. Would that be it? No, how do we do ref name maybe? There we go, right? Whew. Okay, exciting. So now I can do this if I want to. And that's because I haven't actually moved the name out of the goat. I've just taken a reference to the name, right? So this is effectively the same as saying let name equals to a borrow of goat.name, right? That's effectively what we're doing with that, right? Right, so that's what destructure means. And to destructure the cat, we would just do the first thing we did with the numbers, with the colors here, right? So this you can destructure, but you can destructure structs as well, right? Which is pretty cool. And that was primitive types 5, 6 does what? You can option experiment here. Use a tuple index to access the second element of numbers and assign it to a variable called second. So the reason they're doing this is to introduce you to the tuple syntax, which is a little bit weird in Rust when you think about it, right? If you're coming from a language like Python and you have a tuple, right? Let's just fire up Python here, right? Our tuple is gonna be 1, 2, and 3, right? And now I can print out tuple 0, right? I can print out tuple 1 or 2 if you can't type. But in Rust, you don't index the tuples through an index, right? I can't say C is equal to color index by 0 because index is a runtime check, but this is a compile time. We know this, we know the value, we know everything at compile time. We know, for instance, that there is no 5 here, right? So the way you access them is 0 based. They start from 0, 1, and 2, and so on and so forth, right? So if we were to access the second one, that would be number 3. And this is fine. If we try to move past this, we can just get a compile error, which is why you use the dot notation to access this through numbers, right? Really? Thank you. I get thank you. Index made, yeah. So that's probably why they had that there. Move semantics, this is probably the most useful thing to learn, to do, given that move semantics is something we can see here, right? Why this doesn't compile now is because of move semantics, right? Because we're trying to use name, but we have moved the value, right? The value doesn't exist anymore. And this is not the case in other languages, right? What language do we use? If we use JavaScript, right? And you have, well, I mean, we don't even do anything, right? We can say var x is equal to 1, 2, 3. Actually, numbers are copy types. Let's make it a string. And then I can say var y is equal to x, and I can console log or lol x, and this is fine. And I can console log y, and this is fine. All right. In Rust, this wouldn't be fine. But technically, if we wrote exactly that part with the let keyword there, it would be fine. But yes. Yeah, get out of here, you nerd. So if we did this in Rust, it doesn't work, and that's because we moved the memory. And this is not something that you generally have to deal with in other languages, right? In other languages, you have a garbage collector, so you're just bumping a reference to that value, or you grab pointers, and then you have to free these things after the fact, right? Okay, let's see. What do we got? So let's have a quick look at move semantics to see what this is doing, right? So we're going to fill a vector, and then we're going to return the vector. All right, so we're moving a vector in here, and we're returning the vector. We know this because this takes not a reference, but an owned vector, right? So we are fix the compile error to this function. All right, well, this is not really about move semantics. This is because the vector isn't mutable, so we can't push into the vector. If we try to do it, we can grab this code and talk about this instead of me pointing and waving my hand around. Well, let's just dump this code in here, right? Actually, if we look at the real output of this thing, right? When I say the real output, this is obviously the real output, but these error messages are for the editor to be able to jump to things. If we do this, we can see the full-blown error message in a lot more of a legible space, right? This thing will even tell you how to fix it, right? So Rust error messages are really good, okay? You get an error like this, right? You can also do Rust C explain this to me. This error occurred because you tried to mutably borrow a non-mutable variable. Error's code example. X is 1, Y is a mutable reference to X. Error cannot borrow mutably. In here, X is not mutable, so when we try to mutably borrow it in Y, it fails. To fix this error, you need to make X mutable. And then it gives you more information here. This is really helpful. When you see an error message in Rust, you can just type Rust C _explain and then the error code, right? That's why we see the error code here as well, right? Actually, it literally says so down here. I just forgot about it. Anyway, I'm sure most people forget to read this part, right? Sorry. So we cannot borrow vec as mutable as it's not declared as mutable, but how do we know that we have to borrow vec as mutable? I mean, other than the obvious fact that vec is actually mutating the value, right? We're changing vec, but hang on to your sockets. What if we make our own vec here, right? That's generic over t. And this vector is going to have an inner vec of t, and we're going to specify this vec, right? So we're now changing things, okay? When this code talks about vec here, right? So it wants us to fix this code, okay? So let's fix the code, right? Vec t. All right. What do we need? We need to be able to push, okay? So let's have a function called push that takes a reference to self and a value t that we're going to insert into our inner value, right? Self.inner.push. However, we can't do this yet. But what we could do is we can use something called a ref cell. So we are able to push. We just have to say self.inner.borrow mute.push, right? Or dot push value. Whoops. And now this thing is just going to be an RC. All right. Sorry, ref cell. Cannot find vec in collections. Is vec not in collections? Where is vec? You can do bang rust if you want to know where something is. It's just in the root of vec. Okay, right. I never used this specifically like this, right? But right, too many R's there, right? Okay, so we fixed that. Our code compiles, right? We can run our code, but this is not what they actually wanted us to do, okay? This is not what we took a very weird roundabout way doing something. We created our own type. And of course, if we're going to do this, this macro won't work anymore, right? So we would have to create our own macro for this, right? Macro, you know what? We're not going to do that, right? There's no point in this thing, right? So where I'm going with this thing, right? We create our own push function here, but this one just takes a reference to self. If we actually look at the push function that is relevant to this example, we see that this thing takes a mutable reference to self. And if you ever need a mutable reference to something, you need that thing to be mutable. You cannot get a mutable reference for something that isn't mutable. So to fix this thing, we just say that the vector is mutable instead, right? All right. They're being cute, right? Maybe it said don't change the function signature. Nope. Didn't say anything. Fix the compiler in this function. They didn't say anything about this. We could have just removed this line, right? Although the test would start failing if we did that, right? Or, you know, if we want the test to pass and we're gonna fix the function, then we can just not return this thing, right? Instead, we're gonna return a vec macro call with 22, 44. 66 and 88, right? Hey, our code compiles and it works, right? Again, clearly not the expected outcome, right? Or the expected solution. So instead, they want us to take this thing and reassign it to our mutable vec instead, right? So move semantics is really important if you're going to get familiar with Rust. Okay, 3. We're doing Rust for beginners now, right? Fix the compiler and the function without adding any new line. I feel like that should be adding any new lines, but okay. What do? We purge. Okay, so literally this is the fix we had from before. This is the same thing without this, right? So without adding a new line, we just have to make that mutable, right? So it's the same thing as we had there. Fix the compiler only by reordering the lines in the test. Don't add, change, or move in. I'm not even going to read this thing. I'm just going to grab this up here and paste that in there, right? So why is this thing not working? We have a mutable vector. We're going to take 2 mutable references. Don't change or remove any line just by reordering. Okay, right. This is actually a really complex issue to understand. Especially if we were talking about this from Rust 2015's perspective. The change they want us to do here is not obvious to someone who lives in the past, who somehow managed to live in the past before this thing was made and then use it, right? So the idea here is that we're going to remove things. So we're using Y first. So this has to come before that, right? We can't add, change, or remove lines, but I'm going to be okay with adding a space here while I'm talking about it, okay? But we can change the order of lines, which is what we're doing here. What is actually happening here, this is what you would have to write in Rust 2015 as this, right? Because Rust 2015 did not have... Cool. Rust 2015 did not have what we today know as non-lexical lifetimes, right? So without changing or doing anything, this would not have been possible in Rust 2015, right? Without adding new lines. Because you have to make sure that the borrow of this value stops here. But now the compiler can insert these borrows for us, right? If we try to do this, if we go back to the original code, which looked like this will not run. Because we're trying to have 2 mutable references to the same thing, right? If we start to understand why having 2 mutable references to the same thing is bad, or if we take a moment to think about why is it bad to have multiple mutable references? Well, let me show you something, right? Imagine, if you will, that we have a vector, right? We'll just add a function here. Actually, why don't we just use this vector, right? Let's say that we have this vector. We're going to give it some values, right? So we say vec we create a new one here, right? I just have to get my brain in gear. Well, it's a macro. I can do whatever I want, right? All right. This is triggering some people. I'm using curly braces. You don't have to use curly braces. So imagine that we do this, right? We're borrowing this value, but we don't even have to go that far. We can borrow a value from the vector, right? Well, there we cannot have a curly bracket, right? All right. We can borrow this value. But what if I was allowed to have mutable access to the vector at the same time, right? Let's just print out the y value so we're sure that we used it, all right? All is well here, okay? Everything's fine. If I can access this vector while I'm having this thing, then I can do this. And now the question is, what is this memory that we're pointing to? We haven't changed the memory address, but we have removed what is there. So we're trying to access some invalid memory at this point, and Rust won't let you do that because you cannot have two mutable references to the same memory. And this is one of the reasons why you can't have that, right? This is actually insanely good when you think about it. Vec is cursed. If you don't like that one, we can change it. We can change this to parentheses. Oh no, if you run Rust format, it's gonna fix that curse for you, right? All right, so really, we should understand why it's bad to have multiple mutable references to the same thing, right? And this is a Rust flex. Not on my account, right? This is Rust flexing itself, right? Because imagine if you were allowed to do this, the bugs that you could so delightfully introduce, right? Sorry, Doddy. But if people are interested in this stuff, I could do a whole stream where we just bang through Rustings talking about this stuff, right? I don't mind doing that. It's certainly a lot more relaxing than working on this atrocity that is ruining my life. Fix the compiler without changing anything except adding or removing references. All right. This thing is... All right, okay. This is... Okay, it says shouldn't take ownership. I was going to say this is fine to do, but it shouldn't take ownership. It should take ownership. All right, so we're just going to remove that thing. I kind of feel like they have solved it for us. It's a little bit too simplistic with this thing, right? All right, so that's what we get for move semantics, but that was pretty good. Structs is probably just going to talk about defining structs, right? Well, we do have a lot of types of structs, right? But really, if you guys are interested in a stream like this, going through this stuff, then why not, right? I don't mind doing that. It's going to be like a holiday to me, right? I think you run an actual Rusting program and going through it would be a top view YouTube video for the language. I don't think so, but I will do that just for you, Glam. Too simplistic is always the problem with these types of learning exercises. Yep. But we can certainly add our own take on things and talk about it. And I have no doubt that when you talk about these things, there's a lot of people who probably want to talk about Rust, but maybe don't have the confidence to do so around the friends and family. All right. But here they are safe. I'm kidding. What I was gonna say is maybe people who aren't that confident or comfortable with Rust will feel like they can have a more of an input in the chat, saying this is because of this is because of that, while we're doing this thing. So maybe doing this will be a nice thing to do for other people as well in the process. Because being wrong on the internet can be scary, right? You have a real production context, and adding that in would be an awesome bridge for beginners. Do I have a real production context? Wait, help me out here, Glam. I didn't quite understand that. My wife won't listen to me talking about Rust. She will panic. That's pretty good, ICS. I think that's a good joke. We're gonna put that in the quotes file now. All right. Okay. Maybe then. Right. The Dyn versus import issue I had with the runtime. Even Rust got it wrong. It's actually Clippy, but that lint was written with an assumption that you knew about Rust 2015. Because in Rust 2015, you were allowed to do things like this, right? You can have trait T and struct S, and you can have a function, right, that runs, and it takes a value that is a reference to S, okay? In Rust 2015, whoops, the code that I'm about to show you would compile, right? This compiled in Rust 2015, and this was fine to do, right? You're passing a wide pointer or a fat pointer instead of a reference to S, right? So this thing, it would be 16 bytes, but there was no compiler error about this thing. Now we're saying that trait objects must include the dyn keyword, so we have to include the dyn keyword. The error message is correct, but it's coming from a place where it kind of thinks you knew about Rust 2015 and that code, which is not relevant. So yes, you cannot do this, and the reason you cannot do this, we definitely have to cover Rust links before we can talk about this part, right? Now I think I've kind of exhausted my brain for the time being. So what we're gonna do is gonna wrap it up. We're gonna raid someone. Just 1 second. What's up, sweetie? Shit, wrong button. All right. So that was I did a thing. All right. Let's go to Twitch and see who's streaming. Is Prime still on? We can pass you guys over to Prime then. Let's do that since it gave me a shout out. All right. Let's raid. Okay, I will be back tomorrow, and maybe we do this. Maybe we do this tomorrow. Then I'm guessing some of you are. I don't know. You guys have been fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you for the follows and the subs and the cheers. I love you guys, or at least some of you. Bye for now.